Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American comic book. Odin's son, with fiancés all over the universe. Part 1. The sky of Asgard always maintains a unique luminosity. There is no obvious alternation between night and day here, only changes in the intensity of light. At the edge of that massive continent suspended in the void, golden seawater pours down from the end of the world, producing a deafening roar. The magnificent Golden Palace stands at the city's highest point, with countless spires piercing the clouds, every brick and stone emitting a faint golden light. The streets are paved with pure white marble, so smooth they can even reflect a person's image. Exotic plants are planted on both sides of the streets, their broad leaves swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a pleasant fragrance. The Bifrost Bridge glimmers with seven-colored radiance in the distance, connecting this divine realm with other worlds. On this wide marble street, a small figure is running swiftly. This is a young boy who looks to be 6 or 7 years old. He has supple, short black hair that has a healthy luster under the sun. His skin is fair and delicate, and his features are so exquisite that one cannot look away, especially those amber eyes, which are clear enough to reflect the entire sky. He is dressed in well-tailored Asgardian noble attire, his deep blue coat is embroidered with golden silk thread, and he wears a pair of exquisite little leather boots. At this moment, those little leather boots are treading on the marble pavement, making a crisp, da-da-da, sound. He runs joyfully, a bright smile hanging on the corners of his mouth, and a thin layer of sweat has broken out on his forehead. The roadside vendors are organizing the goods on their stalls. Seeing this small running figure, they stop their work one after another, kind smiles appearing on their faces. Prince Hu Wen, run slower, don't fall, a fruit-selling uncle shouted loudly. Hu Wen stopped his pace, turned around, and waved at the uncle. I know, Uncle Rhodes. Today's apples look really good. His voice was crisp and loud, full of vitality. After speaking, he bowed to an old grandmother who was pushing a handcart nearby. Grandmother Helen, good afternoon. The old grandmother smiled so much that the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. She reached out tremblingly, wanting to get something from the cart for him, but Hu Wen had already turned and run far away with a laugh. Not long after Hu Wen ran past, two even smaller figures followed. Running in front was a blond, chubby little fellow. He ran somewhat stumblingly, his face flushed red, and he was huffing and puffing for breath. Brother, wait for me, he shouted loudly while running. Although his voice was youthful, his lungs were quite powerful. This was Thor, Odin's biological son and the future Thor. Following behind Thor was a black-haired young boy. He ran more steadily, following Thor at a leisurely pace, his green eyes revealing a hint of cleverness. He was Loki, Odin's adopted son. Thor, slow down, brother won't leave us behind, Loki muttered softly, but his pace didn't slacken at all. Hearing the shouts from behind, Hu Wen stopped. He turned around and stood in place, waiting for his two younger brothers to catch up. Looking at Thor, who ran up panting, Hu Wen reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't be in such a hurry, Thor, Hu Wen said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of doting indulgence. I was just waiting for you at the intersection ahead. Thor grabbed Hu Wen around the waist and rubbed his head against him. Brother runs too fast, I couldn't keep up, Thor said endearingly. Loki also walked over. He didn't pounce directly like Thor did, but instead stood to the side and gently pulled on Hu Wen's sleeve. Brother, where are we going to play today? Loki asked, looking up with eyes full of expectation. Hu Wen thought for a moment and tapped a finger against his chin. Let's review today's lessons first, he said solemnly. Do you both remember the incantation for the light spell from the magic class Mother taught this morning? As soon as Thor heard the word lessons, his little face immediately slumped. Memorizing incantations again, he grumbled. Those are so hard to remember. I want to practice swordplay. Loki, however, nodded. I remember it, brother. Can we go play after we finish reciting the incantations? Hu Wen reached out to ruffle Thor's messy golden hair and then patted Loki's head. I'm just teasing you guys, Hu Wen blinked, revealing a mischievous smile. I've finished all my lessons, and I've even written the treatise on the politics of the 9 realms that father assigned. Now it's free time. Come on, I'll take you to the Bifrost Bridge to see Uncle Heimdall. At this very moment, in a magnificent private chambers at the highest point of the Golden Palace, two figures stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Odin had already taken off his heavy battle armor and changed into a loose, comfortable linen robe. He held a cup of golden wine in his hand, his gaze passing through the window to watch the 3 small dots chasing each other on the distant street. Standing beside him was the goddess Queen Frigga. She wore a light blue silk gown with exquisite silver patterns embroidered on the hem, which swayed gently with the breeze. Her long hair was elegantly pinned behind her head with a delicate pearl hairpin. Her appearance was dignified and beautiful. Time seemed not to have left many marks on her face, but instead endowed her with a calm and gentle temperament. Her eyes were as soft as if they could embrace everything in the world. Odin gently swirled the wine in his cup, and as he watched the three children, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Time really flies, he sighed softly, his tone carrying a hint of the passage of years. In the blink of an eye, those three little fellows can already run and jump. When first arrived, he was only a tiny thing. I was afraid of crushing him just by holding him in my hands. Frigga also looked out the window, her gaze constantly following the three figures. Yes, she replied softly. The current When already looks like an older brother. Look at how he takes care of Thor and Loki, he's so sensible. At this point, she turned her head and glanced at Odin. There was a hint of a playful smile in that look. Do you still remember the day you first brought him back? Frigga asked. That day you were covered in sweat, clutching an infant in your arms, and you sneaked into the palace, Frigga chuckled behind her hand. That guilty look on your face was exactly like a thief's. When I saw you holding a child, I thought an illegitimate son of yours had come to the door. I was so angry that I snatched up the magic wand nearby to beat you without a second thought. Hearing this, Odin rubbed his nose somewhat awkwardly and coughed twice. Ahem, well, that was just because I was afraid you'd misunderstand, Odin defended himself. After all, that child's origin is indeed a bit complicated to explain. But didn't I explain it clearly later? He added quickly. As you can see, this child is so lovable. Your current doting on him is not a bit less than your doting on Thor. Frigga gave him an annoyed roll of her eyes. This eye roll was extremely charming, carrying both a wife's pique and a goddess queen's majesty. I never disliked Little Wen in the first place, she said matter-of-factly. That child's eyes are so beautiful, whose heart wouldn't soften upon seeing them? The one I disliked was you, she said, crossing her arms. Sneaking off to see your old flame without saying a word to me. Any wife would be angry seeing that, right? Odin's face was filled with a placating smile. Ha ha ha, my fault, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. My lady's lesson is well taken. I didn't expect it to turn out like that either. Odin placed his wine cup on the windowsill and turned to face Frigga, his expression becoming a bit more serious. However, I still have to say it once more, Odin said solemnly. There really isn't anything of that sort between Aphrodite and me. It's just some old history from when we were young. And you know her temperament, Odin spread his hands with a helpless look. Her standards are very high, she hasn't taken a fancy to any man. Whether mortal or god, they are all the same in her eyes. Even if I had the heart for it, I wouldn't have the ability. Frigga nodded. Yes, that much I know, she said softly. Who in the 9 realms hasn't heard of the deeds of that goddess of beauty? I don't know how many people have pursued her, only to be rebuffed. She looked Odin up and down, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. An old man like you really doesn't make the cut. Odin was choked for words. He opened his mouth to retort, but in the end, he gave a helpless, bitter laugh. My lady, leave me some dignity, there's no need to be so detailed about it, he muttered softly. Although I'm a bit old now, I was at least handsome and dashing in my youth. Then Odin waved his hand, moving past this distressing topic. His gaze returned to the window, looking at that golden sky, and his expression gradually became solemn. However, that's all in the past. I've long since let it go, Odin sighed. What worries me now is the situation over there. The Olympian realm has been completely sealed off. Since the day she returned, I haven't received any news from there. Even the Bifrost Bridge cannot peer into the situation inside Mount Olympus. Odin frowned, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the windowsill. I wonder how she is now. Whether she's still alive, or if she stopped Zeus's madness. Seeing her husband's worried look, Frigga reached out and gently squeezed the back of his hand. It's all right, she comforted him softly, her voice firm and powerful. A woman like her is by no means a fragile vase. If she had long been on guard against Zeus, she surely would have left herself a way out. Since she dared to return, it means she was confident. Moreover, she is the goddess of beauty and holds a special status, Frigga analyzed. Even if she really couldn't stop Zeus, with her abilities, she could at least save her own life. No matter how mad Zeus is, he wouldn't easily deal her a fatal blow. Hearing this, Odin's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. That's true, he nodded. She is indeed much stronger and smarter than I imagined. Odin withdrew his thoughts and refocused his attention on the 3 children before him. At this time, Wen had led his 2 younger brothers to the fountain. Thor wanted to catch the fish in the water and nearly fell in, but Wen was quick-eyed and fast-handed, pulling him back just in time. Watching this scene, a gratified smile appeared on Odin's face. The most important thing now is to take good care of these 3 children, Odin said. By the way, he suddenly turned his head to look at Frigga, his tone becoming serious, regarding Wen's origins. Before he truly becomes powerful, let's not tell him yet. That secret is too heavy, and if it leaks out, it might bring trouble from Olympus. Frigga nodded, her eyes clear and bright. Don't worry, I'm not foolish, she said softly. I know what's appropriate in such matters. I will raise him as my own child until the day he is capable of facing his own destiny. The two of them stopped talking and stood side by side in front of the window. Sunlight spilled in through the massive floor-to-ceiling window, casting long shadows of them. Outside the window came the crisp laughter of the children. It was the most beautiful sound in Asgard. Wen held Thor's and Loki's hands, running toward the place where the sunlight was brightest. At this moment, the years were peaceful, and the storm seemed far away. Afternoons in Asgard always carried a lazy, comforting warmth. The main road leading to the Bifrost Bridge was not a straight path you could see end to end, but rather wound its way downwards along the edge of the vast gardens surrounding the Golden Palace. The road was paved with massive slabs of white marble, each stone polished to a mirror-like smoothness, clearly reflecting the ever-glimmering golden sky above. The sides of the road were not bare railings but were adorned with orderly rows of unique plants that only grew in the divine realm. Those trees were incredibly tall, their trunks displaying an ancient silver-gray hue, their surfaces etched with natural, rune-like patterns. Their lush branches and leaves stretched out in all directions, each leaf seemingly forged from the purest gold. Under the caress of a gentle breeze, the leaves rubbed and clinked together, producing a pleasant, wind chime-like rustle. Sunlight filtered through these golden canopies, casting countless dappled, ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow onto the pristine white marble pavement. The air was filled with a unique scent, a blend of floral fragrance, earthy richness, and the distant breath of the sea, a scent that belonged uniquely to Asgard. Amidst this quiet interplay of light and shadow, a small figure was walking along, stepping on the dancing patches of light. Wen walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his steps as light and quick as a fawn strolling through a forest. His finely crafted little leather boots tapped rhythmically against the stone slabs. He looked especially spirited today. His well-tailored, deep blue noble attire was embroidered with intricate golden thread patterns at the collar and cuffs, which shimmered faintly in the sunlight with his every movement. He held his head slightly raised, a few strands of his black hair tousled by the wind, but this did nothing to diminish the beauty of his delicate face. His amber eyes were half-lidded, seemingly savoring this rare moment of leisure. He would occasionally pause, tilting his head to listen to the chirping of nameless insects from the roadside grass, or reach out to catch a golden leaf drifting down from above. A faint, almost imperceptible smile always lingered at the corners of his mouth, proof of his kind and curious nature towards this world. Not far behind Wen, two even smaller figures were following in a completely different manner. The chubby, golden-haired little one was naturally Thor. He was utterly incapable of walking with his elder brother's grace. The little red cape that should have looked dashing hung crookedly from his shoulders. One moment he was running onto the stone border of a roadside flower bed, teetering as he pretended to walk a tightrope. The next, he'd jump down, pick up a dry twig from the ground, and let out strange, whoosh-ha-hey, cries, swinging it at the air as if battling some invisible monster. Even this simple act of walking had him panting heavily, his chubby little face flushed red and beaded with sweat. Following behind him, Loki appeared much quieter. The dark-haired little boy walked with his hands in his pockets. Though his pace wasn't fast, each step was steady. His green eyes would occasionally dart a glance at his brother, who was darting about like a monkey, his gaze revealing a disdain that didn't match his age. He would sometimes quicken his pace to stay close to Wen, as if only by his elder brother's side could he feel at ease. After rounding a bend adorned with clusters of flowers, the path ahead widened slightly. By the roadside stood an exceptionally massive, ancient oak tree. Its trunk was so thick it would take several adults to encircle it, its vast canopy spreading like a giant umbrella, casting a large patch of cool shade. Wen had been admiring a blooming blue flower by the roadside when a flash of color not belonging to the plants caught the corner of his eye. Behind the rough tree trunk, a vibrant red had flickered past. It wasn't the deep crimson of a flame flower, nor the orange red of a sunset, but the delicate scarlet found only on the fine fabrics favored by Asgardian girls. Wen's steps faltered slightly. His sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a hem peeking out from behind the trunk and a strand of black hair trembling slightly with nervousness. He didn't call out immediately. Instead, the smile on his lips deepened, taking on a playful edge. He knew that figure hiding there all too well. That little girl again. Wen chuckled inwardly. This wasn't the first time Sif had done this. Ever since they'd met, whenever she knew Wen would be passing by or appearing near a certain training ground, this little girl would always find a way to hide somewhere and secretly watch him. Even though their families were on such good terms, she often visited the Golden Palace with Heimdall, and they all played together frequently. Yet, she seemed to particularly enjoy this game of hide-and-seek. Last time in the library, she'd hidden behind a massive bookshelf to secretly watch Wen read, only to accidentally knock over a stack of books and bury herself in the pile. In the end, it was Wen who dug her out. Thinking of this, Wen gave a slight shake of his head. He turned and raised a finger to his lips, making a shish Gesture to Thor, who was still battling the air, and Loki, who wore an expression of cool indifference. Hu Wen softened his footsteps, moving as silently as a cat planning a prank towards the large tree. Meanwhile, Sif, hiding behind the tree, was in a state of extreme tension. Her whole body was pressed tightly against the rough bark, as if wishing she could flatten herself and become part of the tree. Her hands clutched the hem of her beautiful new dress so tightly her knuckles turned white, crumpling the smooth fabric. Her large, dark eyes were wide open, carefully watching the shadows on the ground. Did the footsteps just stop? Was I discovered? Probably not. This tree is so big, it can completely hide me. This dress is new, I wore it specifically to see him. If he finds out I was peeking, I'll be laughed to death. Sif bit her lower lip, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, the sound so loud she wondered if people outside could hear it. Just as Sif was still engaged in an intense internal debate, wrestling with whether or not to peek out and check the situation, a shadow suddenly fell over her. There was no sound of footsteps, no warning. A familiar face, wearing a gentle smile, suddenly peeked around from the other side of the tree trunk. Got you. Hu Wen's voice sounded right by her ear, carrying the clear tone of youth and his usual gentleness. Wah! Startled by the sudden voice, Sif shuddered, almost jumping on the spot. She stumbled back a step, her back thudding solidly against the tree trunk. She looked up in fright, meeting Hu Wen's eyes, which were curved into crescents. Those eyes reflected her own face, which had instantly turned beet red. Ah, I knew it was you. Hu Wen straightened up, crossing his arms over his chest, looking leisurely at the little apple before him who seemed about to overheat. Sif, this tree may be big, but it can't hide your hem. Hu Wen pointed to the bit of red fabric that had been showing earlier, his tone full of teasing. Sif followed his finger and saw her fatal mistake. Flustered, she tugged her skirt back, then felt the gesture was too obvious. Her hands instantly became restless, finally ending up clasped behind her back, fingers fidgeting. I wasn't hiding. Sif stammered her rebuttal, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She didn't dare look Hu Wen in the eye, keeping her head down, her gaze fixed stubbornly on the golden buckle of Hu Wen's boot. I was just. She hemmed and hawed, her mind blank, completely unable to fabricate a reasonable excuse for why she was hiding here like a stalker. Seeing her on the verge of tears from anxiety, Hu Wen couldn't bear to tease her further. He took a step forward, slightly closing the distance between them. All right, I'm not blaming you. Hu Wen's voice softened, taking on a patient, coaxing tone. You knew we were going to the Bifrost Bridge, so you were waiting for us here on purpose, right? He very thoughtfully offered Sif a way out. Hearing this, Sif jerked her head up to glance at Hu Wen, then quickly looked down again, giving a slight nod. She took the opportunity to agree, though the heat in her face didn't subside at all. If anything, it intensified with Hu Wen's proximity. Looking at her sleek, dark hair shimmering like satin in the sunlight, Hu Wen felt the familiar urge to ruffle its surface again. Besides, she was his childhood friend. What was wrong with patting her head? So, he very naturally reached out his hand. That slender hand traced an arc through the air before gently landing on top of Sif's head. The sensation under his palm was as pleasant as ever. Her hair felt cool, yet carried the unique warmth of a young girl. Hu Wen gave it a gentle ruffle, smoothing it down along its natural flow a couple of times. You look really pretty in this red dress today. Hu Wen casually complimented, his tone sincere and natural. It suits you. In that instant, Sif felt like her entire being was about to explode. The warmth from the top of her head traveled all the way down to the soles of her feet. That tingling, numbing sensation made her legs go weak, almost unsteady. He said I look pretty. He patted my head. And he said the dress today looks nice. Getting up an hour early to choose was totally worth it. Sif felt like fireworks were going off in her head, colorful, dazzling explosions that left her dizzy. She even forgot to breathe, holding her breath to savor these brief yet seemingly endless few seconds. However, good times are always fleeting, especially when you have two mischievous little brothers around. A chaotic and heavy set of footsteps shattered this pink bubble-filled atmosphere. Brother, what are you doing? Thor's booming voice was like a thunderclap, jolting Sif right back down to earth from the clouds. The little golden-haired chubby boy charged over, waving his dry twig like a little wild boar on a rampage. He ran up to Hu Wen, looking at Sif, then at Hu Wen's hand on Sif's head, with an expression of utter bewilderment and even a hint of disdain. Why is it her again? Thor pouted, shouting loudly, completely unaware that he was ruining something. We're on a great adventure expedition. How can you stop to talk to this little girl who only knows how to play hide and seek? Thor slung the twig over his shoulder, striking what he thought was a dashing pose, though his round belly completely undermined any sense of majesty. And she looks so fragile, Thor said, pointing at Sif, his tone filled with that uniquely boyish, utterly baseless arrogance. We're going to see the Bifrost Bridge. And Guardian Heimdall. That's a place for real men. Girls would just get in the way. Thor grew more and more excited, fully immersed in his own, heroic, logic. Brother, never mind her, let's go. I can't wait for Uncle Heimdall to teach me how to use that big sword. At that moment, Loki, who had remained silent, sauntered over. His hands were still in his pockets, that trademark, slightly mocking smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Sif, whose face was red and who seemed on the verge of exploding, then at Thor, who was still chattering away. Thor, is this the etiquette expected of an Asgardian prince? Loki's voice was not loud, carrying a cool tone, yelling at a lady and calling her a burden. Hearing this, Thor immediately turned his head to glare at Loki. I'm just speaking the truth. That's a warrior's straightforwardness. Loki snorted disdainfully. That's rudeness. It's precisely because of your muscle-headed logic that you'll never understand why brother stopped. He tilted his head, giving Sif a slight nod as a rather informal greeting, then continued his verbal assault on Thor. Can't you see Miss Sif is wearing a new dress today? Only a tasteless blind man like you would see that as a nuisance. Thor's words had already angered Sif greatly, completely ruining the romantic atmosphere she had painstakingly built. But what made her even angrier was that Thor dared to question her status in Hu Wen's heart. What did he mean by burden? She had grown up with Hu Wen since childhood. Sif abruptly raised her head. Her face, which had been full of bashful shyness moments ago, was now covered in frost. Although she didn't actually make a move, the imposing aura of her Valkyrie lineage was unmistakably real. Her beautiful big eyes glared fiercely at Thor, her small hands clenched tightly into fists, knuckles cracking with crisp, pop, sounds. Thor Odinson. Sif squeezed the name out between her teeth. Though her voice still held a trace of childishness, it carried a sharp, murderous intent. Who are you calling a burden? Who are you calling frail? She took a step forward, her imposing aura actually making Thor, who was a full size larger, shrink back his neck. Who is it that I tripped on the training ground last time, who then sat on the ground bawling? Do I need to refresh your memory? Hit where it hurt, Thor's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. That was the dark history of his life. He never expected this girl to expose it in public, and in front of brother and Loki no less. That was an accident. Thor stiffened his neck, defending loudly, trying to mask his guilt with volume. I lost my footing that time. And that was ages ago. I'm much stronger now. He brandished the branch in his hand, pointing at Sif. If you don't believe me, let's have a contest. Right here. I challenge you to a sacred duel. I'll prove that men are stronger than women. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? Sif retorted, not backing down. She directly lifted the layers of her intricate skirt, revealing her delicate sandals underneath, and assumed a fighting stance. Whoever loses has to run 3 laps around the Golden Palace and shout, I'm an idiot. As a full-on brawl seemed imminent, Loki not only didn't try to stop them, but instead whistled leisurely from the sidelines. Oh my, how exciting. He remarked sarcastically, even finding a clean rock to sit on, looking ready to enjoy the show. Should I bet on Sif winning, or on that idiot brother of mine? Although Thor is strong, he's not bright. Sif just needs to use her head a little to confuse him. Loki. Shut up. Thor and Sif surprisingly shouted in unison. Loki shrugged indifferently, spreading his hands. See. There's some tacit agreement already. Hu Wen, who had been standing aside all along, finally couldn't take it anymore. He felt a headache coming on. A real one. Was this what they called childhood sweethearts? Weren't they supposed to be innocent and sweet? Why was it always this chaotic, chicken flying dog jumping scene whenever they got together? Hu Wen took a deep breath, then decisively stepped forward, placing himself directly between the 2 little bantam roosters ready for a fight. He extended both hands, one pressing down on Thor's head, which was ready to charge, the other gently holding back Sif's clenched fist. Enough. Both of you, stop. This time, Hu Wen didn't use his gentle, coaxing tone, but added a touch of sternness. Those amber eyes, usually always smiling, now narrowed slightly, exuding the undeniable authority of the eldest brother. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment with his words. Feeling the pressure from the hand on his head, Thor instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, all his bluster gone. He had always been the most obedient in front of Hu Wen. When brother got angry, he didn't dare make trouble. Brother. Thor hunched his neck, looking somewhat aggrieved at Hu Wen. Hu Wen ignored him for now, turning first to look at Sif. His gaze softened again, and he gently patted the back of her hand. Sif, you're a girl. You should have a girl's elegance. Hu Wen said softly. And you are Heimdall's sister, destined to be an outstanding female warrior. Why lower yourself to the level of an immature brat like Thor? This was masterfully said. It praised Sif, belittled Thor, and conveniently gave Sif a way to back down gracefully. Hearing this, Sif's anger instantly subsided by more than half. She withdrew her hand, straightened her skirt, snorted, and turned her head away, refusing to look at Thor. Having placated Sif, Hu Wen then turned his head, his expression stern as he looked at Thor. "And you, Thor." Hu Wen reached out and flicked his plump forehead, producing a crisp sound. "Ouch." Thor cried out, clutching his forehead. Whether as a prince or a future warrior, respecting women is the most basic courtesy. Hu Wen said seriously. Especially since Sif is our friend, a companion we grew up with. Don't you owe an apology for saying such things. Rubbing his forehead, Thor, though still somewhat unconvinced in his heart, truly didn't dare disobey Hu Wen. He shuffled around reluctantly, facing Sif's profile, and muttered in an extremely unwilling, muffled voice, sorry. Louder. I didn't hear you. Hu Wen crossed his arms. Sorry. Thor roared, then immediately turned around and stomped off angrily to kick stones in the roadside grass. Hu Wen then looked at Loki, who was sitting nearby watching the show. Seeing the fire hadn't spread, Loki pursed his lips in boredom and stood up from the rock. I didn't cause any trouble, brother. Loki raised his hands, wearing an innocent expression. I was actually speaking up for you just now. Hu Wen shook his head helplessly. This younger brother, though he didn't start trouble, his ability to stir it was absolutely first rate. You should talk less too. Hu Wen walked over and casually straightened Loki's slightly askew collar. We're family. We're out to have fun, not to watch the drama. After this whole ordeal, the group finally regained some peace. Hu Wen glanced at the sky. The sun had begun to set, its golden light growing richer. Alright, it's getting late. We need to pick up the pace. Hu Wen clapped his hands, signaling everyone to continue. He turned and looked at Sif, who was still standing there a bit huffily. She hung her head, her toes tracing circles on the ground, clearly still sulking about what happened, or perhaps waiting for Hu Wen's attitude. Hu Wen smiled and extended his hand once more. This time, it wasn't to pat her head, but directly offered to her. That palm was broad and warm, the lines on it clearly visible. Let's go, Sif. Hu Wen said gently. Since we've run into each other, let's go together. I haven't seen you in a while anyway. You can tell me what you've been up to on the way. Looking at the hand extended before her, the last bit of awkwardness in Sif's heart vanished like smoke. She bit her lip, trying hard to suppress the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up, but failed. She raised her hand, somewhat hesitant yet expectant, and placed her small hand into Hu Wen's palm. The moment their hands touched, that familiar warmth enveloped her once again. Hu Wen's fingers gently closed, completely enveloping her small hand. It was a very reassuring grip, neither loose nor tight, yet it gave the feeling that even if the sky fell, this hand wouldn't let go. Sif felt her face heating up again, but this time, it was with happiness. HMPH, at least you have a conscience. She snorted proudly in her heart, then obediently followed Hu Wen's steps. The group set off again. This time, the formation became Hu Wen leading Sif by the hand at the front, with Thor and Loki following behind. I heard you've been learning the observation technique from Uncle Heimdall recently. Hu Wen asked Sif as they walked, turning his head slightly. Sif nodded, her black hair swaying with the motion. Her voice regained its liveliness. Brother says my eyesight is very good, that I have a talent for it. He's even teaching me how to distinguish the auras of different races from the 9 realms. That's really impressive. Hu Wen praised. So, can you tell what kind of bird is perched on that tree ahead? Sif squinted her eyes to look. That's a gold-feathered sparrow, and it's building a nest. It has a blue feather in its beak. Sif said with full confidence. Hu Wen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, I didn't even see that feather. It seems our little Sif really can take over for Uncle Heimdall in the future. Praised by Hu Wen like this, Sif smiled until her eyes curved into crescent moons, her earlier unhappiness long forgotten. Thor, following behind, watched the two chatting animatedly ahead, a blade of grass in his mouth, his face full of displeasure. TCH, what's so great about that? Thor grumbled. What's the use of looking at birds? Can it fight in battle? Can it lift a hammer? Loki chimed in coolly beside him, at least she doesn't get found first every time we play hide and seek, unlike you. Thor choked, rolling his eyes. That's because I wanted to be found. I disdain hiding. That's cowardly behavior. Yes, you're the bravest. Loki nodded perfunctorily. So brave you were chased by a bee for half the garden last time. That was a tactical retreat. Loki, if you bring that up again, I'll hit you. As they walked on, the surrounding scenery began to change. The trees gradually thinned out, and the view opened up. In the distance, the magnificent Bifrost Bridge finally came into view. It was like a river condensed from pure light, spanning the vast starry sky and the land of the gods. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple 7 colors flowed and intertwined across the bridge surface, emitting a dazzling radiance. Even after seeing it countless times, every time the children beheld this bridge, they couldn't help but hold their breath. It wasn't just a bridge, it was a symbol of Asgard's power and glory, a gateway to endless unknowns. Look, the Bifrost Bridge is here. Thor shouted excitedly, pointing ahead. Come on, let's go see it quickly. Thor, with his impatient nature, couldn't wait any longer and took off running. Wait for me. Although Loki always complained with his mouth, faced with such excitement, he also quickened his pace to catch up. Hu Wen felt the small hand he was holding tighten slightly. Clearly, Sif was also eager. He turned his head and smiled at Sif. Shall we run too? Sif nodded emphatically. The hub of the Bifrost Bridge, this was the most central and mysterious place in all of Asgard. Unlike the Golden Palace halls built for ostentation, everything here was designed for utility, god-level utility, of course. The massive dome was crafted from an unknown translucent metal, devoid of flowery reliefs or murals, featuring only countless slowly flowing golden energy circuits. They were like veins, transporting vast divine power into this enormous hemispherical space. The ground beneath one's feet was not static either. Giant bronze gears meshed and turned slowly, emitting a low, powerful rumble. It wasn't ear-piercing, rather, it sounded like the breathing of a giant beast in slumber, carrying a heart-pounding sense of pressure. Standing here truly felt like standing at the edge of the universe. There were no walls to block the view. Walking just 2 steps toward the edge allowed one to see the vast, boundless sea of stars. Countless nebulae swirled in the distance, and newborn stars burst with blinding light in the darkness. Hey, ha, take this. A childish yet vibrant voice broke the tranquility of the place. Heimdall, the guardian said to see through all illusions in the 9 realms, whose eyes not even an ant's sneeze could escape, was currently facing the greatest challenge of his career. It wasn't an invasion by frost giant, nor a sneak attack by fire giants. It was a little pudgy kid climbing up and down his thigh. Thor brandished a broken branch he'd picked up from the road, treating it like some peerless divine weapon. Uncle Heimdall, look at my thunder strike. How is it? Thor shouted as he slammed the branch hard against Heimdall's shimmering golden greaves. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Though an attack of this level didn't even count as an itch to Heimdall, this little guy was simply too much to handle. Heimdall's face, which usually maintained a majestic and even somewhat fierce expression, was now wrinkled like a bitter melon. His eyes, flashing with golden light, looked helplessly at Thor, who was clinging to his leg and wouldn't let go. Usually, he held the massive Guardian's sword, Hofund, which could sever the light flow of the Bifrost Bridge with a gentle swing, but now, he could only leave the sword on the control console. In case he accidentally bumped this future hope of Asgard, His Majesty Odin would surely have his head. Prince Thor, please come down first, alright. Heimdall's voice was filled with the exhaustion of someone who could do nothing about a bratty child. There are high-voltage energy flows everywhere, it's dangerous. If you fall into the transport stream. I'm not afraid. Thor didn't listen at all, instead hugging Heimdall's thigh even tighter and rubbing the sweat from his face onto it. I'm the Thor. The future one. I'm very strong. On the other side, Loki had his hands behind his back, wandering around the edge of the hub hall like a little old man. He had no interest in Heimdall's thigh, he was interested in the flowing runes on the walls. He extended a slender finger and cautiously poked one of the glowing symbols. The speck of light scattered instantly like a startled firefly, then drew beautiful arcs in the air, recombining into a new shape. Hee hee. Loki let out a low chuckle, his green eyes flashing with the excited light of someone who had discovered a new toy. Sif stood obediently to the side, clutching her skirt with both hands, looking around with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Her gaze constantly followed the figure wandering in front of the control console. Hu Wen did not participate in the chaos Thor was causing. From the first second he entered, his attention had been captured by the object right in the center. It was a massive control console. It wasn't made of metal, but carved from a single piece of deep-sea crystal. The interior of the crystal seemed to seal a starry sky, with countless tiny specks of light slowly swimming inside. In the central groove of that console sat a greatsword, ancient in design yet radiating a terrifying aura. That was the key to the Bifrost Bridge and the switch to activate the entire transport system. Hu Wen leaned in very close, almost pressing his entire face against the cold crystal surface. His beautiful amber eyes were wide, staring unblinkingly at the flowing lights. He could feel a strange rhythm. The feeling was familiar, like the majestic aura he felt from his father whenever he was near him. But this aura seemed even more active. Hu Wen quietly turned his head like a sneaky kitten, glancing at the battle over there out of the corner of his eye. Heimdall was bent over, one hand grabbing Thor's back collar, trying to peel the little barnacle off his leg. Thor was still kicking and shouting, drawing all of Heimdall's attention. It really was the perfect timing. Hu Wen chuckled inwardly. Although his father strictly forbade them from approaching this console, saying it was a divine artifact only the Guardian could touch. He was just so curious. Just one touch. Really, just a gentle touch. Even if it was just to feel that cool sensation. Besides, he wasn't a Guardian, surely there wouldn't be any reaction. Hu Wen found himself a perfect excuse. Once such a thought sprouted, it was like spring weeds, impossible to suppress. Hu Wen looked at his fair, tender little hand, then at the sword hilt shimmering with an enticing luster. He swallowed, stood slightly on his tiptoes, and held his breath. He slowly extended his right hand. The movement was light and careful, as if trying to touch a butterfly sleeping on a petal. His fingertips drew closer and closer to the cold crystal. An inch. Half an inch. A fraction. Finally, his soft finger pad gently touched the edge of the control console. At the very moment of contact. Without any warning or transition. An extremely domineering and scorching power, as if a volcano that had been lurking in the deepest part of his body, was completely detonated by the faint current from the crystal. Buzz. A low rumble that made the soul tremble instantly echoed through the entire hub hall. That wasn't the sound of a machine starting, but a roar of divine power resonance. Hu Wen's small body jerked violently. He looked down at his hand in surprise. That originally ordinary little hand was now like a small exploding sun, radiating a golden light so blinding one couldn't look directly at it. The light was so intense it even eclipsed the brilliance of the star sea outside, illuminating the entire hemispherical hall like a golden ocean. The Guardian's sword, which had been motionless in the groove and could only be pulled out by Heimdall, now began to tremble violently, emitting crisp clinking sounds. Countless complex golden runes, like some living vines, spread frantically from Hu Wen's arm. They crawled along the console onto the sword blade, then diffused along the blade to the gears beneath his feet, and finally surged into the rainbow river of light. That was the source divine power belonging to Odin. The symbol of Asgard's highest authority. To the Bifrost Bridge system, which recognized only energy and not people, this pure to the extreme all-father power was the irresistible highest command. Rumble. The massive gears beneath his feet began to spin crazily, their speed instantly soaring to the limit, even creating blinding sparks from the friction. The originally slowly flowing rainbow river of light became incredibly violent in an instant, turning into a rapidly spinning giant vortex. No. Over there, Heimdall, who was still tangled with Thor, snapped his head up. His golden eyes instantly caught the anomaly here. When he saw Hu Wen completely enveloped in golden light, his figure already somewhat blurred, and the Bifrost Bridge losing control and even operating under overload, that dark face instantly turned pale, even his lips losing their color. Prince Hu Wen. Heimdall let out a heart-wrenching roar. He didn't care about etiquette anymore, directly tossing Thor, who was hanging onto his leg, aside like a sandbag. Thor rolled twice on the ground and landed on his butt, completely dazed. Heimdall took large strides, like a rampaging bull, charging toward the control console. His speed was at its limit, even pulling an afterimage behind him. But he was still a step too late. The golden vortex of divine power had completely formed. Hu Wen only felt his vision blur, all the surrounding scenery began to distort and stretch, turning into countless colored lines. Heimdall's large face filled with anxiety and terror, Thor's silly look as he sat on the ground with his mouth wide open, Sif's expression as she covered her mouth about to cry, everything became blurred in that instant, then rapidly receded. A massive suction came from beneath his feet, like an invisible hand grabbing his ankle. There was no room for resistance, not even enough time to cry out an, ouch. Whoosh! A golden pillar of light, thicker and more brilliant than any before, shot up into the sky. It didn't aim at a specific coordinate as usual, but directly pierced through the firmament of the god realm, vanishing into the depths of the vast universe with an unstoppable momentum. When the light dissipated, there was no one left in front of the control console. The entire hub hall fell into a deathly silence. Only the rainbow light pillar still slowly rotating under inertia and the residual scorching divine power aura in the air proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Heimdall remained in a reaching posture, frozen in place like a statue. His fingertips were only a tiny bit away from where Hu Wen had just been standing. If he had been even a thousandth of a second faster, he could have grabbed the child's clothes. But there are no ifs in this world. Thor sat on the ground, the branch in his hand dropped to the side, his mouth wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Loki was no longer playing with the runes, he stood against the wall, green eyes wide, his expression showing a child's true panic and fear for the first time. Sif collapsed directly onto the ground and burst into tears with a wah. Boom. Just as everyone was still dazed, a pressure even more terrifying than before descended from the sky. A golden bolt of lightning tore through space, striking heavily at the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge. A violent airwave instantly swept across the platform, forcing Heimdall to raise his hand to shield himself. In that blinding thunderlight, a tall figure appeared. It was Odin. At this moment, the king of gods had none of his usual calm and composed demeanor from the golden palace. His robes flapped loudly in the wind, and even his beard was somewhat messy. He tightly gripped Gingnur, the eternal spear that symbolized supreme power, with heart-pounding electrical arcs still dancing on its tip. His chest heaved violently, a sign of extreme anxiety and anger. Odin strode over with long steps. Every step he took on the ground made a dull, loud thud, as if the entire Bifrost bridge was trembling under his fury. What happened? Odin's voice was low and suppressed, like a volcano about to erupt, exploding in everyone's ears. He walked up to Heimdall, his single eye flashing with a light that was almost physical, the majesty of a god king and the anxiety of a father. My divine power connection, just now, it suddenly snapped. Where is who when? Where is he? Odin looked around, seeing only 3 terrified children, missing the small figure he cared about most. Why did the Bifrost bridge activate on its own? What on earth is going on? Heimdall dropped to one knee with a thud, his knee slamming heavily against the metal floor. Cold sweat slid down from his forehead, dripping onto the ground and shattering into pieces. Your Majesty. Heimdall's voice was dry and hoarse, even carrying a hint of a tremble. It is my dereliction of duty. Just now, Prince Hu Wen touched the control console out of curiosity. Heimdall looked up, his eyes still carrying that lingering shock and disbelief. At that very moment, an extremely powerful divine power suddenly erupted from within the prince. That power, it was the same all-father power as yours. That power was too strong, it directly bypassed the Guardian's sword's authority and forcibly activated the Bifrost Bridge's transport system. Because it happened so suddenly, and it was a completely non-directional random transport. I simply couldn't stop it in time. Hearing the words, divine power eruption, Odin's pupils, which had been wide with anger, suddenly contracted. His fingers gripping the spear tightened instantly, his knuckles turning white, even making the indestructible spear shaft let out a faint groan. That child is only 7 years old. Awakening divine power at 7, and powerful enough to bypass the Guardian's sword and forcibly start the Bifrost Bridge. What kind of talent was this? Even Odin himself couldn't have achieved such a feat at that age. A name long sealed away and deliberately forgotten by Odin suddenly flashed through his mind, Hela. The eldest daughter known as the goddess of death. She had been the same back then, although she didn't awaken at Hu Wen's age, her divine power grew so fast it was terrifying, so fast that even reason couldn't keep up, eventually leading to that tragedy. This child, Hu Wen, could he also? No. Odin shook his head violently, casting the terrifying thought from his mind. Now was not the time for such things. That secret, everything regarding Hela, must remain buried forever. What mattered most now was that his son was missing. The child who carried his promise to Aphrodite, the child he had sworn to protect, was gone. Odin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the stormy emotions within him. He looked at Heimdall kneeling on the ground. Though fury burned in his heart, he knew this couldn't be entirely blamed on the loyal guardian. Who could have imagined a 7-year-old child possessing such power? Rise. Odin waved his hand, his voice regaining a hint of forced composure. This is not your fault. With a divine power resonance of that magnitude, even if you were right beside him, you might not have been able to stop it. Now is not the time for assigning blame. Odin turned abruptly, pointing toward the vast starry sky, his single eye like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. Quickly. Use your eyes. Scour every inch of the 9 realms for me. Whether it be the ice caves of Jotunheim or the volcanic craters of Muspelheim, do not overlook even the corners of Helheim. You must find where he is. Yes, your majesty. Heimdall, as if granted a great reprieve, immediately sprang up from the ground. He gripped the guardian's sword with both hands, and his golden eyes instantly erupted with 2 beams of light that seemed almost physical. His vision pierced through the void, crossing distances of countless light years. He was watching. He was searching frantically. His gaze was like the most precise radar, sweeping through every corner of the 9 realms, searching for that familiar, youthful aura of divine power. Minutes and seconds ticked by. The hub hall was terrifyingly quiet, leaving only the sound of Heimdall's heavy breathing due to the overexertion of his abilities. Odin paced back and forth on the platform with his hands behind his back. The sound of his boots clicking against the metal floor felt like rhythmic strikes against everyone's hearts. His brow was furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim, like an approaching storm. The 3 little ones had regained some of their senses by now, picking themselves up from the ground and huddling together in a corner. None dared to speak, only watching with wide eyes the golden silhouette standing before the console, radiating a heavy, low-pressure atmosphere. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Heimdall's back, once as straight as a pine tree, began to tremble slightly. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his face grew increasingly pale. Maintaining such a high intensity, all-seeing vision across the 9 realms for so long was a massive drain, even overdrawing his life force. Finally, the sword in Heimdall's hand slumped weakly, and the golden light in his eyes dimmed. He turned around to face Odin, his lips somewhat pale, his eyes filled with pain and self-reproach. Your Majesty. Heimdall's voice trembled, carrying a hint of despair. I cannot see him. What? Odin stopped abruptly, turning to stare dead at him, his voice suddenly rising. You cannot see him. How is that possible? Your eyes can see through all things. Nothing within the 9 realms can escape your gaze. Heimdall shook his head, his face full of bitterness. I have searched every corner of the 9 realms. There is no trace of Prince Hu Wen. There isn't even a residual scent of that divine power. There are only 2 possibilities. Heimdall swallowed hard, his voice low as if talking to himself. Either the prince has fallen into an extremely powerful ancient magical barrier that can block even my sight. Or, he paused, not quite daring to meet Odin's eyes. The prince has been transported to a place beyond the 9 realms. To that unknown domain that even I cannot peer into. Odin fell silent. The light in his single eye dimmed, replaced by a deep flicker of worry. If it were the former, it meant Hu Wen might have encountered an extremely powerful being or was trapped. If it were the latter, that would be even more troublesome. Beyond the 9 realms lay the endless multiverse, a place filled with unknown dangers and chaos. For a 7-year-old child to be cast adrift there, even with divine power protecting him, it would be a near certain death sentence. Odin cursed under his breath, his fist slamming heavily onto the edge of the console. He closed his eyes, trying to force himself to stay calm. Panic wouldn't solve anything. That child carried his oath and Aphrodite's trust, nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Just then, a small hand gently tugged at the hem of Odin's robe. The pull was very light, very timid. Odin looked down and saw a teary-eyed Thor. The little tubby boy had long since lost his earlier lawless energy. He was crying so hard that snot and tears had turned his originally cute face into a mess. Father. Thor sobbed, his voice thick with weeping. Is brother Hu Wen, is he, never coming back? Behind him, Sif was also silently wiping away tears, her shoulders shaking. Though Loki wasn't crying, his small face was tense, his hands gripping the hem of his clothes tightly, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Looking at these 3 terrified children, the softest part of Odin's heart was touched. Indeed, he could not fall into chaos. He was the father of the gods, the one these children relied on. If even he despaired, what would the children do? Odin knelt down, his originally cold and hard features softening. He reached out with his large, calloused hands to wipe the tears and snot from Thor's face, then patted Loki and Sif on their heads. Nonsense. Odin intentionally put on a stern face, speaking in an extremely confident, almost arrogant tone. Who am I? I am Odin, father of the gods. There is no place in this world that I cannot find. Your brother is just lost, just like when you play hide and seek, he's just hidden in a place that's a bit further away. He patted Thor's shoulder, his gaze incredibly firm. Don't worry, I am here. I will definitely bring him back. Even if I have to scour the entire universe, I will find him and bring him back for a spanking. Hearing their father's resolute assurance, the 3 little ones' hanging hearts finally settled a bit. Though the tears hadn't stopped, at least the despair in their eyes had vanished. Meanwhile, in another part of the space-time turbulence, Hu Wen was not encountering any terrifying danger as Odin feared, at least not yet. He was in a wondrous state. His surroundings were a scene of extreme brilliance. Countless stars receded rapidly around him, stretched into long, thin ribbons of light, like a grand meteor shower. Rainbow-colored energy, like a giant conduit, enveloped him as he traveled at high speed. He didn't feel dizzy, nor did he feel any tearing pain. After the divine power originating from Odin awakened within him, it automatically formed a thin golden film, protecting him firmly in the center like an eggshell. Even the violent space-time turbulence became docile before this layer of golden light. Hu Wen widened his eyes, watching it all with curiosity. For a 7-year-old child, this was 10,000 times more fun than even the most exciting roller coaster in Asgard. He wasn't afraid. He was even a little excited. Is this the space travel father talked about? I wonder where this light will take me. Will it be a world full of candy? Or a world with lots and lots of dragons? Before his little head could come up with any answers, the light ahead suddenly became blinding. The weightlessness of rapid flight vanished instantly, replaced by the heavy sensation of solid ground. With a thud, Hu Wen felt as if he had been gently spat out by something, and then he landed on his bottom on a patch of soft grass. It didn't hurt, the grass here was even thicker than that in the Golden Palace's gardens. He shook his slightly dizzy little head, subconsciously reaching out to rub his bottom, and then slowly climbed up from the ground. The scene before him left him stunned. This was definitely not Asgard. Asgard's sky was always golden, but the sky here was a pure, intoxicating azure. A few fluffy white clouds drifted lazily, and the sunlight was so bright it was almost piercing. In the distance was a range of rolling mountains, their peaks covered in pristine white snow that sparkled under the sun. The air was filled with the distinct saltiness of the sea and the fragrance of unknown flowers and herbs. This scent made him feel exceptionally comfortable, even fresher than the air in the Golden Palace's gardens. Hu Wen turned around and found himself standing on the edge of a cliff covered in flowers. Beneath his feet was lush green grass, with wildflowers of all colors swaying in the wind, red, yellow, purple, like an overturned palette of paint. And below the cliff was a sea as blue as a sapphire. White waves tirelessly lapped against the golden sand, making a rhythmic shua-shua sound. Not far away, there was also a dense primeval forest, the trees tall, straight, and lush. Further off, one could faintly see some white buildings with a unique architectural style, featuring soaring marble pillars and exquisite carvings, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. Wow! Hu Wen couldn't help but open his mouth wide in a gasp of wonder. So pretty. This place looked exactly like the setting of the bedtime stories Mother Frigga used to tell him. However, before he could fully grasp the situation or even take his first step to explore this new world, an extremely faint sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. There was no killing intent, but the sharp aura was impossible to ignore. A figure leapt out from the shadows of the nearby trees without warning, landing lightly yet powerfully before him with a bang. It was a woman who made Hu Wen forget to breathe with just one look. She wasn't wearing an elaborate gown, but rather a set of leather armor that looked simple, even a bit rough. The brown leather tightly hugged her impressive curves, revealing a pair of excessively long legs and two smooth arms. On her feet were lace-up sandals, and the muscle lines on her calves were smooth and powerful. Her skin wasn't the ivory white of Mother Frigga, but a very healthy, fair complexion with a hint of rosy glow. Under the sunlight, one could even see fine peach fuzz. A head of thick, wavy black hair draped casually over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind with a sense of wild beauty. That face. Hu Wen felt his meager vocabulary was simply insufficient to describe it. There was a heroic air between her brows, a high-bridged nose, and rosy lips. Especially those deep-sea blue eyes, which were currently narrowed slightly, sizing him up with a hint of caution. This was absolutely the most beautiful woman he had seen in his life, though it had only been 7 years. Even the goddesses of Asgard seemed to be missing something in front of her. That beauty, so full of vitality, was simply impossible to look away from. At this moment, the woman was holding a seemingly ordinary iron sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground, only a few steps away from Hu Wen. She didn't attack immediately, obviously because she saw the opponent was just a non-threatening child. On this island that had been sealed by magic for thousands of years, no outsider had ever set foot, let alone a man, well, even if it was just a boy. Her eyes were full of confusion. Human. The woman's voice was low and resonant, as pleasant as the strings of a cello. She paused, seemingly feeling that calling this strangely dressed little thing, human, wasn't quite accurate. Human cub. She took half a step forward, her powerful presence washing over him. Tell me, how did you pass through the magical barrier to get here? Hu Wen didn't hear a word she asked. His brain had stalled the moment he saw this woman. At this very moment, there was no logic or thought in his little head, only an instinctive impulse. He blinked his large amber eyes and, in an extremely soft, sincere, and even slightly aggrieved voice, called out the name that instantly petrified everyone present. Mama. The wind stopped. The sound of the waves seemed to quiet down. The female warrior, who had been serious and ready for a routine interrogation, saw her expression freeze instantly on her face. The hand holding her sword couldn't help but tremble, and she nearly dropped it. Her beautiful blue eyes went wide and round, her mouth slightly agape in utter disbelief. A giant question mark seemed to materialize above her head. What was the situation? It was one thing for the intruder to be a child. But what kind of move was it to recognize her as his mother the moment they met? In thousands of years, she hadn't even had a boyfriend, let alone seen a man. Where would such a big son come from? And this child, why did he look so certain about it? The sea breeze on Themyscira always carries a peculiar sweetness. Unlike the outside world, there are no changing seasons here, time seems to stand still on this island. The sunlight is forever bright yet not harsh, spilling over the ancient white marble structures and casting a soft, radiant halo. In the distance lay a lush, primeval forest where colossal ancient trees blotted out the sky, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Closer by stretched this endless golden coastline, with fine, soft sand extending into the azure sea. Waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, rolling up into pure white crests before swiftly receding, leaving behind a moist trail. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the fresh scent of the sea, making one relax involuntarily. This was a sanctuary blessed by the gods, the home of the Amazon people, and also the world's most beautiful prison. On this tranquil beach, a solitary figure sat upon a rock. She wore simple training attire, with leather wrist guards showing signs of wear, clearly having just undergone an intense training session. Diana hugged her knees, her deep blue eyes, like the ocean, gazing at the endless horizon. The sea wind tousled her thick black hair, a few strands clinging to her sweat-dampened cheeks. She picked up a small pebble at her feet and hurled it forcefully into the sea. The pebble skipped a few times on the water's surface before sinking with a plop, creating a small ripple that was quickly swallowed by the waves. Her brow furrowed slightly, her eyes revealing a confusion that seemed out of place for her age. Clay doll. Diana murmured the word softly, a self-mocking curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She extended a hand, studying the lines on her palm. These hands were long and powerful, capable of easily lifting massive boulders and drawing the divine bow that only the mightiest warrior could wield. Mother always said that she was molded from clay through prayers to the gods, and then Zeus gave her life. But whenever she felt the surging, scorching power within her in the dead of night, she always felt that story was too perfect, perfect to the point of seeming like a lie. She stood up, brushing the sand off her clothes. She pulled the iron sword embedded in the sand, its blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Regardless of her origins, only strength was real. Aunt Antiope was right. In this world, the weak have no right to ask questions. She took a deep breath, assumed her stance, and swung her sword through the air. At that very moment, the previously calm sky suddenly rippled with a strange fluctuation. It wasn't the precursor to gathering storm clouds but a purer, more sacred disturbance of energy. A multicolored light, like a colossal dragon of radiance, emerged abruptly from the void. Unlike other would-be intruders, it didn't crash against the invisible magical barrier surrounding Themyscira. Instead, it flowed around the barrier as naturally and smoothly as water around a stone, descending directly toward this stretch of coast. What is that? Diana's pupils contracted sharply. As the most perceptive warrior among the Amazons, she instantly sensed the terrifying energy contained within that light. It wasn't mortal technology, nor was it ordinary magic. Was that divine power? Without a moment's hesitation, Diana pushed off the rock with her toes, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rock beneath her feet cracked, sending shards flying. She sprinted across the sand, each step leaving a deep footprint. Whoever this newcomer was, being able to bypass the barrier and land directly posed a significant threat. She was the Amazon princess, the future guardian of this island. She absolutely could not let any danger approach her people. She tightened her grip on the sword, adjusted her breathing, and elevated her physical state to its peak. In just a few breaths, she had covered hundreds of meters, charging into the area where the multicolored light dust had not yet fully dissipated. However, when she broke through the luminous mist and saw the so-called intruder, she froze completely. There was no ferocious monster, no fully armed army, no sinister deity. Only a small figure sitting dazedly on the grass. Was that a human? Diana slowed her pace but did not lower her guard. She had never seen a man before, only heard of them in books and her mother's stories. The books said men were the root of war, creatures filled with desire and destructive power. But this one before her was far too small, wasn't he? He looked to be only about 6 or 7 years old, wearing strange but finely made clothes. His skin was fair and delicate, his eyes large, and he actually looked kind of cute. This is called a man. He doesn't look much different from how I was as a child. Even though the other party was a child, principles were principles. Diana stopped a few steps away from Hu Wen, adopting a defensive posture. Although she didn't point the sharp sword directly at his throat, its tip still angled toward the ground, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. She slightly lifted her chin, a gesture of royal pride and a warrior's intimidation. Human child. She spoke in a cold voice, attempting to overwhelm him with her presence. Tell me, how did you pass through the magical barrier and come here? She stared intently into the child's eyes, trying to detect any hint of deceit or malice. However, the child didn't burst into tears or beg for mercy. He just blinked those large amber eyes twice, then, in a soft, sweet voice, uttered those 2 words. Mommy. Those 2 words struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering all of Diana's defenses. Whatever royal dignity, whatever warrior's vigilance, at this moment, they all lay in pieces on the ground. Diana nearly dropped the sword in her hand. Her originally ice-cold, beautiful face flushed a deep red at a visible speed, all the way to the tips of her ears. That blush wasn't from shyness but from extreme shock and embarrassment. What did you say? Diana's voice cracked, completely losing its usual composure. She took half a step back, as if avoiding some ferocious beast. You little human child, what nonsense are you spouting? Diana flailed her free hand in a flustered manner, rebutting incoherently. I've never even seen a man. How could I possibly have a child as old as you? This was utterly absurd. If her aunts heard such a thing, how could she ever show her face again? And this was so sudden. Although she sometimes fantasized about the outside world, she had never fantasized about becoming a mother directly. Diana felt her brain was about to short-circuit. Looking at this innocent-looking little brat before her, she could only think he was a colossal nuisance. Hu Wen tilted his head, watching this beautiful sister who was reacting so intensely. He had actually come to his senses. That moment ago, seeing that stunningly beautiful face and that inexplicable sense of familiarity had made him blurt it out subconsciously. After all, father had said that in this world, some blood ties cannot be severed. Though he didn't know why, he could feel that this sister shared something with him. But Hu Wen didn't know it was the blessing from Aphrodite, that ultimate affinity for beauty. But most importantly, he remembered Frigga's teachings. That always smiling goddess queen had once told him very seriously, "Little Wen, if you ever get lost outside or find yourself in danger, just find a particularly beautiful, seemingly powerful sister, rush up to her, and call her, Mommy. As long as you say it sweetly enough, no woman can refuse to protect you. Remember, this is a life-saving divine skill." With Frigga's divine decree, Hu Wen felt he had done nothing wrong at all. He blinked, not only refusing to take it back but even adopting an air of utter reasonableness. He pointed at himself, then at Diana. "So what?" Hu Wen retorted in that childish voice, full of confusion. "Can't I call you mommy?" He paused, then added another line, a true finishing move. "That's what my mommy taught me." He said it so sincerely, so straightforwardly. As if it were a law written in the cosmic truth. Diana was completely speechless. She rested a hand on her forehead, feeling her temples throb. Just what kind of bizarre family did this kid come from? What kind of mother would teach her child such nonsense? Randomly calling someone, mommy. What kind of survival tactic was that? Ah. Diana let out a long, helpless sigh, her warrior's sharp aura had completely vanished. She crouched down, trying to reason with this oddly wired child. How could your mother possibly teach you that? Diana looked at Hu Wen's fair, tender little face, her voice full of suspicion. How can you believe such a thing? Don't you have any common sense? She couldn't help but reach out, wanting to poke the child's forehead to see if it was filled with mush. Are you a little dummy? It was absolutely a spontaneous quip, with no malice intended. However, those two words seemed to flip a switch in Hu Wen. Dummy. That word in Asgard was reserved exclusively for Thor, that muscle-brained guy. He was Prince Hu Wen. The genius who scored perfect marks every time, praised even by Odin. How could he be called a dummy? This was an insult to his intelligence. Hu Wen's previously smiling little face instantly fell, turning extremely serious. He planted his hands on his hips, puffed out his tiny chest, trying to look more imposing. Those amber eyes widened, glaring at Diana indignantly. No way. Hu Wen retorted loudly. Though his voice was still milky sweet, his tone was firm. I'm not dumb. I'm very clever. To bolster his argument, he specifically cited his sources. My mommy told me I'm the smartest child in Asgard. Even Uncle Heimdall praised me for having bright eyes. Even father praised my policy essays. How can you call me a dummy just because I told the truth? He grew more aggrieved as he spoke, his little mouth pouting. He had just done as mommy taught. Why was he being called a dummy? Could it be that Frigga was lying? Impossible. Mommy was so gentle, she wouldn't lie. It must be because this sister, though beautiful, had a bad personality. Looking at the child in front of her who was like a puffed-up kitten, Diana couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. The tense atmosphere from earlier had completely vanished after this commotion. This was no intruder. This was clearly a lost, somewhat narcissistic, and thoroughly spoiled little young master. All right, you're clever, you're the cleverest. Diana shook her head, a hint of a smile finally tugging at the corner of her mouth. What's the point of arguing with a kid? She sheathed her sword at her waist, effectively disarming herself. Since he wasn't an enemy, things were much simpler. But, did this kid just mention Asgard? All right, you clever little thing. Diana straightened up, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked down at the little sprout who only reached her thigh. Since you say you're not stupid, then answer my questions properly. Her expression had relaxed somewhat, but her eyes remained sharp. What's your name? And what is this, Asgard, place? And, she pointed at the fading traces of the light circle in the sky. How did you make such a big commotion and end up falling here? This was what concerned her the most. Although she sensed no malice from the child, he seemed to harbor an immense amount of energy within him. That kind of energy made even her, a demi-goddess, feel a slight tremor of unease. Hearing the question about his name, Hu Wen immediately straightened his clothes. Even though he had just taken a tumble and had a few blades of grass stuck to him, it didn't diminish the dignity of the crown prince. He patted his sleeves and then performed an Asgardian noble bow with impeccable elegance. It was taught to him personally by Frigga, every movement flawless and beyond reproach. My name is Hu Wen. Hu Wen looked up, his face wearing the trademark, confident smile. Hu Wen Odinson. I am the crown prince of Asgard, the firstborn son of Odin, the father of the gods. When he announced this title, he didn't sound arrogant, but rather carried an innate sense of pride. As for how he got here, Hu Wen scratched his head, his confidence waning slightly, replaced by a touch of embarrassment. Well, that was actually an accident. He glanced guiltily at the sky, then spoke while fidgeting with his fingers. I just touched that control panel lightly. Really, just a gentle touch. And then, whoosh, I was flung out. He spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. By the time I realized what was happening, I had already landed right in front of you. Then I saw you about to slash me with your sword, I got scared, and I remembered what my mother said. As Diana listened, her frown deepened. Odin, the father of the gods from Norse mythology. Hippolyta had indeed told her stories about other pantheons. Although the Amazons worshipped the Olympian gods, they were also aware of that equally powerful Norse pantheon. If what this child said was true, then this was a huge problem. The crown prince of the Norse god king, landing in Amazon territory. This was practically the beginning of a diplomatic incident. Moreover, judging by the child's demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. The unique divine energy radiating from him was indeed different from Olympian power, carrying a more wild and biting aura. Just as Diana was still pondering how to handle this hot potato, a most untimely sound suddenly rang out. Gurgle. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear on the quiet beach. It came from Hu Wen's little stomach. Hu Wen's face, which had just been full of noble composure, instantly fell. He rubbed his flat belly and gave Diana an embarrassed look. All the commotion, the divine energy surge, the spatial teleportation, had long since depleted his meager reserves. Earlier, he was only focused on showing off and arguing. Now that he had stopped, the hunger hit him like a tidal wave. Hu Wen sniffled, his big eyes instantly turning moist. He once again deployed the cuteness overload divine skill, taught to him by Frigga. Forget the dignity of the crown prince. He took 2 steps forward, reached out his little hand, and tugged on the tassels of Diana's leather armor. Pretty sister. He had learned his lesson this time. Since he couldn't call her mommy, he'd call her sister. I'm hungry. His voice was soft, tinged with a pitiful tone. Can you give me something to eat first? I was sent here before I even had dinner. Looking at the little hand clutching her tassels, then at those big, expectant eyes. Diana sighed. Completely defeated. Was this the ultimate weapon of human younglings? It was even harder to resist than the strength of Hercules. And besides, regardless of whether he was the son of a god king or not, she couldn't very well let him starve. It was the Amazonian way of hospitality, even if this guest was uninvited. Fine, you win. Diana somewhat roughly ruffled Hu Wen's hair, turning his neatly combed hairstyle into a bird's nest. Let's go. She turned and motioned for Hu Wen to follow. But I'm warning you, don't run off, and don't talk nonsense. Especially don't call me, mommy, again. If anyone else hears you, I'll throw you back into the sea to feed the sharks. Got it. Hu Wen immediately beamed, all his grievances gone in an instant. He skipped along behind Diana, even cheerfully humming a little Asgardian tune. Although this sister seemed a bit fierce and threatened to feed him to sharks, he could sense that she was a good person. Just like Frigga mommy said, pretty sisters always have soft hearts. The two of them, one in front, one behind, walked along the beach towards the depths of the forest. The sun cast their long shadows, one large, one small. However, Murphy's law always holds true. Diana didn't want anyone to see, but someone was bound to see. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, several figures on horseback charged out from a forest path. It was a patrolling Amazonian guard squad. They wore silver armor, held spears, and each looked valiant and heroic. Princess. The leading warrior reined in her horse, which let out a whinny. We saw a strange light over here earlier. Was there an intruder? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on the little boy behind Diana who was looking around curiously. The air instantly froze. The expressions on the female warriors' faces were practically identical to Diana's earlier one. Shock, confusion, disbelief. And even a barely suppressed amount of gossip. That's a boy. How can there be a boy? Heavens, princess, you were alone here earlier, could this child be? Although no one dared to finish the sentence, their eyes said it all. Everyone was wildly speculating. The princess often came to the beach alone, staying for hours. Could it be a secret rendezvous? This child is so handsome, and he even bears a slight resemblance to the princess. Could he really be a secret child? Diana felt her face burning. She could practically hear the frantic whirring of the gossip gears in the guards' minds. No, it's not what you're thinking. Diana quickly waved her hands, almost jumping in her urgency. This fell from the sky. It was an accident. He's a foundling. Such an explanation seemed utterly feeble in the face of rampant gossip. A big, healthy son falling from the sky. Who would believe that? Seeing everyone's expression that screamed, Princess, no need to explain, we understand, we'll keep the secret, Diana felt like crying. Just then, Hu Wen popped his little head out again. Looking at these big sisters on tall horses, wearing shiny armor, his eyes lit up once more. Asgard had Valkyries, but not this many. This place was simply paradise. Completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, he very politely waved to everyone. Hi tilde hello, all you pretty sisters. Hu Wen's smile was as sweet as could be, revealing two adorable little canines. I'm Hu Wen, the one this pretty sister just claimed. He was about to say, the lost child she just claimed. Shut up. With a speed surpassing light, Diana clamped her hand over Hu Wen's mouth, forcing the unspoken second half of that sentence back down his throat. Heavens. If he said, the son she just claimed, or, the mommy she just claimed, her reputation on Themyscira would be utterly ruined. Not even jumping into the Aegean Sea would wash it clean. Hu Wen blinked, muffled sounds of MMPH escaping, looking at Diana with utter innocence. What did I do wrong this time? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Diana tucked Hu Wen under her arm like a briefcase and waved her other hand at the guard squad. This is a special prisoner. I'm taking him to see the queen. You all continue your patrol. Don't follow us. Having said that, she didn't dare linger for another second, and took off running towards the palace. Her fleeing figure looked utterly flustered and disheveled. Watching the princess's wind-like retreating figure, the members of the guard squad looked at each other. A special prisoner. A young female warrior muttered softly, that's a bit too special. He's really cute, another sighed. And the princess seems very tense about him. The squad leader coughed, putting on a stern face. All right, no more wild guesses. If the princess says he's a prisoner, then he's a prisoner. However, she looked in the direction Diana had disappeared, a smile also tugging at the corner of her mouth. Looks like dull Themyscira is about to get lively. A sea breeze blew past, stirring up the sand on the ground. From the distant forest, Diana's complaints and Hu Wen's muffled, MMPH, sounds could still faintly be heard. A storm belonging to a little accident had quietly made landfall on Themyscira. Diana carried Hu Wen under her arm, darting through the dense forest like a gust of wind. Each stride of her long legs covered great distances, the surrounding trees rapidly receding behind her. Originally, she had intended to rush straight to the White Palace towering at the island's highest point, to report this trouble that fell from the sky, to her mother Hippolyta. However, the restless little thing in her arms had no intention of cooperating with her plan. Hu Wen's two small hands clung tightly to the bracers on Diana's arms, his head wriggling back and forth under her arm before finally managing to poke out with great effort. He blinked his large, watery eyes, looking up pitifully at Diana's tense jawline. Mommy. He let out an extremely faint sound, like that of a starving kitten. I'm really so hungry. My tummy's rumbling, listen. As he spoke, he deliberately pressed his flat little belly against Diana's arm. Grumble. That incooperative stomach very fittingly emitted a long growl, the sound reverberating in Diana's ears, making the hairs on her arms stand on end. Diana's sprinting steps came to an abrupt halt. She lowered her head, looking at the little fellow in her arms. Hu Wen was currently looking up at her, his face full of expectation, his eyes brimming with a longing for food and a kind of unreserved dependence. Just like a stray puppy that had finally found its owner. Diana felt as if her heart had been struck hard by something, that emotion called maternal love, or protective instinct, surged forth like a broken dam. Though she was a battle-hardened warrior, though she was the proud Amazon princess. But first and foremost, she was a woman. Faced with such an adorable, exquisitely crafted, well-behaved, soft little cutie who called her mommy, who could harden their heart. At any rate, Diana couldn't. She took a deep breath, her previously resolute intention to dump Hu Wen on her mother for handling instantly wavered. Sigh. Diana let out a long sigh, the helplessness practically overflowing. She changed direction, her pace also slowing down, no longer in that forced march posture but becoming much steadier. I really owe you one. She reached out and gently tapped Hu Wen's little nose, the movement incredibly soft. Don't call me mommy. Though there was still a hint of protest in her tone, anyone could hear the affection within. I've told you so many times, I'm still young, I haven't, anyway, you're not allowed to call me that. I'll take you to get something to eat first. If you starve, I won't be able to explain it when mother holds me accountable later. She had found herself the perfect excuse. Hearing there was food, Hu Wen's eyes instantly lit up like two little stars. He nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice. Got it. He chirped in agreement. Mommy is so nice. This, mommy, was uttered even more smoothly and sweetly than before. Diana's hand trembled, almost dropping Hu Wen. She widened her eyes, looking down at this unrepentant little fellow. Didn't I just say you're not allowed to call me that? Hu Wen blinked his eyes innocently. Huh. But I'm used to it. He tilted his head, stating matter-of-factly. And if you give me food, that means you're raising me like a child, and that makes you mommy. The logic was simply flawless. Diana opened her mouth, only to find she couldn't refute it. She could only sigh helplessly again, hoisting Hu Wen up a bit to let him sit more comfortably. Forget it, feed him first, then talk. Maybe his mind will clear up once he's full. The two of them thus made their way towards Diana's private chambers. Along the way, to correct Hu Wen's form of address, Diana exhausted her ingenuity. As she walked, she patiently coaxed and persuaded, like a kindergarten teacher. Look, I seem very young, right? Diana pointed to her own face, which had no wrinkles to speak of. Someone this young and pretty should generally be called Big Sister. Calling me Big Sister sounds so nice, it shows we're close and makes me seem young. Hu Wen lay on her shoulder, playing with a strand of her hair, listening absent-mindedly. Young. He nodded perfunctorily. Then, young and pretty mommy. A vein bulged on Diana's forehead. Drop the mommy part. Then, young and pretty. Hu Wen drew out his words, seemingly pondering. Young and pretty mother. Diana nearly stumbled. Was this kid doing it on purpose? He absolutely was, right. With the door to her private chambers now in sight, the address issue remained unresolved. Diana stopped, setting Hu Wen down. She crouched, placing both hands on Hu Wen's little shoulders, bringing her gaze level with his. This time, she put on a stern face, adopting a serious expression. Though there was still no real menace in her eyes, at least it looked somewhat convincing. Listen, kid. Diana raised a finger, wagging it in front of Hu Wen. This is my turf. If you dare call me mommy one more time, I'll immediately have all the food taken away. No roasted meat, no fruit, not even a sip of water. You'll just have to go hungry and watch me eat. This was the trump card. For a little foodie whose stomach was growling with hunger, there was no threat more terrifying than no food. Sure enough, hearing this, Hu Wen's perpetually grinning little face instantly froze. He stood there dumbfounded, his two eyes wide open, seemingly unable to believe that this seemingly so gentle big sister could be so cruel. No food. That wouldn't do. In Asgard, even when he was punished by father for misbehaving and made to stand in the corner, Mommy Frigga would secretly slip him snacks. This threat was too deadly. Hu Wen pursed his lips, his eyes darting around twice. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. For the sake of his stomach, he'd endure. After all, a name is just a label. He took a deep breath, adjusting his expression. The next second, that previously stunned little face transformed as if by magic, instantly blooming into a smile brighter than sunshine. Hu Wen took a step forward, stretched out his two little arms, and hugged Diana's neck. He rubbed his cheek against Diana's face, calling out in a soft, sweet voice. Big Sister Tilda. Pretty Big Sister Tilda. The most beautiful Diana Big Sister in the whole universe Tilda. The voice was so sweet it could practically drip honey. Coupled with that proactive hug, that adorable cheek-rubbing gesture. Diana felt a jolt of electricity shoot from the top of her head straight down to her feet. Her heart instantly melted into a puddle. That faint stern expression didn't even last a second, instantly crumbling. The corners of her tightly pressed mouth curved upwards uncontrollably, and finally, unable to hold back, she broke into a wide, beaming smile. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was hearty and joyful, brimming with genuine delight. That's more like it. Is your little mouth coated in honey? How do you know just what to say? She scooped Hu Wen up in her arms and gave his cheek a big kiss. Come on. Big Sister will take you for a feast. Diana, holding Hu Wen, strode briskly into her private chambers. Although not as luxurious as the Golden Palace, it exuded an elegant and grand classical Greek style everywhere. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows let sunlight flood the entire room, and the walls were hung with various exquisite weapons and hunted animal pelts. Several maids in white robes were tidying the room. Seeing their princess carrying a child, and with a beaming smile on her face at that, the maids were all stunned. Their hands stopped working, and they stared at the scene, dumbfounded. Was that Her Highness the Princess? That Princess Diana who usually only cared about training and combat, and was cold and indifferent to everything. She was actually smiling so much like a silly big sister. And that child. The maids exchanged glances, the fire of gossip blazing in each of their eyes. Diana paid no attention to the maids' gazes. She placed Hu Wen on the chair covered with a soft animal pelt, then waved to the girl who looked like the head maid. Chloe. Diana was in an extremely good mood, her voice practically floating. Quick. Go prepare some food. Roast the wild boar leg we hunted yesterday, brush on plenty of honey. And bring those sweet grapes too, 2 bunches. Oh, right, and that, goat's milk. Yes, heat a cup of goat's milk. She rattled off a whole list of food in one go. Hu Wen sat on the chair, his 2 feet dangling and swinging in midair. He looked at the maid named Chloe and flashed his signature smile again. Thank you, Sister Chloe. Sorry for the trouble, sister. Chloe's heart blossomed with joy at being called sister, and her face flushed. Oh my, this child is so well-mannered. Looking at Hu Wen's adorable appearance, she practically wished she could take him home. Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll go right away. It'll be ready in no time. With that, she and several other maids scurried out at a speed that was easily twice their usual pace. Only Diana and Hu Wen remained in the room. Diana pulled over a chair and sat opposite Hu Wen. Propping her chin with one hand, she watched the little fellow with great interest. Earlier, she had been focused on hurrying back and correcting his form of address. Now, calming down and taking a closer look, the child was truly exquisite. His eyes, his nose, it was as if they were a work of art meticulously carved by a deity. Especially those eyes, amber-colored, clear as a pool, yet seemingly holding stars within. I say. Diana reached out and couldn't resist pinching Hu Wen's plump, chubby cheek again. It felt wonderful, soft and springy. Are you really from that place? Asgard. She was still a bit curious. What kind of place is it there? Is it all women there too, like here? Hu Wen let her pinch his cheek, answering vaguely. Not at all. Asgard has many men and many women. There's a very, very tall golden palace, taller than this one. He stretched out his hands, gesturing a huge shape. And there's Uncle Heimdall, his eyes are golden and shiny, and he can see very, very far. And that idiot Thor, always swinging his hammer around and smashing things. Mentioning Thor, Hu Wen curled his lip, his face full of disdain. But the sisters here are also pretty. He brought the topic back, looking at Diana with sincere eyes. Especially Sister Diana, the prettiest. Diana was amused. This child, he couldn't go 3 sentences without complimenting someone. But from these snippets, she could roughly piece together a world with a completely different aesthetic. That world seemed livelier, more worldly. Not as austere and cold as Themyscira. Before long, the maids brought up the food. The efficiency was simply astonishing. A large platter of golden brown, crispy, still sizzling wild boar meat was placed in the center of the table. The skin had a tempting caramel color, brushed with a thick layer of honey, exuding a rich aroma of sweetness and meat. Beside it were several bunches of crystal clear purple grapes, each grape as plump as agate, still beaded with glistening droplets of water. There was also a large cup of steaming hot goat's milk, the milky white liquid sloshing in the cup, emitting white vapor. There was also some freshly baked bread, crispy on the outside, soft and fluffy inside, giving off a weedy fragrance. Hu Wen looked at this table full of delicious food, his mouth practically watering. He sniffled, turned to look at Diana, his eyes full of inquiry. Can I eat now? Go ahead, eat up. Diana smiled and nodded. Having received permission, Hu Wen no longer held back. He stretched out his 2 small hands, grabbed a piece of bone and meat bigger than his face, and took a big bite. So good. He praised, chewing with his mouth full. The sweetness of the honey mixed with the savory flavor of the meat exploded in his mouth. Although the feasts in Asgard were also lavish, this kind of rustic, wild game had its own unique flavor. He ate until his mouth was greasy, his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding food. Watching him devour his food like this, Diana didn't find it rude at all. Instead, she found it utterly adorable. She picked up a handkerchief and occasionally wiped the grease from the corner of Hu Wen's mouth. She even personally peeled a grape and brought it to Hu Wen's lips. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. That gentle tone, if heard by other Amazonian warriors, would absolutely make them think their princess had been possessed by something. While eating, Hu Wen still didn't forget to chat. Sister, you're really strong. He recalled the scene of Diana carrying him while running earlier. Even stronger than Thor. Thor is fat, but he's not as strong as you. Diana raised an eyebrow. Of course. She lifted her chin quite proudly. I am the strongest warrior of the Amazons. I can lift those stones with one hand. She pointed at the huge decorative stone pillars outside the window. Hu Wen swallowed the meat in his mouth, looking at her with admiration. Wow. Then can you teach me, sister? I want to become really strong too, so I can protect Mommy Frigga. Looking at this ambitious little fellow, Diana's fondness for him grew another notch. Sure. She agreed readily. Once you're full, I'll take you to the training ground. Let you see what real combat skills are. And so, the 2 of them, one big and one small, one eating, one watching. One responsible for being cute and complimenting, the other responsible for feeding and doting. The atmosphere in the room was so warm it was almost unbelievable. Hu Wen told amusing stories about Asgard, about how Loki played pranks, about how Odin would huff and puff. Diana told legends of Themyscira, about ancient monsters, about secrets deep in the sea. Unknowingly, their hearts drew closer and closer. For Hu Wen, this sister who was fierce at first but later became super gentle gave him a sense of security in this unfamiliar world. For Diana, this little surprise that fell from the sky broke the monotony of her thousands of years of dull life, bringing her a kind of warm, vibrant emotional experience she had never had before. This was no longer just duty or curiosity, but a genuine, heartfelt affection. However, just as the two were chatting happily, a heavy set of footsteps sounded from outside the door. The footsteps were extremely rhythmic, each step as if stepping on a drumbeat, carrying an undeniable majesty. Immediately after, the door to the private chambers was forcefully pushed open. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. It was the greatest general of the Amazons, the sister of Queen Hippolyta, Diana's aunt Antiope. She was wearing an even heavier suit of golden armor, her forehead bound with that iconic headband. Her face bore the marks of time, but her eyes were sharper than an eagle's. As soon as she entered, her gaze swept the room like radar. Finally, it fixed on Hu Wen, who was sitting on a chair, his mouth full of grease, still clutching a pig's trotter in his hand. And on Diana, who was wiping Hu Wen's mouth with a handkerchief, a smile on her face. The air froze once more. This time, it was even more complete than on the beach. Antiope's stern face instantly became even more serious, even somewhat distorted. She glared, pointing at Hu Wen, her finger trembling. Diana, she shouted sternly, her voice so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. What is the meaning of this? I heard you brought a special prisoner back. Is this your so-called prisoner? You're feeding him and wiping his mouth. Is this how you treat a prisoner? This was simply too absurd. The princess of the Amazons, the future queen, was secretly keeping a man in her private chambers. Even if he was a little one. What kind of propriety is this? Diana was startled by the sudden roar, dropping the handkerchief in her hand. Like a child caught doing something bad by a parent, she abruptly stood up. Oh, aunt, she stammered. What are you doing here? I'm interrogating him. Yes, I'm using delicious food to tempt him into confessing. The excuse was so flimsy even she didn't believe it. Hu Wen, however, remained quite calm. He put down the pig's trotter in his hand and licked the grease from his fingers. Then he turned his head, looking at the fierce-looking old auntie. He blinked his eyes, once again revealing that ever-successful smile. Hello, Granny, he shouted loudly. Since that one was his sister, this one who looked a bit older, calling her Granny, should be correct, right? This was Hu Wen's simple understanding of seniority. PFF'd. Diana almost choked on her breath. It's over. This time it's really over. If that earlier, mommy, was a nuclear bomb, then this, Granny, was practically the Big Bang. Aunt Antiope, though a bit older, most hated people calling her old. On the battlefield, she was a fierce warrior who could chase monsters for several blocks. Antiope's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. It was truly black, black enough to drip ink. Her eyes seemed almost ready to spit fire, staring fixedly at Hu Wen. What did you call me? Antiope squeezed the words out through gritted teeth, each one carrying killing intent. Granny. Do I look that old? Do I look like a wrinkled old woman? She instinctively drew the sword at her waist, an automatic action, her head clouded with anger. Feeling the tangible killing intent, Hu Wen's little radar went into a frenzy, sounding alarms. Not good. Misjudgment. This old auntie doesn't like being called Granny. He glanced at Sister Diana beside him, who was covering her face in despair, and instantly understood something. That little brain of his spun rapidly. No. Hu Wen immediately waved his hands, his little face full of panic and sincere repentance. I saw wrong. The backlight just now. So heroic. So majestic. This is no Granny. He stood up, imitating Diana's posture, and performed a not quite standard salute. This is Big Sister. The most formidable general sister. Sister, your armor is so shiny. Shinier than father's. This barrage of flattery, though a bit stiff, won out with its sincerity. Antiope's hand holding the sword froze in midair. Her black face twitched a couple of times. Big Sister. Formidable. Armor shiny. Though it sounded a bit odd, this little brat had pretty good taste. He knew to appreciate her armor. And this, sister, though a bit awkward, was still a tiny bit better than Granny. Most importantly, why wasn't this little brat afraid of her at all? Ordinary children would have been scared to tears seeing her fierce, menacing appearance. But this child could still calmly change his tune and flatter her. Antiope slowly sheathed her sword. She narrowed her eyes, took a few steps closer, and scrutinized Hu Wen from head to toe. Her warrior's intuition told her this child was not simple. Not just his courage, but also that faintly flowing power within him that even gave her a slight sense of pressure. Seeing her aunt sheath her sword, Diana quickly stepped forward. Aunt, please don't be angry. Diana put on a smiling face, shielding Hu Wen. He's just a child, he doesn't know any better. And he fell from the sky. I thought his identity might be special, so I brought him back to ask for details. She hurriedly recounted the earlier discoveries. He says he's the son of Odin from Asgard. Look, he truly has divine power within him. Hearing Asgard and Odin, Antiope's expression changed completely. The earlier anger vanished, replaced by extreme gravity. As the military commander of Themyscira, her understanding of the world's situation was far deeper than Diana's. The Norse pantheon, that was a behemoth not inferior to Olympus. If he truly was a son of Odin. She looked at Hu Wen again. This time her gaze was no longer examining a mischievous child, but assessing an important political bargaining chip, or, a potential, immense ally. Odin's son. Antiope murmured the name in a low voice. If this is true, then things have escalated greatly. She turned and looked at Diana. You did right to keep him stable, nothing wrong with that. Though feeding him is a bit excessive. But now we must go see the queen immediately. This matter must be decided by the queen. This time, Diana did not hesitate any longer. She too understood the seriousness of the situation. She turned and picked up Hu Wen, who was full in content, wiping the corners of his mouth. Let's go, little one. She whispered softly in Hu Wen's ear. This time we're really going to see the most powerful person. Remember, that's my mother, and also the queen here. Don't call her granny, and don't call her mommy. Call her, your majesty, understand? Hu Wen obediently nodded. Understood, sister. Then if that majesty also gives me delicious food, can I call her, MMMPH? Diana once again covered his mouth. Shut up. Don't even think about that. The group, with a complex and subtle atmosphere, headed towards that majestic white palace. The grand hall of the royal palace on Themyscira is the heart of the entire island and the ultimate symbol of power. There is no nouveau riche style splendor here, nor is there a gloomy, oppressive dark tone. Here, there is only pure white and gold, an aesthetic belonging to the Olympian pantheon, an ultimate fusion of divinity and majesty. The massive dome, like an inverted sky, is supported by 12 white marble columns, each several people wide. Each column is carved with heroic deeds of Amazon ancestors. The bas-reliefs are so lifelike that they seem about to leap from the columns and fight at any moment. Sunlight streams through the high windows around the dome, casting dappled light and shadow on the marble floor. However, the atmosphere in this hall, which should have been filled with divine radiance, was not relaxed at all. In fact, it was stiflingly awkward. In the very center of the hall, atop 9 steps, rested a massive lion-headed throne made of pure gold. Upon the throne sat the queen of the Amazons, Hippolyta. She did not appear as old as one might imagine. In fact, she was excessively young. Time seemed to be exceptionally kind to her, leaving no traces on her face, only settling into a mature charm that was impossible to look away from. She had long hair like flowing gold, cascading softly over her shoulders, adorned with an intricately designed laurel leaf golden crown, in the center of which was set a large sapphire, gleaming with a cold light. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, appearing to emit a lustrous pearl-like glow against the golden throne. Her deep-set eyes were not purely blue, but had a hint of violet, a color possessed only by the noblest bloodlines. At this moment, these eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a sharp gaze that seemed to penetrate one's soul, making it impossible to even breathe loudly in her presence. She wore a pure white Greek-style gown, its fabric light as clouds, draping in layers around the throne. But this was not soft silk, it was a divine artifact woven with special techniques, tough and defensive. The neckline of the gown was low, revealing elegant collarbones and a dazzling expanse of fair skin, while the full curve of her breasts was subtly visible beneath the fabric, exuding the unique plumpness and sensuality of a mature woman. And over the soft gown, she wore a golden half-armor, protecting her shoulders and vital parts of her chest. The golden armor was carved with soaring eagles, every feather clearly visible, gleaming with the unique cold light of metal. A wide golden belt cinched her waist, accentuating her still slender and strong figure. Her long legs were hidden beneath the skirt, elegantly crossed at this moment, wearing golden strapped sandals, each toe painted with vibrant cinnabar. This was Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, both a supreme ruler and one of the most dangerous and beautiful women in this world. And beneath that lofty throne, Diana stood ramrod straight, like a javelin. Although her face still held a hint of stubbornness, her eyes dared not meet her mother's on the throne, instead wandering elsewhere. Beside her stood several Amazonian high-ranking generals, clad in heavy armor and exuding an extraordinary aura. The most prominent among them was naturally General Antiope, who had just appeared. At this moment, the great general had her hands clasped behind her back, her head bowed, seemingly engaged in some profound academic research on a small patch of floor in front of her. And Hu Wen, the focus of everyone's attention, now stood where all eyes converged. His small frame appeared exceptionally thin and helpless in the spacious hall. Like a lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves, facing the scrutiny of a group of top predators. Hippolyta was not in a hurry to speak. She simply sat there quietly, her violet eyes looking as if at a rare treasure, or perhaps a huge problem. That invisible pressure was like a great mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. After a long while, that majestic and magnetic voice finally echoed through the hall. So, Hippolyta slowly began, her pace unhurried, but each word was incredibly clear, carrying an undeniable power. You are the accident that fell from the sky. Are you truly the first Your Highness of Asgard? The eldest son of Odin, the Asgardian god king. The legitimate heir to Asgard in the future. Her gaze locked onto Hu Wen, and look that seemed to penetrate his very soul. No lie could survive such scrutiny. Facing such a grand occasion, any ordinary child would have peed their pants from fright. But who was Hu Wen? He was someone who had seen great spectacles being lifted high by Odin. He immediately straightened his body, patted his chest, and a textbook perfect brilliant smile bloomed on his small face. Yes. Hu Wen's voice was clear and resonant, echoing through the hall. Beautiful big sister majesty. With this address, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for another second. Diana, standing nearby, almost couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Oh my god. Diana wailed frantically in her heart, wishing she could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. Hadn't she taught him 800 times on the way here? Don't add prefixes. Don't add prefixes. Just call her Majesty. What is, beautiful big sister Majesty? Is he flirting with the queen? Did this little brat even listen to anything I said? Although she had complained about Hu Wen 10,000 times in her mind, as his. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain a serious and proper demeanor. She stepped forward and gave Hippolyta a standard military salute. Mother. Diana said in a low voice. Although his address is a bit informal. What he says should be true. I personally checked and felt it. He indeed possesses an extremely powerful divine energy within him. That power is very special, completely different from the power of the Olympian gods we are familiar with. And, Diana paused, looking at Hu Wen with a somewhat complex expression. That purity is definitely not something ordinary deities or demigods could possess. Only true royal bloodlines could have such an aura. Hippolyta was not angered by the strange address, she didn't even raise an eyebrow. At her level, such minor matters could no longer stir her emotions. On the contrary, she was quite interested in Hu Wen's innocent and carefree attitude. I know. Hippolyta said indifferently, her voice still calm and unwavering. I sensed that level of divine power fluctuation the moment he landed. At this point, her tone suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat sharp. Her violet eyes abruptly turned to Diana. But, as these two words were uttered, Diana's body visibly stiffened. Did I give you permission to speak? Hippolyta's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling authority. You dare to bring a male, and an outsider male of such sensitive identity, back to your own chambers first. Instead of reporting to me immediately. What exactly were you thinking? Is this your judgment as a princess? Hippolyta leaned slightly forward from the throne, and the sense of oppression instantly doubled. You truly do not take my words to heart. Did I not teach you that the outside world is full of danger and deceit? Did I not teach you that any uncontrollable factor must be isolated immediately? You still can't tell right from wrong, yet you thought of hiding him and raising him yourself. What if he's an assassin? What if he carries some kind of curse? Do you think your meager skills are enough to handle everything? This barrage of rhetorical questions was like heavy hammers, striking Diana's heart repeatedly. Every word hit home, leaving Diana unable to retort. That feeling of always being an overgrown child in front of her mother made her feel incredibly frustrated and wronged. Hearing these words, Diana's suppressed little thoughts resurfaced. She no longer cared about complaining about Hu Wen, all her attention was focused on maintaining her dignity. She abruptly raised her head, her equally beautiful blue eyes meeting her mother's on the throne. Two flames named, rebellion, burned in her eyes. Mother. Diana shouted loudly, her voice trembling slightly, but more so with determination. I have grown up. I am no longer the little girl who only hid behind you and played in the mud. I have my own judgment, and I can tell right from wrong. I can feel whether this child has malicious intent. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. I cannot live under your protection forever. I am the princess of the Amazons. The future guardian. I need to face this world, both the good and the bad. Facing her daughter's impassioned declaration of independence, Hippolyta showed no sign of emotion or gratification. Her expression remained indifferent, and a faint, almost imperceptible hint of mockery played at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze was like that of someone watching a petulant child declare they are running away from home. Is that so? Hippolyta countered lightly. Grown up. Can tell right from wrong. With just your meager abilities. Or perhaps, her gaze slowly shifted to Antiope, who was standing by, playing dead. Is it because of those things Antiope has been secretly teaching you all these years? You think your wings are hard enough to fly? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, striking Diana's head instantly. She was completely stunned. The momentum she had just gathered instantly dissipated. Huh. Diana's mouth hung open, her face full of shock. Mother. You knew all along. She instinctively turned her head to look at Antiope beside her, her eyes filled with signals for help. Aunt, speak up. This is our secret. Didn't you say it would never be discovered? However, General Antiope was currently deeply engrossed in her great floor research project, unable to extricate herself. She kept her head down, her eyes fixed on the marble tile beneath her feet. As if every pattern on it contained the truth of the universe. She completely blocked out Diana's gaze, even softening her breathing, trying to reduce her presence. Don't look at me, please don't look at me. Antiope silently chanted in her heart. My dear niece, don't drag me into this now. You don't know how terrifying your mother is. And this whole thing was your mother's idea anyway, I'm just an employee. This floor is so white, so beautiful, huh? Why isn't there even an ant here? If there was an ant, I could count its legs. The cleaning crew is so thoughtless, why clean it so thoroughly? Don't they know that in situations like this, you need something to distract yourself? This usually imposing great general was now so timid it was almost heartbreaking. Seeing her sister's spineless appearance, Hippolyta let out a soft snort. Although the snort was quiet, it sounded exceptionally clear in the silent great hall. Antiope's shoulders twitched from the fright. What did you think? Hippolyta looked at Diana, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment that she couldn't meet expectations. On this island, is there anything that can be hidden from me? Antiope is your aunt, and she is also my general. Without my tacit approval and instruction, do you think she would dare to secretly train you behind my back? Do you think she has the guts to defy my orders? Hippolyta's words struck Diana's heart, word by word. The secret training sessions and little tricks like evading the guards that you thought you were pulling off. They were actually just lessons I arranged. Your every move, even every time you fell, every time you bled, was under my observation. The truth is always cruel. Diana felt like a fool. It turned out that the rebellion and resistance she thought she was waging had always been within her mother's grasp. That sense of frustration made her lower her head, bite her lip, and her eyes welled up. Mother. She whispered the address, her voice full of disappointment. The atmosphere in the great hall became even more awkward. This was practically the scene of a major family drama. Hu Wen stood to the side. Although young, his clever little mind understood the current situation. These two beautiful older sisters were arguing. And the sister who looked more formidable seemed to have won. This was definitely not the time to speak. Speaking would be courting death. Thus, Hu Wen very wisely made his choice. He quietly shuffled 2 steps and moved closer to Antiope. Then, imitating the general, he lowered his head and clasped his hands behind his back. 2 pairs of eyes, one large and one small, began jointly studying the floor beneath their feet. As if some peerless martial arts manual was truly written upon it. However, Hu Wen wanted to be Xiaotoaming, but Hippolyta had no intention of letting him off the hook. Having resolved her daughter's issue, Her Majesty the Queen's attention returned to this outsider. All right. Hippolyta broke the silence, and also interrupted Hu Wen's sacred floor research. We'll discuss these matters later. For now, let us return to the main topic. Her gaze locked onto Hu Wen again. The oppressive aura had slightly receded, becoming much gentler. I understand now, Your Highness Hu Wen. Hippolyta said slowly. Based on the current circumstances, the situation is likely quite clear. Your age, your personality. Coupled with that unstable divine power outburst. You must have, out of curiosity or mischief, accidentally triggered the Bifrost control center in Asgard, right? And then you triggered an energy turbulence and were accidentally teleported to Arthemisira. I must say, a queen is a queen, she guessed it perfectly. It was as if she had been there to witness it herself. However, Hippolyta changed the subject, her tone carrying genuine admiration. To be able to awaken such powerful divine power at this age, and even trigger this kind of cross-dimensional teleportation. This talent is truly astonishing. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. It seems that old man Odin has fathered an extraordinary son. Hearing this praise, Hu Wen, who was pretending to be profound while studying the floor, instantly broke character. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes curved into crescent moons from smiling. Ha 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 ha. That string of bell-like laughter rang out in the great hall, sounding particularly jarring. Not at all, not at all. You flatter me, you flatter me. Hu Wen waved his little hand. Although he spoke modestly, the smugness on his face was impossible to hide. But Father King and Mom often praise me as a genius. They say I'm the smartest child in Asgard in thousands of years. Ha 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 ha. However, as he laughed, Hu Wen suddenly felt something was wrong. It was simply too quiet around him. Besides his laughter, you could hear a pin drop. He secretly opened one eye and scanned the surroundings. He found Hippolyta still sitting upright on the throne, watching him with a smile, but that smile made him feel uneasy no matter how he looked at it. Older sister Diana was looking at him with a, "Are you stupid?" look. And Granny Antiope next to him, wait, older sister Antiope, was desperately winking at him, her eyeballs nearly popping out. Ah, did I get a bit carried away? Maybe I shouldn't be laughing so loudly in this setting. Hu Wen's laughter was like an engine running out of fuel, growing softer and drier. Ha ha, ha, ha. Finally, it turned into a few awkward coughs. Cough, cough, well. He quickly retracted his smile, clasped his hands behind his back again, lowered his head, and reverted to the appearance of a well-behaved, sensible good child. As long as I change my expression fast enough, awkwardness can't catch me. Hippolyta watched the little fellow's comical performance, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. This child is quite interesting. He doesn't seem like a spoiled good-for-nothing, this cleverness is rare. Don't worry. Hippolyta spoke, breaking the awkwardness. Since you have come, you should make yourself at home. Since you have arrived here, you are our guest. Next, I will attempt to use magic to contact Asgard. But this is not an easy task. Our Themyscira has been sealed off for too long, and contact with the outside world is virtually cut off. It will require significant time to prepare to penetrate the layered dimensional barriers and contact the distant northern divine realm. Therefore, during this time, Hippolyta leaned forward slightly, her tone becoming gentler. You may need to stay here temporarily for a while. Although we Amazons do not favor outsiders, we understand proper etiquette when dealing with true guests. We will take good care of you, Your Highness Hu Wen. Hearing this, Hu Wen let out a huge sigh of relief. In any case, at least his meal ticket was secured. He didn't have to worry about being fed to the sharks. Plus, being able to spend a few extra days in a place full of beautiful older sisters, this was a definite perk. Thank you, Hu Wen immediately said loudly, bowing again. Thank you, beautiful older sister Majesty. You are truly too benevolent, too generous, and too beautiful. His flattery was so sweet it was impossible to be angry. Even Hippolyta's expression softened slightly upon hearing this string of excessive flattery. Since the settlement plan had been decided, the next step was the specific implementation. Hippolyta turned her head and looked at Diana, who was still standing there looking a little downcast. Diana. She called her daughter's name. Since you were the one who brought him back. And I see the child seems quite attached to you. Then, the task of hosting Your Highness Hu Wen is entirely entrusted to you. This was both an order and a test. You must be responsible for his daily needs and ensure his safety. At the same time, keep a close eye on him, don't let him run around and cause trouble. Consider this your first formal mission from me. Hippolyta looked into Diana's eyes, her tone meaningful. Didn't you say you were grown up? Didn't you say you could distinguish right from wrong? Then show me. See if you can handle this unexpected diplomatic incident well. Hearing that this was a mission, and a chance to prove herself. Diana's previously dimmed eyes brightened again. She knew this was a step her mother gave her, and also a trial. Although the process was a bit convoluted, the result was good. She could finally do things openly instead of being confined to the training ground all day. Yes, mother. Diana straightened her back and replied with a resounding voice. I guarantee I will complete the mission. I will take good care of Your Highness Hu Wen. Having finished speaking, she turned around and waved at Hu Wen. Let's go, little guy. Don't disturb Her Majesty's rest. Hu Wen obediently ran over and took Diana's hand. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and wave at Hippolyta. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Goodbye, older sister. Then the two figures, one large and one small, slowly retreated from the Great Hall and disappeared into the sunlight. The Great Hall doors slowly closed, making a dull thud. The suffocating silence returned to the Great Hall. Antiope was still studying the floor, clearly not having recovered from the shock. Hippolyta sat alone on the high throne, watching the closed doors, the smile slowly fading from her face. It was replaced by a deep, unshakable sense of doubt and solemnity. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, making a thud, thud sound. The Grand Prince of Asgard. Hippolyta pondered silently in her heart. That identity must be real, that kind of divine power couldn't be fooled. But, why does that child feel so strange to me? Hippolyta closed her eyes, and Hu Wen's smiling face appeared in her mind. Those features, that expression, even the demeanor unintentionally revealed when he spoke, it was too similar. It was simply too much like that woman. Aphrodite. That name surfaced in Hippolyta's mind, carrying a trace of complex emotion. She was the most beautiful, yet also the most willful, goddess of Olympus. Hippolyta had seen her a few times, and the charm that could make even deities fall for her was fresh in her memory. The aura on that child was not just Odin's thunder. Beneath that violent thunder, there was also hidden an extremely faint, yet extremely pure, goddess of beauty's divine power. That was the source of charm and love. But how could this be? Hippolyta frowned. Odin and Aphrodite. How could these two chief gods of the pantheon from completely unrelated pantheons be connected? And that woman, hasn't she always been arrogant, looking down on all men? How could she possibly have a child? And give birth to one for that crude old man from the north. There must be some unknown secret involved. It might even involve deeper transactions or conspiracies between the two great pantheons. Hippolyta felt as if she had grasped the thread of a huge mystery, but couldn't see the full picture. Who when Odin-san, it seems this child's arrival is more than just a simple accident. Perhaps, this is fate's hint to the Amazon tribe. Or, a warning. Hippolyta opened her eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in her violet pupils. Antiope. She suddenly spoke. Antiope, who was counting ant legs on the floor, suddenly raised her head. Present. Your Majesty. Strengthen the defenses across the entire island. Hippolyta's voice echoed in the great hall. I have a premonition that the coming days will not be peaceful. Although she had just suffered a blow regarding growth in the great hall, Diana was not the type to wallow in frustration. Since she had accepted the mission, she would do it well first. Moreover, the little guy she was leading by the hand was a delight to look at. Stepping out of the oppressive palace, the outside air seemed exceptionally fresh and sweet. Let's go, little guy. Diana tossed her thick, wavy long hair, as if to shake off the recent unpleasantness. Since mother asked me to host you, I'll take you to see the real Themyscira. What's the fun in staying in that cold palace all day? Let's go browse the market. She looked down at Hu Wen's Asgardian formal wear, which was exquisite but clearly a bit cumbersome. I'll buy you some decent clothes while we're at it. This outfit is too much like a little prince going to a ball. Around here, we value practicality and comfort. Although Hu Wen didn't know what Amazonian style was, hearing, shopping, and buying new clothes made him agree with both hands raised. Yay! He cheered, his short legs stepping even more joyfully. The market on Themyscira wasn't noisy and chaotic or filled with the stench of money like the outside world. It was more like a large open-air art exhibition and social venue. Shops built of white marble lined both sides of the street, each with brightly colored fabric banners fluttering in the wind. There were no harsh cries of vendors, only the melodious sound of harps and the soft laughter of women in conversation. The air was filled with the aroma of baked bread, the sweetness of fresh fruit, and that special spice scent unique to the Amazons. Everyone passing by was a tall, athletic, and powerful woman. Some wore simple training gear, others flowing long dresses, every face beamed with confidence and a peaceful smile. To Hu Wen, this social landscape composed entirely of women felt like he had fallen into the kingdom of women. No, wait, more like he had fallen into a bed of flowers. His eyes couldn't take it all in, glancing left and right, his mouth stuck in an shape. And this little male creature who had suddenly burst into the flower bed, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Like a drop of ink in milk, he was quite conspicuous. At first, everyone just looked curiously at the little boy being led by the princess. They were still whispering, guessing his identity. But when Hu Wen very politely gave an invincible smile to a flower-selling sister passing by and sweetly said, "Sister, you're so pretty," the scene went completely out of control. Where had the Amazonian warriors ever seen such a thing? The males they saw daily were either monsters in books or legendary enemies. Who would have thought a real, male cub, would be such a devastatingly lethal creature? The flower-selling sister was so charmed on the spot that she clutched her chest, and without a word, grabbed a large bunch of dew-kissed flowers and stuffed them into Hu Wen's arms. For you. All for you. So cute. This was only the beginning. The rest of the way was practically a harvesting tour for Hu Wen. Passing a fruit stall, an auntie insisted on stuffing 2 red apples larger than his head into his hands. Passing a jewelry shop, the proprietress insisted on putting a bracelet made of colored shells on him. Passing a blacksmith's shop, a muscular sister who was forging iron even wanted to give him a small dagger, but fortunately, Diana stopped her in time. Oh my. Stop giving things, stop giving things. Diana, while helping Hu Wen carry the items that were piling up like a mountain, tried to stop her enthusiastic kin with a mix of laughter and tears. He's here to buy clothes. Not to stock up on supplies. And you, can you tone down your smile a bit? Diana looked down and scolded, Hu Wen. You're setting fires everywhere, do you know that? Hu Wen, holding the flowers, blinked innocently. But everyone is so enthusiastic. And Mom said, when people give you things, you should smile and say thank you, it's polite. Diana facepalmed. This kid really could pull out Mom's teachings, anytime, anywhere. They finally managed to squeeze into the tailor shop. The clothes here were indeed very distinctive. There were no complex laces or frills, most were simple linen or cotton materials, with generous cuts that emphasized mobility. Like a little girl keen on dressing up a doll, Diana began frantically pulling clothes off the racks. This red short robe is nice, it looks spirited. This one with gold trim is also good, it has a bit of a minor noble's temperament. Oh, this little leather armor is so cute. He'll definitely look like a little warrior in it. Hu Wen became the well-behaved model. He'd change into a set, walk out, and spin around. Change into another, then strike a pose. Every appearance drew gasps of admiration from Diana and the tailor shop's proprietress. Heavens! This child is a natural clothes horse. The proprietress marveled while taking measurements. With skin this fair, he looks good in any color. This little waist, these proportions, tisk tisk. Finally, after trying on about 20 outfits, Diana finally selected a few sets with satisfaction. One was a white Greek-style short robe with a gold belt. Wearing it, he looked like a little angel stepped out of a mural. Another was a deep red training suit with special small leather boots. Wearing it, he looked heroic, like a miniature Amazonian warrior. And another was soft pajamas embroidered with stars and the moon. These will do. Diana waved her hand and paid grandly, it was actually put on her tab. Seeing Hu Wen in his new clothes, standing spiritedly before the mirror admiring himself. The sense of satisfaction in Diana's heart was practically overflowing. This feeling was truly wonderful. Previously, she had always gone straight for what she wanted when shopping, took it, and left. She had never thought that browsing and choosing clothes could be such an interesting thing. So this was the joy of nurturing someone. After finishing with the market, both their hands were full. Of course, most were in Diana's hands, while Hu Wen only held a skewer of fruit, like a candied hawthorn, which he was munching on. Alright, we're done shopping. Diana looked at the sky. The sun had begun to dip in the west, dyeing the entire sea surface gold. I'll take you to a good place. She winked mysteriously. It's a place even Aunt Antiope doesn't know about. I go there when I'm in a bad mood or when I want to be alone and quiet. Hearing, secret base, Hu Wen immediately perked up. He finished the fruit in his hand in a few bites, unafraid of choking. Where? Take me there quickly. No child has any resistance to things like secret bases. It's a synonym for adventure and exclusivity. Diana led Hu Wen away from the noisy urban area and up the mountain along an extremely hidden path. This path was very difficult to traverse, with thick bushes on both sides. Without Diana leading the way, one would never discover a trail here. After climbing a steep slope, the view suddenly opened up. This was a natural platform located at the top of a cliff. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, it offered an excellent view. The most magical part was that this platform was covered with a type of blue flower that glowed. As the sky darkened, those flowers began to emit a faint fluorescence, illuminating the entire platform like a dream, as if they were in the middle of a starry sky. In the center of the flowers was a large, flat white rock, covered with several old-looking animal skins. This was clearly Diana's throne. The two sat down on the large rock. Beneath them was a sheer cliff and the vast ocean, above them was the sky, changing colors. The sea breeze brushed against their cheeks, carrying away the heat. Wow! Hu Wen looked at the beautiful scenery and marveled once again. It's so beautiful here, sister. Even more beautiful than the great terrace of the Golden Palace. Diana smiled, put down the things in her hands, and leaned back somewhat languidly, supporting herself with her hands behind her. Right. When I first discovered this place, I also felt it was a gift from the gods. Here, I feel very close to the sky and very far from those annoying rules. She turned her head and looked at Hu Wen. There was no longer the air of a princess in her eyes, but rather a softness belonging to a young girl. What about you? In Asgard, do you have a place like this? Hu Wen hugged his knees and thought for a moment. The Golden Palace is very big, you can play everywhere. But there are guard uncles watching everywhere. Someone follows me wherever I go. Although everyone is very good to me and father dotes on me, sometimes I also want to play alone. Like that idiot Thor, he often sneaks out, but he gets caught and spanked every time. At this point, he smiled somewhat bashfully. Actually, I'm quite envious of him. At least he dares to run. I'm the first prince, everyone is watching me, I have to be a role model. I can't disappoint father, and I can't let mom worry. Although these words were spoken with childish innocence, Diana heard a sense of maturity and helplessness beyond his years. Yes, being in a royal family, where is there any true freedom? That seemingly perfect, other people's child, actually had a bit of repression hidden in his heart. Diana reached out and pulled Hu Wen into her arms. This time, the movement was completely natural. I understand. She said softly, her chin resting on top of Hu Wen's head. I'm the same. Growing up, everyone told me I am a princess, a miracle molded from clay. I must be perfect, I must be strong, I must become the pride of the Amazons. But sometimes, I'm really tired. I also wish that maybe one day, I wouldn't have to swing a sword on the training ground or memorize that boring history. Just wanting to be like an ordinary girl, looking at flowers, daydreaming. Or like today, browsing the market, buying clothes. She sighed, but a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Fortunately, I met you today. If it weren't for taking you, this little tag along, I wouldn't have had the chance to play so freely for a day. In that case, I should actually thank you. Hu Wen leaned into that warm embrace, smelling the faint fragrance on Diana. That familiar sense of security welled up in his heart once more. He looked up at Diana's profile, reddened by the setting sun. They really are so similar. That feeling, that look in her eyes. Mom. These two words escaped his lips once again. This time, Diana didn't bristle as she had before, nor did she try to correct him. She just looked down at the clear-eyed child in her arms. A hard place in her heart completely melted. Perhaps, this is fate. Even without a blood relation, even with different races. But at this moment, the feeling of two hearts leaning on each other was real. Little fool. She scolded softly, yet her tone was full of tenderness. She tightened her arms and did not push him away. She tacitly accepted this somewhat absurd yet sweet form of address. The sky grew completely dark. Those little blue flowers were like countless small lanterns, lighting up the surroundings. Diana took out some dry rations and fruit from the things she had bought. Although it wasn't a feast, in this environment, anything would taste delicious. Here, try this dried fig. Diana fed one to Hu Wen. This is my favorite snack. So sweet. Hu Wen ate with great relish. The two continued chatting as they ate. Talking about myths, battles, and those little secrets known only to the two of them. Laughter echoed on the cliff, intertwining with the sound of the waves to form a most wonderful movement. Happy times are always brief. Night deepened, and the sea breeze grew chilly. All right, time to go back. Diana stood up and brushed the grass off her clothes. We have to get up early tomorrow. Even though mother is letting you rest, I still have to train. If you can get up, I can take you to the training ground to have a look. Hu Wen also stood up and gave a small yawn. Okay, Tilda. Although he was a bit sleepy, he was still in high spirits. The two packed up and returned the way they came. When they returned to the palace, most of the lights were already extinguished. Only Diana's bedchamber still glowed with a warm light. Chloe had long since prepared hot water. These two, one big and one small, spent a long time messing around in the bathroom. Mainly because Hu Wen didn't want to bathe and insisted on playing with the water. Consequently, Diana also got soaked, and the two started a water fight in the bathroom. Finally, Diana used her sister's authority, which actually meant tickling him, to get the wet chick cleaned up. The fragrant Hu Wen changed into the pajamas printed with stars and moons. He looked just like a little angel. Diana led him to a guest room right next to her own bedchamber. These two rooms were actually connected, separated only by a carved wooden door. Originally, this was for a personal maid, but for ease of care, Diana had cleared it out. You stay here. Diana pointed to the large bed covered in thick velvet. This bed is very soft, I guarantee you'll get a good night's sleep. I'm just next door. If anything happens, or if you get scared, just give a shout. Or, just push the door and come in. She added at the end. Hu Wen climbed onto the bed, which was a bit large for him, and rolled around in the pile of soft pillows. Then he poked his head out and looked at Diana standing in the doorway. Good night, sister. Good night, mom. He was being naughty again, mixing up the two names. Diana smiled helplessly and walked over to tuck him in. Good night, you little rascal. She planted a goodnight kiss on Hu Wen's forehead. Then she straightened up, gave him a somewhat lingering look, and then slowly backed out, gently closing the door. The room became quiet. Only the moonlight from outside spilled onto the floor through a gap in the curtains. Hu Wen lay in bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Although his body was tired, he wasn't sleepy at all. Everything that happened today felt like a dream. The Bifrost Bridge, teleportation, pretty sisters, a fierce queen, shopping, the secret base, it was all so novel and exciting. He rolled over and listened for any sounds from next door. It was very quiet over there. Was Sister Diana asleep too? Or was she meditating? He didn't know. He reached out and touched his chest. That divine power was still flowing slowly within him, seemingly even more active because of his joy today. Father must be worried sick by now, right? And Mother Frigga, although it's very fun here, I still have to go home. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American comic book. Odin's Son, with fiancés all over the universe. Part 2. The night was as deep as water. Moonlight from outside filtered through the thin gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows across the soft carpet of the room. Hu Wen lay on the bed, which felt a bit too wide for him, listening to the occasional sound of waves and the song of nightingales from outside the window. Hu Wen reached out a small hand and placed it over his chest. That strange thumping sensation, which had persisted since he was on the Bifrost Bridge, was something he simply couldn't ignore. That power, is it really Father's thunder? Everyone said it was, even Hippolyta, the queen who seemed to know everything. However, as the master of this body, Hu Wen had a completely different intuition. That intuition told him that things weren't that simple. Hu Wen closed his eyes, no longer thinking about the dazzling world outside, but instead focusing all his attention on the interior of his own body. This was the meditation that Mother Frigga had taught him. Although Thor would fall asleep and snore during every meditation class, Hu Wen was a top student who received full marks every time. As his breathing gradually became steady and deep, the surrounding world seemed to vanish. The clamor faded away, replaced by an internal space that belonged only to him. There, he saw that mass of energy that had been dormant deep within his soul, only to completely erupt today. It wasn't a mass of chaotic and violent thunderclouds. Nor was it the kind of destructive energy that would explode upon contact. It was a mass of light. A mass of golden light so pure it was as if all the warmth and hope in the world had been condensed within it. It flowed quietly through his veins like golden magma, yet it wasn't scalding, instead, it carried a reassuring temperature. Is this, my divine power? Hu Wen asked softly in his heart. He tried to touch that mass of light. There was no resistance, nor any backlash. The light seemed to recognize him, or rather, it was originally a part of him. The moment his consciousness touched the light, a wonderful resonance occurred. He felt as if he had become a rising sun. That power possessed both the warmth and mercy to dispel all darkness, and a hidden, terrifying pressure capable of incinerating all sin. This didn't seem like simple thunder, thunder only destroys. This was more like judgment. Or salvation. Hu Wen's small head couldn't yet accurately define such grand concepts, he could only use his limited vocabulary to describe it. It was the dawn, and also, divine punishment. Let's see if I can control it. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Hu Wen opened his eyes, pulled his right hand out from under the covers, and held it up in the air. He took a deep breath, recalling the feeling from his meditation, and tried to guide the flowing golden current within his body. Come out a little bit, just a little bit, okay. He spoke to himself in his heart as if coaxing a child. Something magical happened. That power was incredibly obedient. With a shift of his will, a tiny sliver of golden light traveled down his arm to his fingertip. Pop. A very faint sound. A golden speck of light, only the size of a grain of rice, condensed at the tip of his index finger. It wasn't dazzling, it was as soft as a golden pearl. But the moment it appeared, the darkness in the entire room seemed to be dispelled by some invisible force. The light wasn't intense, yet it had a presence that couldn't be ignored. Hu Wen looked at the tiny speck of light on his fingertip, his eyes full of wonder. He reached out his left hand and gently poked the speck of light. It had no physical form, but his fingertip felt a tingling sensation. As his thoughts changed, the speck of light began to transform. One moment it became a little star, the next a little moon, and finally, it even turned into a miniature hammer, an imitation of that meow meow hammer Thor was always talking about. This is way too obedient. Hu Wen couldn't help but mutter. Although he was young, he knew what this meant. In Asgard, even for those warriors who had trained for hundreds of years, controlling their divine power to manifest externally and transform it at will was an extremely difficult task. Let alone doing it to this extent when his awakening hadn't even been half a day ago and no one had taught him. If that idiot Thor saw this, he'd probably go crying to father to complain again. If Uncle Heimdall saw this, his eyes would probably pop out. Hu Wen thought somewhat narcissistically, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems the fact that I'm a genius is truly set in stone. However, just as Hu Wen was immersed in self-intoxication over his talent, he suddenly discovered that beneath that mass of pure golden divine power, something else seemed to be hidden. It was a very secretive, very weak fluctuation. If his mental focus wasn't so high right now, and if his control over this golden divine power wasn't ridiculously high, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Is that a touch of pink? Hu Wen was stunned for a moment. Deep within the golden ocean, that touch of pink seemed so out of place, yet it was exceptionally harmoniously intertwined with the gold. It was like a rose petal falling onto gold. What is this? Is there pink in Father's divine power? Hu Wen scratched his head, indicating he had never heard of such a thing. Odin's divine power was golden, Thor's unawakened power was said to be bluish lightning, and Loki's magic was green. Where did this pink come from? Did it mutate? Driven by intense curiosity, Hu Wen cautiously separated a thread of consciousness to touch that mass of pink energy. The moment they made contact, there was no aggression, nor was there that grand pressure. An extremely soft, extremely sweet emotion instantly flooded his mind. It felt as if he were surrounded by countless flowers, or as if he were being held in the gentlest embrace. Immediately after, a name, or rather a concept, surfaced naturally in his heart. Echo of love. No one had told him this, it was like an instinct engraved in his soul, a memory fragment that had awakened along with this power. Echo of love. Hu Wen muttered the name in a small voice, looking completely bewildered. It sounds like I'm supposed to fall in love or something. But I haven't even grown up yet. And this name isn't imposing at all, it's far worse than Mighty Thunder, or Light of Destruction. Hu Wen curled his lip, expressing a bit of disdain for this somewhat effeminate name. But he still tried to mobilize this power. However, this time, he hit a wall. Although that pink power didn't reject him, it completely ignored his commands. No matter how hard he tried, that mass of pink remained as if asleep, lazily lying beneath the golden divine power, motionless. Hey, wake up! Hu Wen got a little anxious and poked it with his will. No reaction. Give me some face, will you? Still no reaction. Forget using it for combat, he couldn't even make it pop out and shine like that golden speck just now. What on earth is the use of this? Is it just a pure decoration? To die my divine power? Hu Wen lowered his hand, feeling a bit discouraged. This thing looked nice, but it was a completely useless skill. In Asgard, where martial prowess was revered, this kind of power that couldn't be used for fighting would be laughed at. Unwilling to give up, Hu Wen began to replay everything that happened today in his mind. He tried to find the trigger mechanism for this power. If it existed, it must be useful. This was the basic logic of a top student. He closed his eyes, recalling every detail like a movie. On the Bifrost Bridge, there was only golden light, no pink. During the teleportation process, it was also a golden protective shield. Until he fell at the edge of the cliff and saw that big sister Diana rushing over with a sword. At that moment, besides the amazement and sense of familiarity, he seemed to feel that mass of power in his chest skip a beat. Yes, that was it. That dormant pink power seemed to have woken up because it saw big sister Diana. Then when he shouted, "Mommy," that power fluctuated even more violently. And then, in the marketplace. No, although those sisters in the marketplace were very enthusiastic, the pink power didn't seem to react. Until he saw that Queen Majesty named Hippolyta in the palace hall. That power skipped a beat again. Although it wasn't as strong as when he saw big sister Diana, there was definitely a reaction. Hu Wen snapped his eyes open, as if he had discovered a new continent. Could it be, this power is a shallow judge of looks? It only reacts to particularly beautiful sisters. Or does it only react to these two sisters? He scratched his hair in confusion. Although he didn't know what this power was or what use it had, let alone that it originated from the power left behind by his biological mother, Aphrodite. But he had vaguely grasped the key point. This power seemed to be related to people. Especially those people he found very beautiful and wanted to be close to. Big Sister Diana. Big Sister Hippolyta. Hu Wen softly murmured these two names. That pink power seemed to sense his thoughts and trembled slightly again, as if responding to him. The feeling was very faint, but it carried an inexplicable joy. So strange. Hu Wen rolled over and buried his face in the soft pillow. I've never heard of anyone in Asgard having this kind of power. Mother Frigga has magic, and father has thunder and wisdom. Could I have had a genetic mutation? Or, is this some kind of hidden ultimate move? Hu Wen's little brain was filled with all sorts of wild guesses. But no matter how he guessed, he couldn't guess the truth. After all, who could have imagined that the bearded, fierce-looking Odin could have a child with the stunningly beautiful goddess of love? The gap was simply too large, even the most imaginative bard couldn't spin such a tale. He studied it for a long time but couldn't figure anything out. After responding to him once, that pink power fell back into a deep sleep, quietly staying under the protection of the golden divine power like a well-behaved baby. On the other hand, that golden divine power continuously radiated that warm aura. It flowed through Hu Wen's meridians to his entire body, washing away the fatigue and tension of the whole day. The sensation was as comfortable as being soaked in warm water. Sleepiness surged in like a tide. Hu Wen gave a big yawn, his eyelids beginning to droop. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Anyway, I'm a genius, I'll figure it out eventually. The current task is to sleep. Tomorrow big sister Diana is going to take me to eat delicious food, he thought dizzily in his heart. The golden speck of light that had been hovering at his fingertip didn't dissipate. Instead, the moment his consciousness blurred, it automatically detached from his fingertip and slowly floated into the air. Like a thoughtful nightlight, it hovered at the bedside, emitting a soft and tranquil glow. Within the glow, there seemed to be a faint trace of pink aura circulating, like some kind of protection, or perhaps a blessing. Hu Wen's breathing gradually became even and deep. A sweet smile played on his delicate little face, with a trace of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was probably eating that honey-glazed roast meat again in his dream. On this unfamiliar island, on this night filled with the unknown. This little prince with a bizarre background entered a sweet dreamland, wrapped in his unique and mysterious divine power. In the dream, there was no conflict, no divine punishment. Only endless light, and those gentle echoes of love that seemed to come from ancient times. The first rays of morning sun had just pierced the horizon, awakening the sleeping Themyscira. Unlike yesterday's sneaking around, Diana today was in high spirits. She had changed into a lightweight leather training outfit, the red breastplate outlined her perfect curves, and her golden bracers shimmered in the sunlight. She strode along the flagstone path leading to the royal arena, every step carrying the lightheartedness of freedom. Hu Wen followed beside her, still clutching half an unfinished apple in his hand. He was wearing the same crimson mini training suit from yesterday and a pair of small leather boots, looking full of energy. Though he was small and had short legs, he had to break into a trot to keep up with Diana's pace. This was the first time he had walked so openly on the island's main road at this hour. Occasionally, passing Amazonian warriors would glance their way, but this time there was no shock like yesterday, only kind smiles and whispers. After all, the news that the princess brought back a cute little boy had already spread across the island like the wind last night. The arena was located on the eastern side of the island, a massive open-air circular structure. There were no superfluous decorations here, only hard stone ground, modeled weapon racks, and the sweat shed over thousands of years. At this time, many warriors were already inside doing their morning exercises. The sound of clashing metal and shouts rose and fell, filled with female hormones. Oh wait, it was filled with the beauty of strength. The moment Diana walked into the arena, the noisy sounds fell silent for an instant. Immediately after, several female warriors who were sparring stopped their movements and bowed to Diana. Your Highness. In the past, Diana could only steal a glance from afar or find a deserted corner to practice on her own. But today, she walked to the center of the field with her head held high. Don't mind me, continue. She waved her hand and then pulled an ordinary iron sword from the weapon rack. She turned and beckoned to several of the strongest instructors. Come, it's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Since Mother has given her permission, there's no need for me to hold back anymore. A fighting spirit burned in her eyes, a radiant confidence that was even more dazzling than the morning sun. The battle was triggered at once. 3 experienced Amazonian warriors surrounded Diana in a triangular formation. They did not show mercy just because their opponent was the princess, for they knew that would be an insult to a warrior. Ha! With a synchronized low shout, 3 spears thrust out simultaneously, cutting off all of Diana's paths of retreat. However, Diana did not retreat. She didn't even assume a defensive posture. Just as the spear tips were about to touch her leather armor, she moved. The movement was so fast it was impossible to see clearly. Only a flash of silver light was visible. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds of clashing metal rang out almost at the same time. Those 3 menacing spears were actually swept aside by her sword, the massive recoil making the wrists of the 3 warriors go numb. This was only the beginning. The moment she swept the spears aside, Diana's figure lunged forward like a cheetah. She didn't use any fancy magic, relying purely on speed and strength. That was the bloodline talent inherited from Zeus, the king of the ancient Greek gods, even if she didn't know it herself yet. This talent made her physical attributes far exceed those of ordinary people, and even far beyond ordinary Amazonian elites. The sword in her hand was no longer a cold weapon but seemed to become an extension of her arm, a part of the wind. She spun, jumped, and slashed. Every movement was precise to the millimeter, every turn as elegant as a lethal dance. Though the 3 warriors coordinated well, they had no power to fight back against such overwhelming strength. In less than 10 rounds. With the final crisp sound of clashing blades, all 3 spears flew out of their hands. The tip of Diana's sword stopped steadily an inch from one of their throats, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. Hu Wen sat on the stone steps by the field, having forgotten to even bite his apple. His amber eyes were wide and round, staring fixedly at the figure in the center. Before this, his impression of combat was stuck on Thor's savage style of shouting and swinging a hammer around. Or Odin's god-king pressure, where enemies would kneel before he even made a move. But he had never seen a battle like this. Is this really fighting? This is simply too beautiful. Sister Diana's black hair flew in the air like black flames. Her focused gaze, the taut lines of her muscles, the trail of sweat sliding down her cheek. Everything seemed to hit Hu Wen's aesthetic sense perfectly. He didn't think it was violent, nor did he find it scary. He only felt it was the most beautiful thing in the world. Thump, thump. Hu Wen felt something thumping wildly in his chest. It was the sound of a heart. Every beat was heavy and powerful, as if it were about to jump out of his throat. And within that intense heartbeat, the pink power that had been lurking in his body became completely active, as if injected with a stimulant. It cheered and jumped, flowing through his blood to his entire body, making Hu Wen feel hot all over and his cheeks flush. The feeling was both strange and wonderful. It was like stealing a drink of Odin's mead for the first time, a bit dizzy, yet incredibly excited. Hu Wen looked at Diana, who stood there with her sword sheathed, like a war goddess descended to earth. At this moment, the surrounding background blurred. Only she was clear, glowing, the sole protagonist. So, is this the true Amazon princess? Is this what fighting looks like? I want to. I want to keep watching her like this forever. Warm applause and cheers rang out from the field. The spectating Amazonian warriors showed their respect for the strong without hesitation. Though Diana had won, she didn't show any pride. She reached out to pull up her opponent who was sitting on the ground, a humble smile on her face. But that didn't stop her inner joy at this moment. Nothing makes one feel better than a hearty victory. If there is anything better, it's winning in front of someone you care about. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the small figure by the side of the field. Hu Wen had long since thrown away the apple and jumped up from the stone steps. His two little hands were clapped red, yet he was still clapping desperately. Sister is so amazing. Hu Wen's voice sounded exceptionally youthful among the cheers of the adults, yet it was highly piercing. Sister Diana is #1 in the world. Wow. That move just now was too cool. Really too cool. This string of free flattery swept over like a machine gun. Diana had originally just felt happy about winning. But hearing these exaggerated praises and seeing the little guy's eyes full of stars, she felt her happiness instantly double. The feeling was very strange. When she was praised by her mother for doing well, she only felt it was her duty. When praised by Antiope for making progress, she only felt she needed to work harder. But these few non-technical, purely fanboy remarks made her feel like her whole body was bubbling. That sweet feeling spread from her heart all the way to the corners of her mouth. She couldn't help but laugh, a smile more brilliant than the morning sun. This kid, how can he be so good at coaxing people? But, this feeling seems quite nice. Diana put the sword back into the weapon rack. She picked up a towel hanging nearby and casually wiped the sweat from her face. Then, with her long legs, she strode over to Hu Wen. Looking at this little sprout who only reached her thigh, the affection in her heart almost overflowed. She crouched down, reached out, and rubbed Hu Wen's black hair with some force. How is your mouth so sweet? Diana asked with a smile, her eyes full of doting affection. Did you secretly eat that whole jar of honey for breakfast? Hu Wen let her mess up his hair, not angry at all. He looked up at the close-at-hand Diana. Because she had just exercised, Diana's cheeks had a healthy flush, and her blue eyes were startlingly bright. Hu Wen felt his heart beat a few points faster again. Where is it sweet? Hu Wen retorted very seriously. I'm telling the absolute truth. Sister is really beautiful. He looked into Diana's eyes, his tone so sincere it was impossible to doubt. Especially when you were fighting just now. It's like a goddess who glows. Beautiful, cool, and majestic. I've never seen anyone like sister. If these words came from an adult man, they might seem a bit greasy or frivolous. But from a 7-year-old, exquisitely carved little boy, it could only make one feel the purest appreciation and adoration. Diana felt her cheeks become even hotter. She was a warrior, a princess, but she was also a girl who had never been in love. Though she attributed this to her affection for a cute younger brother. That heart beating uncontrollably in her chest seemed to be telling of some sentiment she didn't even understand herself. All right, any more praise and I'll fly into the sky. Diana smiled and pinched Hu Wen's little face. She stood up and once again took a sword from the rack. This time, however, she chose a shorter and lighter training sword. She turned and looked at the still adoring Hu Wen, a sudden thought striking her. Since this child is Odin's son, and has such powerful divine power in his body, then, does he know how to do anything? Once the thought of wanting to know more about him and see more of his different sides appeared, it couldn't be suppressed. Hey, little guy. Diana handed the sword hilt to Hu Wen. Don't just focus on praising me. Do you want to try too? I want to see if the legendary eldest prince of Asgard can do more than just talk. Hu Wen was stunned for a moment. He looked at the sword in front of him, which was already the smallest size but still a bit large for him. Try the sword. In Asgard, he had indeed studied swordsmanship with Uncle Heimdall and Uncle Tyr. Though everyone treated him like a precious treasure and didn't dare to actually hit him. Father Odin's requirements for him were very strict. Father had said, as the crown prince, even if you govern the country with your brain in the future, the sword in your hand must not rust. A true king must possess the power to protect himself and his people. He had always kept these teachings in his heart. And, in front of such a beautiful sister Diana. How could he say he couldn't do it? A man must never say he can't. Especially after just seeing such a cool performance, his competitiveness and small desire to show off were completely stirred up. Me. Hu Wen blinked and then puffed out his chest. Sure. It just so happens that since awakening my divine power, I haven't truly fought yet. Even though usually no one dares to really fight me, I'm very strong. He reached out his white and tender little hands and gripped the sword hilt. A heavy texture. This sword didn't have any divine power enhancement, it was just a most ordinary iron sword. But the moment he gripped it, a subtle change suddenly occurred in Hu Wen's soft and cute aura. The smile on his face receded slightly, and his eyes became focused. It was as if he had become a different person. Hu Wen didn't use the golden divine power in his body. Nor did he pay attention to that pink power that was still jumping around. He simply relied on this body nourished by divine power and the muscle memory formed from day after day of practice in Asgard over the past 2 years. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then, he moved. He didn't assume a nimble starting stance like Diana. Instead, he held the sword with both hands, holding it upright in front of him, the tip pointing to the sky. It was a very standard starting stance belonging to the Asgardian style. Though he was very small, and the sword was a bit long for him. The moment he assumed this posture, a youthful yet upright, dignified, and heavy aura actually radiated from this 7-year-old child. The surrounding Amazonian warriors, who had originally intended to watch a child playing around, instantly changed their gazes. When a master makes a move, one knows immediately. This starting stance was as steady as a rock. No fluff, yet no openings. This was definitely not just playing around, this was a frame that could only be stood after guidance from a famous master and countless hours of tedious practice. Diana's eyes lit up too. She could see that it was another style of martial arts. Different from the agility and technique of the Amazons. That style was more ancient, more direct, and more overbearing. Interesting. Diana said softly, a smile of anticipation curling her lips. Come, let me see what the wind from Asgard actually looks like. Hu Wen didn't keep the audience waiting for long. Since he was going to show off, he couldn't lose face for Odin's son. He gave a loud shout, the crisp shout of a youth. Ha! He took a step, his small body driving the longsword, and swung forward fiercely. No extra movements. Just a simple downward slash. But this one move brought a sound of wind. The blade drew a straight silver line in the air. Then, at the moment the downward force was exhausted, his wrist turned extremely flexibly. The sword edge drew a perfect semicircle in the air, borrowing the momentum for a sweeping horizontal strike. This seemingly simple change of move was extremely smooth, like flowing water. It was an extremely beautiful sword flower. But it wasn't a fancy flourish meant for show, it was a practical combat technique used for self-defense and counter-attacking in a chaotic battle. Though there was no divine power enhancement or flashing lightning, Hu Wen's set of movements was performed to the absolute standard. Even if Odin himself were to watch, he wouldn't be able to find any faults. Amidst the flashing sword light, that small figure appeared exceptionally upright. He was no longer that little baby who only knew how to act cute and spoiled. At this moment, he truly displayed the demeanor belonging to the eldest prince of Asgard. That nobility and glory belonging to a warrior, etched into his very bones. Diana looked at the child dancing with the sword in the field. Her heart seemed to skip a beat too. Different from the joy of being praised earlier. This time, it was a deeper emotion called recognition. Is this Odin's son? Indeed. A tiger father does not have a canine son. Beneath his cute exterior, there hides the heart of a true lion. The morning breeze swept through the arena, kicking up fine dust from the ground. Hu Wen had just finished his fluid display of swordsmanship and was sheathing his sword at his side, his small face tinged with a slight flush. It was the excitement of exercise and the shyness of being watched by so many people. Just then, a commotion broke out in the crowd. An Amazonian warrior wearing light leather armor and sporting short, neat hair stepped forward. The fire of battle burned in her eyes. In this nation that revered martial prowess, seeing such skill and not stepping up to spar was more unbearable than going without food. Even if the opponent was just a child who looked only 7 years old. Your Highness Hu Wen. The female warrior performed a standard Amazonian military salute, her voice loud and powerful. I am an ordinary Amazonian warrior named Alexia. I just witnessed your swordsmanship. Although the style is different from ours, that rhythm is truly fascinating. I wonder if I might have the honor of sparring with you. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings erupted in cheers and whistles. Everyone was looking forward to this cross-realm duel. Standing to the side, Diana frowned slightly. She was about to say something. After all, Hu Wen was still young and had just finished testing his sword. But before she could speak, Hu Wen had already beaten her to it. Of course, Hu Wen's voice was clear and loud, showing no stage fright whatsoever. He turned around to face the female warrior, who was twice his height. Raising the short sword in his hand again, he assumed a combat stance. A warrior of Asgard never refuses a challenge. His small face was tense, his gaze extremely serious. This seriousness caused the female warrior to set aside her slight trace of dismissiveness, and her expression became solemn. She drew the wooden training sword from her waist. After all, real swords have no eyes, and it wouldn't be good to injure an honored guest. Please, guide me. With a low shout, Alexia took the initiative and attacked. Her footwork was agile and varied, like an antelope leaping among rocks. The wooden sword in her hand traced a tricky arc, aiming directly for Hu Wen's waist. The speed was not slow, clearly, she didn't intend to go easy on him as if she were humoring a child. Faced with this sudden attack, Hu Wen did not panic. His body reacted almost instinctively. It wasn't a judgment made after thinking, but a memory carved into his muscles after countless rounds of basic training. Clang! A dull thud sounded. Hu Wen didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he chose the most head-on approach. The iron sword in his hand steadily parried the wooden sword. The moment the two swords met, Alexia's expression changed. A massive force, one that didn't seem possible for a child to possess, was transmitted through the blade. It numbed her palm, and she nearly lost her grip on the sword. How is this possible? Is this really the strength a 7-year-old child should have? She was greatly shocked. She was an adult Amazonian warrior, blessed with divine power, possessing strength far exceeding that of an ordinary human male. But at this moment, before this small body, she actually felt like she was pushing against a mountain. Hu Wen didn't give his opponent time to be surprised. The moment he blocked the attack, he immediately switched from defense to offense. He took a step forward, utilizing his height, disadvantage, to slip directly inside her defensive circle. The short sword in his hand was like a viper's tongue, thrusting straight at her abdomen. Of course, he used the flat of the blade rather than the edge. Alexia was pale with fright and hastily stepped back to create distance. But Hu Wen's speed was even faster than she had imagined. That body, which looked petite and soft, now erupted with astonishing explosive power. It was the superior genetics inherited from the god King Odin and the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, a natural divine body. Even if it hadn't fully matured, even if he wasn't deliberately using divine power. This absolute gap in physical attributes was already enough to compensate for a lack of experience. The rhythm of the battle was instantly seized by Hu Wen. He was like a tireless little motor, circling Alexia and attacking relentlessly. Cleaving, hacking, thrusting, parrying. Every move was simple and direct, yet heavy and powerful. Alexia was beaten back repeatedly, struggling just to keep up her guard. She felt like she wasn't facing a child, but a young Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every collision left her arms feeling more sore and numb. In less than 20 exchanges. With a powerful horizontal sweep from Hu Wen, Alexia finally lost her grip on the wooden sword. It flew out of her hand, traced an arc in the air, and landed in the distant sand. The victory was decided. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Then, applause and cheers erupted 10 times more intense than before. He won. He really won. My God. This strength is simply terrifying. As expected of the son of Odin. Everyone looked at the small figure standing in the center of the arena, panting slightly, and the affection in their eyes turned into awe. In this nation that revered the strong, strength was the best passport. Hu Wen sheathed his sword and bowed to Alexia. Thank you for the match, sister. He showed that sweet smile again, as if the fierce little beast from a moment ago didn't exist at all. Alexia rubbed her numb wrist and shook her head with a bitter smile. Your Highness truly possesses innate divine strength. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. She was truly impressed. This kind of talent was something one couldn't even bring themselves to be jealous of. Just then, a slow and powerful applause came from the back of the crowd. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. General Antiope, clad in golden heavy armor, slowly walked out. Her face wore an unmistakable look of admiration, and her sharp eyes were fixed on Hu Wen. Like an old hunter seeing an unpolished, top-quality piece of jade. Good. Very good. Antiope said, good, twice, her tone full of affirmation. Solid foundation, amazing strength, and agile reactions. More importantly, that composure in the face of danger. Odin has taught you well. She walked up to Hu Wen and looked down at him. The pressure accumulated from years in high positions and on the battlefield radiated from her like something physical. But this did not frighten Hu Wen, instead, it made him straighten his back even more. It seems ordinary warriors can no longer satisfy your appetite. As Antiope spoke, she unfastened her cloak and tossed it to a nearby adjutant. She stretched her neck and wrists, letting out a series of crisp cracks. That dangerous aura became even more intense. Since you've come to Themyscira, wouldn't it be a wasted trip if you didn't truly experience the top combat techniques of the Amazons? She drew an unsharpened longsword from the weapon rack. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Hu Wen. Your Highness Hu Wen. Are you interested in exchanging a few moves with this old woman? Let me see just how much weight the future of Asgard truly carries. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Diana's expression changed drastically, and she rushed forward, blocking Hu Wen. Aunt. Diana's voice was full of anxiety and confusion. What kind of joke are you playing? He's only 7. He's just a child. The previous match was just a spar, but you. How can you personally take the field? What if you injure him? She was truly frantic. Who was Antiope? She was the strongest warrior in all of Amazon, second only to the queen. She was a being capable of fighting mythical monsters single-handedly on the battlefield. Even if it was just an assessment, an expert of that level leaking even a fraction of their power was no laughing matter. Facing her niece's obstruction, Antiope did not back down. She merely gave Diana a faint look. What? Do you think I don't even have that much sense of proportion? Or is it that you have so little confidence in this little guy? A true warrior grows in battle, not in a greenhouse. Since Odin allowed him to possess such power, he wouldn't want him to be just a vase that would be blown over by the wind. Though harsh, these words were the educational creed of the Amazons. Diana was momentarily speechless, but she still stubbornly spread her arms, protecting who went behind her. That's still not okay. I'm the one who brought him back, I have to be responsible for him. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. While the two sides were at a stalemate. A warm little hand gently tugged at Diana's clothes. Diana froze for a moment and looked back. She saw Hu Wen walking out from behind her. He didn't look at Diana, but stared straight at Antiope. In those amber eyes, an unprecedented light was burning. It wasn't an impulse for violence, but a pride belonging to a king. It's okay, Sister Diana. Hu Wen's voice, though youthful, was exceptionally calm. He gently pushed aside Diana's protective arm. Step by step, he walked to the center of the arena. Facing the Amazonian general who was as powerful as a mountain. He took a deep breath and then suddenly let out a loud shout. I am the first prince of Asgard. Son of Odin. Hu Wen Odinson. Every word was like a clap of thunder bursting from his chest. I fear no challenge. I accept any battle. Come. In this instant, the entire arena seemed to be ignited by this small figure. That heroism, that dominance. It almost created an illusion, as if standing there was not a child, but a young king about to be enthroned. Looking at that back, Diana's eyes actually felt a bit warm. She didn't try to stop him again. Because she knew that was the dignity belonging to a warrior. If she were to protect him like a hen protecting a chick at this time, it would instead be an insult to him. She could only silently retreat to the side, her hand tightly gripping the hilt of her sword, ready to intervene at a moment's notice in a crisis. Looking at the high-spirited little guy before her, Antiope's eyes showed even more admiration. Good boy. You've got guts. Now this is what a member of the god race should look like. She laughed loudly and flourished the longsword in her hand. In that case, I won't be polite. Watch out. Before she finished speaking, Antiope's figure had already vanished from her spot. That speed was more than a level faster than the previous Alexia. It was practically like a golden bolt of lightning. Whoosh. The sound of breaking wind instantly rang out. The blade was already closing in on Hu Wen's face. Hu Wen's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. Truly too fast. So fast his eyes could barely keep up with the movement. His body's instinct played its part again. At the critical moment, he leaned back, performing an extremely limit-pushing iron bridge move. The longsword brushed past the tip of his nose, the resulting wind pressure scraping his face with stinging pain. But that was only the first move. Antiope did not stop just because her first strike missed. The moment she overshot her mark, she tapped her toes against the ground, forcibly twisting her body against its own inertia. Like a sudden spear thrust from behind, the longsword swung back in an upward arc toward Hu Wen's lower body. The speed of this transition and the fluidity of the combination were simply breathtaking. Before Hu Wen even had a chance to stand up, crisis struck again. He could only roll clumsily across the ground, barely managing to evade the blade. But this move caused him to completely lose the initiative and his rhythm. Over the next few minutes, Hu Wen was like a small boat caught in a violent storm. He was suppressed by Antiope's tempestuous attacks until he could barely breathe. He could only continuously dodge, parry, and retreat. Although he managed to escape danger time and again by relying on his powerful divine body and solid foundation. The gap between them was glaringly obvious. It wasn't a gap in strength, but a chasm formed by thousands of years of accumulated combat experience. Every one of Antiope's moves aimed for his vitals, and every one of her predictions was incredibly precise. She was like a predator toyed with its prey, slowly compressing Hu Wen's room for survival. What's wrong? Son of Odin. Antiope taunted Hu Wen with words even as she swung her sword. Can't hold on anymore. Is this all you're capable of? If that's the case, the future of Asgard is truly worrying. Show me your true ability. Don't disappoint me. The sword in her hand grew faster and faster, her strength increasing as well. The crimson training uniform on Hu Wen's body had already been slashed in several places. Although the blade hadn't reached his flesh, he looked extremely disheveled. Sweat poured down his forehead, stinging his eyes. His breathing became ragged, and his lungs felt as if they were on fire. So strong. Is this a truly powerful warrior? I have absolutely no power to fight back. No. I can't just lose like this. I am the son of Odin. I am the genius my father placed high hopes on. If I can't even pass this test, how can I protect mom? How can I protect everyone? A powerful surge of indignation erupted in Hu Wen's heart. With the surge of this emotion, the massive golden divine power that had been lurking within his body seemed to sense its master's will. Thump. A dull heartbeat sounded clearly in his ears. That was no ordinary heartbeat, it was the pulsation of divine power. It was as if a sleeping giant lion had opened its eyes. Hu Wen felt the originally gentle warm current in his body suddenly become scalding hot. It surged through his blood vessels, roaring, craving release. Buzz. The iron sword in his hand suddenly emitted a soft hum. A faint golden light spread from his palm to the hilt, then quickly covered the entire blade. That is. On the sidelines, Diana's eyes widened abruptly. Antiope also sensed something was wrong. The aura of the little guy before her, who had been backed into a corner, suddenly changed. It became majestic, holy, and filled with an overwhelming pressure. Hu Wen snapped his head up. In his originally clear amber eyes, two golden flames were now burning. He no longer retreated. Faced with another of Antiope's sword strikes, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he gripped his sword with both hands and met the attack head-on. Ha! Accompanied by a youthful yet power-filled roar. The golden light flared brilliantly. Clang! A massive sound echoed throughout the arena. Golden light and cold steel collided violently in the air. This time, the one knocked back was no longer Hu Wen. Antiope felt an overwhelming force transfer from the sword, causing a sharp pain in the webbing between her thumb and forefinger. She slid back uncontrollably for several meters before stabilizing herself. She looked up in shock at the small figure enveloped in golden light. At this moment, Hu Wen no longer seemed like a mortal. The golden divine power was not just attached to his sword, it was gushing out from every pore of his body, forming a pair of blurred, wing-like phantoms of light behind him. That was pure, untainted Odin force. It carried a majesty that judged all evil. Is this Hu Wen's divine power? Diana murmured to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. She could feel that there was no terrifying aura of destruction within that power. Instead, it possessed an extremely warm and positive quality. Like the sun. Like hope. Hu Wen did not give Antiope a chance to catch her breath. This time, the roles of offense and defense were completely reversed. The empowerment of divine power had boosted his speed and strength to a terrifying level. Like a golden meteor, he charged toward Antiope. Those originally somewhat awkward moves seemed to be endowed with a soul under the infusion of divine power. Every sword swing left a trail of golden light. Every strike fell like a thunderbolt. Antiope had to cast aside all contempt and face him with absolute focus. This was no longer a training match. This was a true, evenly matched battle. She even began to feel the pressure. Wrapped in golden light, the originally ordinary iron sword became indestructible, even radiating a heat capable of scorching skin. Furthermore, Hu Wen's combat instincts seemed to have fully awakened at this moment. It was as if he were born for battle. No need for thought, no need for judgment. Divine power guided his sword, and his body told him what to do. He became faster and fiercer. That sense of oppression made Antiope feel as if she had returned to the battlefields of the divine war thousands of years ago. Good. Antiope shouted, her true fighting spirit also ignited. A faint glow of divine power also appeared on her body, a blessing from Olympus. Two distinct types of divine power collided in the arena. Gold and silver intertwined. Sword chi crisscrossed, and dust filled the air. The surrounding spectators had long since been stunned. No one expected that a sparring session originally thought to be a training match would evolve into such a clash of gods. That 7-year-old child was actually able to trade blows with their general, and even seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Hu Wen's movements became smoother as he fought. He felt as if he had entered a wondrous state. Everything around him slowed down. Antiope's movements became crystal clear in his eyes, every opening exposed. The sword in his hand was no longer an external object, but an extension of his will. He could slash or thrust wherever he wished. The golden light grew more and more brilliant, eventually almost drowning him entirely. In the center of the light, he was like a young god king, surveying his territory and punishing his enemies. That aura of being high above yet compassionate made all the Amazonian warriors present feel an involuntary urge to bow in worship. After dozens more rounds of intense exchange. Despite her rich experience, Antiope began to find it difficult to cope with this completely unreasonable explosion of divine power. After all, her divine power was merely a blessing, whereas Hu Wen's divine power was his source. This was a difference in quality. Finally, under a two-handed heavy strike from Hu Wen that seemed capable of splitting mountains. The longsword in Antiope's hand let out a mournful cry. Though it didn't break, the immense force sent her flying. She flipped in the air and, upon landing, retreated 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to stand firm. Hu Wen, meanwhile, remained in the downward slashing posture in the center of the arena. The golden light around him slowly receded, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. The iron sword, unable to withstand the infusion of divine power, was covered in cracks and finally shattered into a pile of scrap metal with a crack. The battle was over. The entire arena was silent. Everyone held their breath, looking at the small figure holding only a sword hilt. Sweat dripped from Hu Wen's cheeks onto the ground. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Though he had won and experienced an explosion of power, the burden on his young body was immense. The feeling of weakness following the exhaustion of divine power surged over him like a tide. His legs felt weak, and his vision began to darken. But he still forced himself to stay upright. He looked up at Antiope. A smile, though weary, was still bright on his face. Hee hee. General Grandma, oh wait, General Sister. Did I win? Antiope stared at that smile, stunned for several seconds. Then, she also smiled. It was a rare, loud laugh from the usually stern woman. Ha 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 ha. You won. You won. Odin-san, you really are a monster. No, a true genius. She stepped forward, completely disregarding her image, and slapped Hu Wen's shoulder hard. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. From today on, you can go wherever you want on Themyscira. If anyone dares to object, tell them my name. This was the highest recognition from a powerful warrior. Phew. Hearing those words, Hu Wen finally let out his breath. His vision went black, his body went limp, and he was about to collapse onto the ground. But the expected hard ground never came. A warm and fragrant embrace caught him steadily. It was Diana. She had already rushed forward, catching the stubborn little guy in her arms. Looking at his pale yet smiling face, Diana felt both heartache and pride. You idiot. She scolded softly, her eyes reddening. Why push yourself so hard? Don't you know I'd be worried? Hu Wen nuzzled against the familiar embrace, finding a comfortable position. Because I'm a man, I can't embarrass my sister. After saying that, he could no longer hold on, his head tilted to the side, and he fell asleep directly in Diana's arms. He left behind a crowd still in shock and a Diana filled with gratification and pride. The sunlight bathed them, and the golden afterglow seemed to dance in the air. It was the glory belonging to the son of Odin, and the true beginning of this legendary story. The clamor of the arena gradually faded behind them. Diana carried the deep sleeping Hu Wen, her pace not particularly fast. Her arms held the little fellow's body steadily, for fear that even a slight bump would wake him. At this moment, Hu Wen no longer possessed the majestic aura of a god, radiating golden light as he had before. He curled up in Diana's arms like a kitten with a drained battery, sleeping soundly and oblivious to the world. On that small face dusted with a bit of dirt, his brows were relaxed and his breathing even. Occasionally, he would smack his lips, as if still savoring the taste of victory in his dreams. Diana looked down at him, her gaze so tender it seemed it could melt. Truly a little rascal who causes such worry. He fought so fiercely just now, yet now he's sleeping so peacefully. But, she felt the small, warm body heat radiating from her arms. And those steady, powerful heartbeats. The sense of peace and satisfaction in her heart was simply beyond words. However, wanting to walk the path back to the palace in peace was clearly a luxury. The news of Hu Wen defeating General Antiope spread across Themyscira instantly, as if it had grown wings. This wasn't just some rumor, it was a fact witnessed by hundreds of people. For these Amazon warriors who lived on a secluded island year-round with nothing but training. This was absolutely the most explosive news in hundreds of years. Bar none. Consequently, the sides of the main road leading to the palace were already crowded with people at some point. Some had just rushed over from other training grounds, still wearing their sweat-soaked leather armor. Others still held hoes or fishing nets, clearly having just dropped their work to come watch the commotion. Each one craned their neck, their eyes sparkling with undisguised curiosity and eagerness. Like a pack of hungry wolves surrounding a rare little white rabbit. Look, look, that's the little prince of Asgard. Heavens, he's way too cute. Can such a small person really defeat General Antiope? How could it be fake? Alexia told me herself just now, she was beaten into submission. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is this what they call a genius? And look at that skin, those eyelashes, he's more delicate than a doll. The chatter rose and fell, merging into a continuous buzz. Although the Amazons were martial, they were still women after all. Facing a creature like Hu Wen, who combined immense power with extreme cuteness, the impact was of nuclear proportions. That admiration for the strong, combined with an overflowing maternal instinct and even a hint of primal curiosity toward the opposite romance, mixed together and transformed into a form of extremely fanatical worship. Some of the bolder female warriors could no longer restrain themselves. They began to tentatively edge toward the middle of the road. Your Highness. A hot-bodied female warrior with red hair approached with a cheeky grin. Is the little guy asleep? Let me have a look, okay. I heard Asgardians have different muscle structures than us. Can I feel him? As she spoke, she actually reached out, her fingers, dusted with a bit of dirt, aiming straight for Hu Wen's smooth little cheek. Her gaze was quite mischievous. With this first person leading the way, the surrounding crowd instantly became restless. I want to see too. I want to see too. Let me touch him too. Maybe I'll awaken some divine power tomorrow by sharing in his good fortune. Hey, don't push. Let me squeeze that chubby little hand first. For a moment, it was a scene of mass excitement as several hands reached out from all directions. It looked as though Hu Wen was about to suffer a cruel, groping baptism. Diana's face instantly darkened. Her gaze, which had been as gentle as water, switched to absolute zero ice within a second. The alarm of her territory being invaded rang frantically in her mind. Are you kidding me? Is he someone you can just touch? I picked him up. He's mine. Even I haven't had my fill of touching him yet. What do you lot think you're doing? Diana stopped abruptly, tilting her body slightly to agilely avoid the dirty hand reaching for Hu Wen's face. Then, she looked up. An aura of natural authority belonging to the Amazon princess instantly erupted. Impudent. Diana barked in a low voice. Though her voice was kept low for fear of waking Hu Wen, its deterrent power was not diminished in the slightest. Her blue eyes coldly swept over the surrounding crowd. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, making the previously laughing female warriors shudder. What do you think you're doing? What do you take this place for? A petting zoo. Prince Hu Wen is a distinguished guest of Themyscira. He is a future god king. Moreover, he is a warrior who just defeated General Antiope in a fair duel. Is this how you treat a warrior worthy of respect? Touching him casually. Where are your manners? Has Amazonian pride and decorum been thrown to the dogs? This string of questions rained down like rapid-fire artillery, leaving the group of enthusiastic fangirls a bit dazed. The red-haired warrior who led the charge awkwardly withdrew her hand and scratched her head sheepishly. Well, Your Highness, we were just curious. After all, we've never seen such a powerful little boy before. Curiosity. Diana snorted coldly, pulling Hu Wen even tighter into her embrace. As if afraid someone would snatch him away the moment she wasn't looking. Curiosity is no excuse for being handsy. He is very tired now and needs rest. If anyone dares to take another step forward and disturb his sleep, don't blame me for being unkind. Don't say I didn't give you face then, we'll settle it in the arena. Having said that, she gave everyone a demonstrative glare. Her protective stance was exactly like a lioness with her fur bristling. Faced with the princess's firm attitude, and the highly intimidating threat of settling it in the arena, everyone could only resentfully pull back their eager intentions. Fine, fine, we won't touch him then. The princess is truly too stingy. Exactly, she clearly wants him all to herself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. She found a brother and forgot her sisters. Although they were still grumbling in low voices, the crowd obediently made way. No one dared to truly cross Diana. After all, the aura Diana projected was becoming more and more like Her Majesty the Queen. Diana heard the complaints about keeping him all to herself. But she didn't care at all. In fact, she felt a bit smug. That's right, I'm keeping him for myself. So what? If you're so capable, go pick one up from the sky yourselves. If you can't find one, don't be envious. Head held high, she carried Hu Wen through the crowd like a victorious general. Her sense of possessiveness was greatly satisfied. She even glanced down at Hu Wen in her arms, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. You'll have to be careful when you go out from now on. These women are looking at you like you're Tang Sanzong's flesh. It seems I'll have to keep an even closer eye on you in the future. And while all this was happening, on the high palace terrace, Queen Hippolyta stood leaning against the railing, taking in everything that happened on the street. She did not intervene. Whether it was Diana's protectiveness or her people's curiosity, it was all within her expectations. Her gaze bypassed the noisy crowd and landed precisely on the small figure in Diana's arms. Even from such a distance, she could still feel the fluctuations of divine power radiating from the child, which had not yet fully subsided. That aura of golden light remained dazzling even in his sleep. Hu Wen Odinson. Hippolyta softly murmured the name, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cool marble of the railing. What terrifying talent and power he possesses. Hippolyta marveled silently. She saw clearly the battle in the arena just now. It wasn't just a burst of brute force, but a near instinctive combat intuition. That grasp of timing, that decisiveness to instantly adjust and counterattack in a desperate situation. That was the most terrifying part. Strength can be cultivated, and divine power can be inherited. But such combat wisdom is innate, it cannot be taught. This child will undoubtedly become an existence capable of shaking the 9 realms in the future. Even if he is currently just a lion cub, he is still a lion, not anything else. At this thought, Hippolyta's gaze deepened. As a queen, she had to think more broadly and further ahead. Perhaps, an idea gradually took shape in her mind. Diana's trial. It was the ultimate test of whether Diana could truly leave Themyscira and go to the world of men. Hippolyta had been hesitating, feeling Diana wasn't ready and that the trial was too dangerous. But now, what if there was this variable? If this little fellow were to assist her? With his power, he might actually be able to help Diana pass that hurdle smoothly. And, a meaningful curve appeared at the corner of Hippolyta's mouth. Anyway, these two have been stuck together like glue every day, practically inseparable. If Hu Wen is asked to help, he certainly won't refuse. He might even enjoy it, wouldn't he? It was indeed a good idea. It could train Diana and simultaneously provide an opportunity to observe and win over this Asgardian crown prince. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, this also brought new problems. Hippolyta turned and looked at the shimmering sea in the distance. That was the direction to the outside world, and also the direction to the unknown. I just wonder if that old fellow Odin will agree. After all, that is his most beloved eldest son. If something were to go wrong here, even if it's just a scratch, would that protective god king come charging over here? This was a huge diplomatic risk. Although Themyscira was protected by the gods, a war with Asgard would be an absolute catastrophe. Perhaps, a marriage alliance is an option. Once this thought emerged, it took root in Hippolyta's mind. Political marriage has been the stablest bond for maintaining peace between 2 major powers since ancient times. Diana is the only princess of the Amazons, possessing the bloodline of Zeus. Hu Wen is the first prince of Asgard, possessing the bloodline of Odin and even that of the suspected goddess of beauty. This isn't just a perfect match, it's a marriage made in heaven. If these 2 children could be together, then Themyscira and Asgard could form the strongest alliance. In this turbulent universe, this would be an invincible trump card. However, Hippolyta frowned and shook her head somewhat self-deprecatingly. Asgard is currently the hegemon of the 9 realms. Both in strength and status, it is far above the secluded Themyscira. They might not necessarily care for our tiny little place. And that old stubborn Odin has always been very arrogant. This matter cannot be rushed. It needs careful consideration. At the very least, I must first figure out what's going on with that aura of the goddess of beauty on the child. This could be a key breakthrough point. If I can seize this leverage or utilize this relationship. A glint flashed in Hippolyta's eyes. Her instincts as a politician led her to begin constructing various possible plans and layouts in her mind. But at that moment, her gaze once again swept over the small figure that Diana had already carried into the palace gate. In that instant, her mind actually dithered for a moment. That familiar, heart-pounding pink fluctuation seemed to be transmitted through the air. It did not weaken with distance, instead, it became clearer because of her gaze. Hey! Hippolyta chuckled softly. This time, there was no calculation or politics in that smile. Only a pure, feminine appreciation. But I must say, this kid truly is quite charming. That quality that makes one want to get close and pamper him at a single glance. Even an old woman like me, who has lived for thousands of years, finds him pleasing to the eye. Goddess of love, Aphrodite. What kind of scourge have you left behind for this world? Hippolyta reached out and touched her chest. There, the heart that had been silent for countless years actually skipped a beat, softly and unnoticed, in response to that distant fluctuation. When they returned to the private chambers, the corridor was deathly quiet. Diana gently pushed open the door and carried Hu Wen into the room filled with the scent of lavender. She even slowed her breathing, afraid of disturbing this little hero who had exhausted himself into a deep sleep. As she placed him on the soft, large bed, Diana's movements were more careful than if she were holding the most fragile crystal. She slowly withdrew her arm, straightened up, and let out a long sigh. Looking at Hu Wen's peaceful sleeping face nestled in the pillow, she couldn't help but reach out to brush away that messy strand of hair from his forehead. Just as her fingertip touched Hu Wen's forehead, something unexpected happened. The little guy, who should have been deep in dreamland, suddenly and suspiciously fluttered his eyelids. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted into a tiny smile. Though he quickly tried to suppress it, that momentary lapse in expression control was full of holes for a top-tier warrior like Diana. Diana's finger froze in midair. Her blue eyes, once full of affection, narrowed slightly. The tenderness in her gaze was gradually replaced by a teasing look that said, "Oh, you little fooler. Playing asleep, are we?" Enjoying Her Highness's service, was it comfortable? You even dare to trick me. Diana didn't expose him immediately. A mischievous smile also curled at the corner of her lips, a smile with a hint of prank only her closest would see. She slowly withdrew her hand and instead reached for the sensitive, ticklish flesh at Hu Wen's side. Just as Hu Wen thought the warm hand was leaving and was secretly celebrating the success of his playing dead tactic. Ah, this little piggy seems to be sleeping soundly, Diana said in an exaggerated tone, deliberately raising her voice as if talking to herself. Looks like he's truly worn out. In that case, I'll help him relax with a full body massage. No sooner had she spoken than her 10 fingers, like a nimble pianist's, landed unerringly on Hu Wen's ticklish spots. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Hu Wen couldn't pretend any longer. He sprang up from the bed like a live fish tossed ashore. That ticklish sensation broke his act instantly, making him curl into a ball and roll around on the bed. Sister. Sister, have mercy. I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore. Ha ha ha, so ticklish. Don't tickle there. He pleaded for mercy while trying to block Diana's attacks with his hands. But how could he possibly block her? Diana was now treating him like an oversized plush toy to play with. Tickling him, she scolded laughingly. You little rascal. You've got some nerve. You even dare to trick me. I think you're getting cocky after beating Antiope just now, aren't you? Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. The room was instantly filled with joyful laughter and playful fighting. Pillows were thrown everywhere, and the blanket was tangled into a mess. Although Hu Wen was a god, he was utterly defenseless against this most primal form of tickle attack. He laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, his little face flushed red. Finally out of strength, he could only cling to Diana's arm like an octopus, burying his face in her sleeve and rubbing against it. Sister, I was really wrong. It's just that it was too comfortable in your arms, I didn't want to get up. Please forgive me this once, okay? He looked up at Diana with those big, watery eyes, unleashing his ultimate move, acting cute. This move was practically foolproof against Diana. Seeing his pitiful, slightly coquettish little expression, how could Diana stay angry? You. Diana helplessly tapped his forehead, the smile in her eyes impossible to hide. Don't ever trick me like this again, understand? If you dare pretend like this again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Though she spoke the harshest words, her actions were extremely gentle as she smoothed Hu Wen's messy hair and straightened his clothes. That intimate, barrier-free sibling affection felt particularly warm and cozy on this sunny afternoon. Just as the two were having fun, a respectful voice of a handmaiden suddenly came from outside the door. Your Highness. Her Majesty the Queen has ordered that His Highness Hu Wen come to her study. Hearing the word, Queen, the playful noise in the room came to an abrupt halt. Diana and Hu Wen exchanged a glance. The relaxed atmosphere receded somewhat. So soon? Diana mumbled, somewhat puzzled. Could there be news from Asgard? She turned to look at Hu Wen, helping him straighten the last bit of his collar. Let's go. Since Mother is calling you, it must be important. But don't be afraid, I'll be right there with you. Hu Wen obediently nodded, jumped off the bed, and put on his little leather boots. Though he had just been acting cute and rolling around, upon hearing he was to meet the imposing queen, he instantly switched back to his well-behaved, sensible little prince mode. The speed of this change made Diana can't help but think, little drama queen. The two walked through the long corridor and arrived at Hippolyta's private study. It wasn't as opulent and intimidating as the palace throne room. Instead, it was arranged very elegantly and comfortably. Shelves lining the walls were filled with ancient parchment scrolls and books, the air carried a faint scent of ink and sandalwood. Hippolyta wasn't sitting behind the desk symbolizing power. Rather, she was sitting on a lounge chair with soft cushions, holding a book. Today, she wasn't wearing her imposing golden armor. Instead, she had changed into a loose, white silk robe, her long hair casually tied up at the back. She looked less like a domineering queen and more intellectual and graceful. Hearing footsteps, she put down her book and looked up. Sister. Sister. Before Diana could even bow, Hu Wen had already trotted over on his little legs. He completely bypassed all the cumbersome formalities, even omitting the title, Your Majesty. The crisp calls of, sister, rolled off his tongue naturally and smoothly. As if Hippolyta wasn't the ruler of a nation, but just a big sister from next door. Have you contacted my father? He looked up at Hippolyta, his face full of anticipation. Standing behind him, Diana couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth upon hearing this address. This kid, he's really gotten used to calling her that. That's a queen several thousand years old. You're mixing up the generations here. But, looking at Mother's expression, she doesn't seem to mind. Indeed, Hippolyta's face, usually always composed, showed no displeasure at this moment. In fact, upon hearing that, sister, an uncontrollable hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her eyes and brows. For any woman, even a several thousand-year-old demi-goddess queen. Being sincerely complimented as young and called sister, especially by such an adorably rule-breaking little boy, was an absolute delight, both physically and mentally. This kind of emotional value, even the most skilled flatterer couldn't provide. Though Hippolyta maintained a calm and indifferent expression on the surface, inwardly she was overjoyed. This little mouth is truly like it's been smeared with honey. How did that old fossil Odin manage to have a son like this? If only Diana could be this sweet, she silently complained about her own daughter, then gestured for Huwen to come closer. Not that fast yet, Hippolyta's voice was much gentler, lacking the oppressive force from the throne room. The magical communication array is still being adjusted. After all, communication across the 9 realms is no small matter. Even for us, it takes some time to calibrate the coordinates. Barring any issues, we should be able to contact Asgard in a day or two. Seeing a flicker of disappointment on Huwen's little face, Hippolyta smiled slightly. She reached out and gently patted Huwen's shoulder, as if comforting a child who didn't get candy. Don't worry, your father must be anxious too. Once we make contact, he will surely come to get you immediately. However, she changed the subject, her gaze becoming slightly more serious. I called you here today not for that matter. It's about your performance earlier in the arena. Hearing this, Huwen immediately straightened his back. It was the posture of an elementary school student waiting for the teacher's praise. Excellent, Hippolyta didn't spare her praise. Truly excellent. At 7 years old, defeating my most capable general, Antiope. This isn't just a matter of talent, it's a reflection of courage and wisdom. I saw everything from above. Every move you made, every counterattack, impressed me deeply. Huwen's face flushed slightly, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Thank you for the praise, sister. Actually, it was also because Antiope, sister, she went easy on me. And I was lucky too. Luck is also part of one's strength. Hippolyta shook her head, then pointed out the key issue. However, I also noticed something. Although your power is strong, even terrifying, your control over divine power is still too rough. Like a child holding a divine sword, only able to swing it wildly. You're entirely relying on instinct and physical prowess to push through. Of course, that's perfectly normal. She looked into Huwen's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of amazement. After all, according to Diana, you've only awakened your divine power for less than 2 days. In just 2 days, you've managed to self-teach and apply divine power to this extent. Not only can you channel it into your weapon, but you can also materialize wings of light. In my thousands of years, I've never heard of any god with such talent. Not even Hercules, Zeus's illegitimate son from back in the day, was this exaggerated. Here, Hippolyta paused slightly. She observed Huwen's expression, then presented the bait she had long prepared. Therefore, I believe I have both the responsibility and the interest to teach you some real techniques regarding the application of divine power. Although Amazon is not as powerful as Asgard, we have our own unique heritage when it comes to the study and application of divine power. Especially regarding the fine control of power and the perfect fusion of divine power with martial arts. I believe this is precisely what you lack most right now. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze sincere and enticing. Consider it our Themisira establishing a friendly bond with Asgard. Are you willing? The air grew quiet for a few seconds. Huwen didn't agree immediately. He instinctively turned his head to glance at Diana beside him. Diana was also looking at him, a bit surprised but mostly encouraging. As if saying, this is a good thing, say yes. But inside Huwen's little head, thoughts were racing. It was the art of rulership Odin had instilled in him since childhood. Father had said there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Especially in political matters. Every gift has its price clearly marked. Although Sister Queen is beautiful and treats me well, she is still a queen. Why does she want to teach me? Just because she likes me? Or just to establish friendly relations? An ordinary child might think so. But Huwen understood clearly. Hippolyta wasn't just teaching him, she was making an investment in him. Accepting this instruction meant owing a huge favor. This favor will have to be repaid in the future. And it's very likely that it will be repaid with Asgard's interests. I'm still young. Although I have great talent, I have nothing to give to elder sister queen. So her goal must be my father behind me, it must be Asgard. If I refuse, it's actually no big deal. After all, once I return, Father King can definitely teach me, perhaps even teach me better. Asgard isn't short on teachers. This is a very rational judgment. According to political logic, he should politely decline, or at least say he needs to ask Father King first. But, Huwen looked into Hippolyta's purple eyes, which held a smile and anticipation. Then he glanced at Diana beside him, her face full of genuine excitement and happiness for him. Another voice suddenly emerged in his heart. But, some things can't be considered only from a political perspective. If it were someone else, forget it. But this is elder sister Diana's mother, it's elder sister Hippolyta. She truly wants to teach me, and I genuinely like it here. Father King also said that a true strong person must possess a heart as vast as the ocean, embracing all rivers. Learning more things is never a bad idea. Besides, getting to spend more time with such a beautiful elder sister is also a win. Moreover, since Father King is so powerful, what's the big deal about owing a favor? Can't he repay it? This is what they call diplomacy. Having figured this out, the trace of hesitation on Hu Wen's face instantly vanished. He lifted his head and revealed a big, guileless smile. I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. He agreed immediately, his voice crisp and pleasant. To receive personal instruction from elder sister Queen is Hu Wen's honor. No problem. I'll be troubling you, elder sister, in the coming days. He even bowed respectfully, imitating the proper gesture. This straightforward and obedient demeanor once again amused Hippolyta. The smile on her face became more genuine and radiant. So clever. This little guy, that look in his eyes just now, he was clearly weighing the pros and cons. But he still agreed. Whether it's due to confidence or because of his fondness for me as an elder sister. This first step has been successfully taken. Hippolyta looked at the innocent little boy in front of her. The political calculations in her mind were clicking away. Hu Wen, Hu Wen. You'd never imagine. My goal isn't merely Asgard as an ally. What I truly want to bind is you, the person. A child who carries the aura of the goddess of beauty, the bloodline of Odin, and who can make Diana care so much. To make you one of Themyscira's own people. Even, to become Diana's most solid support in the future. This is my ultimate goal. Children make choices, adults, of course, want it all. This gentle ambition was perfectly hidden deep within her beautiful eyes. Then, mother. Seeing the matter settled, Diana spoke up. Since you are going to teach Hu Wen, should I take my leave? After all, this is an advanced course on divine power. It might not be appropriate for me to be here. Although she said this, her eyes clearly revealed a hint of envy and disappointment. She wanted to learn too. She had yearned for power since childhood, longing to be as strong as the Queen Mother and her aunt. But every time, the Queen Mother only had her practice basic swordsmanship, never willing to teach her the truly core things. She always thought it was because she wasn't strong enough, or the time wasn't right. Now, even an outsider little brother could learn, while she, the biological daughter, had to leave. It made her feel a bit sour inside. Seeing her daughter's conflicted expression, Hippolyta sighed inwardly. The time has come. Since that variable has arrived. The lie she had carefully guarded all along, that fairy tale about the clay doll. It is also time to be shattered. No need. Hippolyta called out to Diana, who was about to turn and leave. You stay too. I'll teach you both. These simple 3 words struck Diana like a thunderbolt. She spun around sharply, eyes wide, pointing at herself in disbelief. Me. I'm learning too. But this is a divine power course. Do I even have divine power? That question that had troubled her for over a decade was finally voiced. Aren't I just a mortal made of clay? Hippolyta looked at her daughter's eyes, filled with both excitement and apprehension. She did not evade or fabricate stories as she had done before. She stood up, walked over to Diana, reached out, and gently stroked her daughter's young, vibrant face. Silly child. Haven't you already sensed it? Your strength far beyond ordinary people, your speed, your seemingly inexhaustible energy. Do you truly believe a lump of clay could achieve all this? Her voice was soft, yet each word struck heavily on Diana's heart. You are not immortal. And you were never a clay doll. That story was only to protect you. But now. She glanced at Hu Wen, who was blinking his big eyes curiously, watching the drama unfold. I think it's time for you to grow up. Diana felt her breath almost stop. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. It felt as if the truth she had been kept in the dark about was finally about to be unveiled. That subversion of her self-perception made her feel dizzy, but more than that, it was ecstatic. I have divine power. I really have divine power. I'm not an anomaly, I'm not some fragile piece of clay. I too am a child of the gods. Come find me tonight. Hippolyta withdrew her hand, returning to her calm tone. I will tell you everything you want to know, including your origins, the source of your power, and your mission. But for now, she pointed at Hu Wen, who had already assumed a posture ready for the lesson. Set aside those chaotic thoughts. Let's focus on the class first. This first lesson is about how to sense and guide the flow of energy within the body. This is equally important for you. Yes, mother. Diana almost shouted her reply. Her pretty face radiated unprecedented excitement and brilliance. The gloom that had weighed on her heart for years was swept away. She straightened her back, standing as straight as a soldier about to head to battle. Her eyes burned with a thirst for knowledge and power. She was even more eager than Hu Wen beside her. Hu Wen looked at these two beautiful elder sisters. One gentle yet scheming, the other excited and adorable. Although he didn't quite understand the deeper meaning behind that clay doll story, he could sense that everyone had become very happy. As long as everyone is happy, that's a good thing. Hee, I need to work hard too. Can't lose to elder sister Diana. He clenched his little fist and stood properly, imitating Diana's posture. One large and one small figure stood side by side before Hippolyta in the afterglow of the setting sun. Thus began this unique private tutoring session belonging to Themyscira and Asgard. Hippolyta looked at these two children before her. The gloom in her heart that had arisen from the relationship between Odin and Aphrodite dissipated considerably at this moment. No matter what the future holds. At least at this moment. This scene of passing down knowledge is beautiful. She cleared her throat and began explaining the Amazon's unique secret technique for energy control, calm heart flow. Unlike Asgard's grand, open, and straightforward release of power, the Amazons emphasize restraint and precision. Close your eyes. Feel your breath. Don't try to control that power. Instead, listen to it, guide it. Hippolyta's voice, like a murmuring stream, echoed in the study. Two peerless geniuses, under the guidance of a demi-goddess queen, were pushing open the door to a stronger world at an astonishing speed. Time quietly slipped away in this tranquil study. Outside the window, the sun gradually set, and the moon climbed the branches. But the three people in the room did not feel the passage of time. Diana was truly touching upon so-called divine power application for the first time. It was like suddenly handing a racing manual to a sports car that never knew how to shift gears. That feeling of sudden clarity intoxicated her. As for Hu Wen, he was like a dry sponge dropped into water. His talent was being utilized to its fullest extent here. Under Hippolyta's guidance, the golden light at his fingertips was no longer simply glowing or changing shape. It began to pulse with his breath, becoming more condensed, even starting to have texture. Very good, Hu Wen. Try to flatten that ball of light, make it as thin as a sheet of paper. But don't let it scatter, maintain its resilience. While instructing, Hippolyta was secretly astonished. This kid's comprehension is simply terrifying. Many Amazonian warriors practiced for decades without mastering such delicate control, yet he understood it after hearing it once. He could even extrapolate. This wasn't teaching a student, this was witnessing a miracle. If this speed continues, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days. This kid will completely master divine power control techniques, even develop his own moves. Is this Asgard's future? Hippolyta murmured to herself inwardly. She glanced at Diana, who was also completely absorbed. Suddenly, she felt her marriage alliance plan might not really be political opportunism, but truly finding for her daughter a partner worthy of her, even capable of protecting her. Once this thought took root, it could not be uprooted. Looking at that golden boy and jade girl practicing earnestly under the moonlight, the corner of Her Majesty the Queen's mouth curled into another meaningful smile, one known as a mother-in-law looking at her prospective son-in-law. All right, let's stop here for today. She clapped her hands, interrupting their practice. Biting off more than you can chew. Go back and digest today's gains properly. As for you, Diana. She looked at her daughter. After dinner, come to my private chambers. We need to have a proper talk. Yes, mother. Although Diana still wished to continue, she knew that haste makes waste. And besides practicing, she now looked forward even more to the evening's truth-telling session. She took Hu Wen's hand, the excitement still evident on her face. Let's go, little genius. You must be exhausted too. Elder sister will take you to eat something delicious. The imperial kitchen seems to have prepared roast lamb tonight. Hearing roast lamb, Hu Wen's eyes instantly lit up, and his stomach cooperatively growled. Yay, I want the leg. The two bowed to Hippolyta, took their leave, and then ran out hand in hand, happily. Watching their departing figures, Hippolyta stood where she was, motionless for a long time. Only a soft sigh echoed in the empty study. It was for the past, and also for the future. But no matter what, the gears of fate, at this moment, had already begun to accelerate. And the driving force behind all this was that seemingly harmless 7-year-old boy who had actually stirred up the winds and clouds. As well as the two goddess women with different intentions, yet both deeply fond of him. The sea breeze, carrying the unique coolness of the night, swept through the palace corridors. Only the last remnants of food remained on the exquisite silver platter, evidence of the lavish dinner that had just concluded. Hu Wen contentedly patted his round little belly and let out a comfortable sigh. Diana sat opposite him, a doting smile lingering at the corner of her mouth as she watched his utterly unself-conscious demeanor. She reached for a napkin from the table, leaned over, and gently wiped the sauce from the corner of Hu Wen's mouth. Are you full, little prince? Diana's voice sounded exceptionally gentle in the night, like waves lapping against the shore. Hu Wen nodded obediently, his large amber eyes sparkling in the candlelight. I'm full. That roasted whole lamb was absolutely delicious. It was even more tender than the roasted meats in Asgard. I wish I could eat it every day from now on. As he spoke, he even licked his lips with lingering relish, his greedy little expression making one want to pinch his cheeks. Diana smiled, stood up, and straightened her skirt. She glanced out the window at the now completely dark sky, her expression turning slightly more serious. All right, now that you're full, it's time to attend to serious matters. The Queen Mother is waiting for me in her private chambers. I must go. Tonight is very important for me. A light that was both expectant and nervous flickered in her eyes, a longing for the truth about to be revealed. Hu Wen was an exceptionally intelligent child, he naturally discerned the emotions in Diana's gaze. He didn't cling to her like an ordinary child would, nor did he insist on following to see the commotion. On the contrary, he very sensibly jumped down from his chair and stood before Diana. Then go quickly, sister. Don't keep Queen Sister waiting. I'll just wander around here a bit to help my digestion. The scenery here is so beautiful, I haven't had my fill of it yet. I'll wait for you obediently in the garden and won't run off anywhere. He looked up, his delicate little face full of sincerity and obedience. Diana looked at the little boy in front of her. He was only 7, a prince of noble status, yet he always behaved so understandingly. Over these past few days together, she found herself genuinely liking this little brother, who had fallen from the sky more and more. Not only was he powerful, but his maturity and thoughtfulness beyond his years always managed to touch the softest part of her heart in the most unexpected moments. An indescribable feeling of affection welled up from within her. She couldn't hold back, or rather, she didn't want to hold back at all. She bent down, cupped Hu Wen's chubby little face in both hands. So good. This praise came from the bottom of her heart. Immediately after, she gently planted a kiss on Hu Wen's smooth forehead. Mwah. The sound was very soft, the touch very gentle, carrying a faint hint of lavender fragrance. This kiss happened so naturally. It was like an older sister doting on her younger brother, like an elder rewarding a junior. There was no hint of sensuality, no complex meanings. At least at this moment, neither Diana, who performed the action, nor Hu Wen, who received the kiss, thought anything more of it. Diana simply wanted to express her fondness. As for Hu Wen only felt a cool sensation on his forehead, followed by a wave of warm breath. Then, the pink power within his chest, the one named, echo of love, trembled like a plucked harp string. Thump. It emitted an extremely crisp, vibrating note that only he could hear. The feeling was strange. Not like the intense throbbing before, but a tingling, numbing electric current that instantly spread throughout his entire body. It made his whole body stiffen for a moment, his little face instantly flushing bright red. All right, I'm off. Diana didn't notice Hu Wen's odd reaction, or if she did, she simply assumed he was shy. She straightened up, ruffled Hu Wen's hair, making his already somewhat messy hairstyle look even more like a bird's nest. Then, with a relaxed and cheerful smile, she turned and walked in the direction of Hippolyta's private chambers. Her steps were light yet firm, her red skirt swaying behind her, tracing a beautiful arc. Hu Wen stood where he was, watching her figure gradually disappear into the night. He raised his hand and touched his own forehead. That warm sensation seemed to linger there. Strange. He muttered to himself, feeling the pink power within him still faintly trembling. Is this, like being recharged? My heartbeat seems to be twice as fast as usual. But, it doesn't feel bad. He shook his head, trying to dispel those strange thoughts, then, with his hands behind his back, began strolling around the imperial garden like a little old man. However, the upward curve of his mouth simply wouldn't go down. Hippolyta's private chambers were located in the deepest part of the palace, also the highest point. There were no guards here, only a few eternal lamps emitting a tranquil glow. Diana stood before the massive stone door carved with intricate patterns and took a deep breath. She could feel her heart beating faster. The fear of the unknown intertwined with the desire for the truth, making her palms slightly sweaty. Come in, Diana. Hippolyta's calm voice came from inside the door. Diana pushed the door open and entered. Not many lamps were lit inside the chambers, the light was somewhat dim. Hippolyta stood with her back to the door, facing a huge tapestry. The tapestry was embroidered with images of the Olympian gods. In the most prominent position was a majestic man holding a thunderbolt, seated high upon a throne. That was the king of the gods, Zeus. Hearing the footsteps, Hippolyta turned around. Her expression was calm, lacking the authority of the daytime, replaced by a mother's unique gentleness and weariness. Sit. She pointed to the soft couch beside her. Diana did as told and sat down, placing her hands on her knees, her posture as straight as a soldier undergoing inspection. Her gaze was fixed intently on her mother, awaiting the verdict. Hippolyta did not speak directly. She walked to the window, pushed it open, and let the night breeze in. Looking out at the bright, clear moon, her voice seemed distant. Diana, do you remember the story? About how you came to be? I molded a doll from the clay by the sea, prayed to the gods, and the gods gave life to that doll. That's the bedtime story I told you countless times. I remember. Diana nodded, her voice somewhat hoarse. I believed it wholeheartedly when I was very young. But later, I found that no matter how much I rolled around in the mud, my wounds would heal. My strength was greater than the strongest bull on the island. I could run fast enough to catch the wind. If I were truly made of clay, I would have shattered long ago. Hippolyta turned and looked into her daughter's bright eyes. Those eyes no longer held confusion, only resolve. Yes, such a perfect body cannot be made from clay. Such a powerful soul cannot be born by clay. That story is a lie. A well-meaning, yet most helpless lie. Hippolyta walked over, sat beside Diana, and took her hand. Those hands were warm and strong. You are not a clay doll. You are my daughter. The child I carried for 10 months and gave birth to in pain and joy. And your father. Here, Hippolyta paused. That name, the one that had once brought her endless glory and endless pain. On this quiet night, it was finally spoken again. As the king of the gods. The master of thunder. The ruler of Olympus. Zeus. Although she had mentally prepared herself. Hearing that name spoken from her mother's lips, Diana still felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Zeus. That supreme being from myth. The divine king worshipped by the Amazons. Was actually her father. Zeus. Diana murmured, feeling the name both distant and unfamiliar. So I am a demigod. Is this the source of my power? Is this also why I have divine power? All her questions found their answers at this moment. All the puzzle pieces fit together perfectly. Yes. Hippolyta nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. You inherited his bloodline. Flowing in your veins is one of the most ancient, most powerful forces in this world. Divine power. It is a gift, and also a curse. She sighed softly, stroking Diana's hair. To possess power means to bear responsibility. The bloodline of Zeus is destined not to be ordinary. You were not born to grow old on this isolated island. Your fate, from the moment you were born, has been intertwined with the fate of this world, of all humanity, and even of the gods themselves. Hippolyta stood up and began to pace slowly around the room. Her voice became low and powerful. To uphold justice and peace in the mortal world. To fight against the evil forces that seek to destroy the world. To protect the weak, to judge the wicked. This is your responsibility. This is the cross that a child of the gods must bear. But, her footsteps stopped. She stood with her back to Diana, her shoulders trembling slightly. This is also what I fear most. As a queen, I wish for the Amazons to have a powerful heir, a protector who can guard Themyscira. But as a mother, I only wish for my daughter to be safe and happy. I don't want her to face those terrible enemies, to shed blood, to be injured, or even to sacrifice herself. The world outside is too dangerous. Although the twilight of the gods has passed, new threats have never ceased. The god of war, Ares, has always been watching the mortal world. All sorts of monsters lurk in the darkness. If you leave Themyscira, if you expose your identity, you will face endless battles. You will see the ugliness of human nature, you will experience betrayal and pain. So I fabricated that lie. I wanted you to believe you were just a mortal, just an ordinary Amazon. I wanted to hide you here, in this Eden blessed by the gods. To let you forever be that carefree little princess. Hippolyta turned around, tears glistening in her eyes. It was the most vulnerable, most genuine side of a mother. But, I also knew it was futile. A fledgling eagle must eventually spread its wings, a lion must eventually return to the plains. Your talent cannot be hidden. Your bloodline calls out for battle. If I don't let you grow strong, if I don't teach you how to fight. When true danger comes one day, you will only become more fragile, more helpless. This is my contradiction. I want to protect you, yet I have no choice but to push you onto the battlefield. That's why I had Antiope train you. I instructed her to hold you to the most rigorous standards. Even stricter than any other Amazonian warrior. Because I didn't just want you to survive. I wanted you to become the strongest. Only the strongest can survive in this cruel world. A long silence fell in the room. Only the sound of the wind outside gently echoed. Diana sat there, digesting this massive amount of information. She looked at her mother's slightly pale face, at those eyes filled with love and worry. The tiny bit of resentment born from the lie completely vanished from her heart. So, all of this was for me. Even that seemingly ridiculous clay doll story held a mother's deepest love within it. The helplessness and pain of wanting to shelter your child under your wing, yet having to let go. At this moment, it deeply touched Diana's heart. Diana stood up. She didn't cry, nor did she appear weak. On the contrary, her eyes became clearer and more resolute than ever before. It was a gaze that had undergone a baptism. She walked up to Hippolyta, reached out, and gently embraced this mother who had silently borne everything. Thank you, mother. Her voice was calm and powerful. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I understand your good intentions now. But, I have grown up. I am not afraid of danger, nor am I afraid of battle. Because I am an Amazon, your daughter, and also, the daughter of Zeus. Diana released the embrace and took a step back. She looked directly into Hippolyta's eyes, her words firm and resonant. If there is a responsibility I must bear, I will bear it. If there is an enemy I must face, I will face them. Whether it's Ares, or any other monster. I will not run away. Because running away is not the Amazon way, nor is it the path I will walk. I want to see the outside world. I want to use my strength to protect those who need protection. Just as you taught me. This is the fate I desire. Mother, will you believe in me? Hippolyta looked at her daughter, who now stood half a head taller than her. She looked at the heroic aura and radiance emanating from that young face. It was as if she was seeing her younger self, even more dazzling than she had been back then. At that moment, the final stone in her heart settled. The worry that had been suppressed all along finally transformed into overflowing relief and pride. She smiled. A smile so relaxed, so proud. Very good. She reached out and firmly patted Diana's shoulder. Truly my daughter. Truly the princess of Themyscira. You are braver, stronger than I imagined. Since you have made your choice. Then, it is time I give you what is rightfully yours. Hippolyta turned and walked to the other side of the room. It was a seemingly ordinary stone wall behind a tapestry. She reached out and pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. Clunk, clunk, clunk. With a series of dull mechanical sounds. The stone wall slowly parted to the sides, revealing a secret passage leading underground. The passage didn't feel dark or damp, instead, it emitted a faint golden light. Follow me. Hippolyta stepped in first. Diana followed closely behind without hesitation. It was a small chamber with glowing gems embedded in the surrounding walls. And in the very center of the chamber stood a circular stone platform. On the platform, a set of equipment lay quietly displayed. Bathed in the light of the gems, the set of equipment exuded a breathtaking sense of sanctity. This is. Diana stopped in her tracks, her breath catching instantly. Her gaze was firmly captured by the equipment, unable to look away. It was a red breastplate, engraved with a golden eagle totem. The red was like raging flames, like fresh blood, brimming with vitality and the passion for battle. The golden edges flowed with the cold, metallic sheen unique to metal under the light, yet carried a noble dignity. Beneath the breastplate was a blue short skirt. The blue was as deep as the night sky, dotted with a few silvery white stars. As if an entire starry sky had been cut out and draped upon her. On either side of the armor lay a pair of silver bracers. This was not ordinary silver, but a special metal gleaming with a cold light. They were covered in ancient runes, which seemed almost alive, with faint streams of light flowing within. And behind the armor hung a round shield and a longsword. The round shield was engraved with an Amazon totem, heavy and solid. The longsword had a slender blade, cold and sharp, clearly a divine weapon capable of cutting hair with a touch. Most eye-catching was a coiled golden rope hanging nearby. It lay there quietly, yet emitted the purest light. The light was not blinding, but it could illuminate the deepest darkness in one's heart. This is what I prepared for you. Hippolyta walked to the platform, her fingers gently stroking the cool armor. A long, long time ago, when the gods still walked among us. I asked the god of fire, Hephaestus, to forge this set of equipment for you. This breastplate is named Starlight Radiance. It can withstand most physical and magical attacks. Those bracers are the bracelets of submission. They were forged from shards of Zeus's aegis, indestructible. When we cross our arms, they can channel divine power, releasing shockwaves powerful enough to shatter mountains. They are your strongest shield, your final line of defense. Hippolyta picked up the longsword and offered it to Diana. This sword is named Godslayer. Although its true power needs your divine energy to awaken. In the mortal world, it remains an unbreakable, sharp weapon. It can cut through steel, and it can cut through shackles. Then, she pointed at the coiled golden rope. Her tone became especially solemn. And this is the lasso of truth. It was woven from the golden girdle of Gaia, the earth goddess. Not only is it unbreakable, but more importantly, anyone bound by it cannot tell a lie. It can force enemies to reveal the truth, and it can help you see the reality behind the fog. It is the embodiment of justice, the manifestation of truth. Diana reached out, trembling, and took the sword. Then she gently touched the red breastplate. A feeling of blood connection spontaneously arose. As if these cold metals had been waiting for her all along, waiting for this very moment. They belonged to her. They were battle robes tailored just for her. Put it on. Hippolyta took a step back, her gaze gentle and encouraging. Put it on, and go to meet your destiny. Go become the hero you want to be. Wonder Woman. Diana took a deep breath and nodded. She took off her ordinary white dress. In this chamber, with only her mother present, she began to don the equipment piece by piece. First, the blue starry short skirt, fitting snugly around her long legs. Then, the red and gold boots, the kind that treads through thorns. Next was the red eagle breastplate. The moment the breastplate clasped shut, it felt as if a surge of power instantly infused her body. She felt herself standing taller, stronger. Putting on the pair of bracelets of submission, their cool touch cleared her mind. Finally, she picked up the golden tiara. It was a tiara with a red five-pointed star, symbolizing her status as an Amazon princess. The moment Diana placed the tiara upon her forehead, the very aura of the chamber changed. The once naive, somewhat impulsive, somewhat confused little girl was gone. Standing there was a true Valkyrie. The red, blue, and gold armor shimmered brilliantly under the light. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, stirring slightly in the breeze. In those blue eyes, an unquenchable fire burned. Her beauty was no longer merely physical, it was a stunning beauty filled with power, justice, and divinity. She was so dazzling, so indomitable. As if just by standing there, all the world's evils would retreat on their own. Hippolyta looked at her daughter, and tears finally streamed down her face. They were tears of joy, but also tears of reluctance. So beautiful, she said, her voice choked. You are like a goddess. No, you are a goddess. Diana looked at her reflection in the mirror, also feeling as if a lifetime had passed. She clenched her fist, feeling the sense of power the armor brought. Then, she turned and gave Hippolyta a radiant smile. Thank you, mother. I will wear this, and make you proud. I will let the whole world know. The Amazons have not vanished. Injustice has never been absent. Go now. Hippolyta wiped her tears and regained her queenly composure. Go, with your honor. But before that, she seemed to remember something, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I think you should first go see that little guy still waiting for you in the garden. Let him see you as you are now. I believe, when that kid sees you like this, his jaw will drop enough to fit an apple. Hearing Hu Wen's name, the divinity on Diana's face faded slightly, revealing a hint of a girl's playfulness. I was just thinking of giving him a surprise. I wonder if he'll be startled. Or, will he spout some more embarrassing flattery? Thinking of this, she grew impatient. She took the lasso of truth and hung it at her waist, then slung the sword and shield on her back. Then I'll go first, mother. With that, she shot out of the chamber like a red and blue bolt of lightning. Hippolyta looked at the empty doorway and sighed softly. But this time, the sigh held no heaviness. Only a sense of release. Go, my daughter. Go and fly. You have your own sky, you have your own wind. And I will be here, always watching over you. Until the day of your triumphant return. The chamber door slowly closed. But the last ray of golden light seeping through the crack seemed to herald the dawn of a whole new era. An era belonging to Wonder Woman. An era where gods and heroes danced together. Hu Wen watched Diana's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, and the door leading to Hippolyta's bedchamber slowly closed. The surroundings instantly fell silent, leaving only the soft chirping of unknown insects in the garden. The warm atmosphere from earlier dissipated considerably with Diana's departure, leaving only the rustling of leaves as the sea breeze blew through them. Hu Wen had originally wanted to imitate an adult, strolling through the garden with his hands behind his back, enjoying the rare exotic night scenery. But after only 2 steps, he found it incredibly boring. Although the flowers here were beautiful, he didn't know their names, and after looking at them for a while, they were all the same. As for the statues, though full of artistic flair, how could they compare to a living, beautiful older sister? Sigh. He sighed, found a large stone that looked relatively clean and flat, and plopped down on it. Sister will definitely be in there for a while, right? It's late at night, I can't just wait here idly. How about reviewing my lessons? Although only 7 years old, Hu Wen was a studious child, and it definitely wasn't because he was too bored. He crossed his short legs and assumed a proper meditation posture. Closing his eyes, he began to replay in his mind the lessons Queen Hippolyta had taught him that afternoon. Calm heart flow. Guide energy. Perceive the flow. Those originally obscure and difficult to understand concepts quickly became clear in his genius little mind, like building blocks. Queen's sister said that divine power was not merely a passive defense or a simple power amplification. It was living energy, like water, like fire, and like wind. Since it could be used to strengthen the body, granting greater strength, faster speed, and even invulnerability. Then, by this logic, could it also leave the body and directly become a means of attack? Like the fireballs conjured by those mages in Asgard. Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in Hu Wen's heart like weeds. After all, which boy hasn't fantasized about shooting beams of light from his hands? That was 100 times cooler than just hacking and slashing with a sword. I'm just sitting around anyway, might as well try. If it really works, I'll have a long-range attack method too. It'll save me the trouble of always having to rush into close combat, which is so tiring. Hu Wen acted immediately. He took a deep breath and began to try and mobilize the golden divine power within his body. This time, he didn't let the divine power flow through his limbs to strengthen his muscles. Instead, he tried to guide them with his mind, making them converge towards his arms. At first, the divine power was a bit resistant. They were accustomed to flowing evenly throughout the body. Suddenly being forced to change direction was like a group of mischievous little fish being herded into a narrow net. But in the face of Hu Wen's powerful spiritual energy and talent, this resistance quickly crumbled. Golden specks of light obediently followed the meridians, continuously surging into his arms. Yes, just like that. Be good, go this way. Hu Wen muttered to himself, as if coaxing a child. As the divine power converged, he felt his two arms begin to heat up. The feeling wasn't uncomfortable, rather, it was warm and full of power. It was as if his two arms had become two huge reservoirs filled with water. Seems like it's not enough. This amount is, at most, a small flashlight, right? Hu Wen was somewhat dissatisfied. He was Odin's son, if he was going to play, he was going to play big. So, he increased the intensity of his guidance. The divine power seed within him seemed to sense its master's ambition and began to operate frantically. More, pure divine power was extracted, surging towards his arms like a rushing river. The warm feeling gradually changed. It became scorching, and somewhat distended and painful. A dazzling golden light began to emanate from beneath his skin, unable to be concealed by his sleeves. His deep red sleeves bulged, as if two fierce beasts about to break free from their cages were hidden within. Hu Wen slowly stood up from the stone. He felt his arms were heavy, as if weighing 1,000 catties. But he didn't stop, instead, he grew more excited. This feeling, it really seems possible. So, how do I launch it? Just push it out. Too crude. Throw it out. That's throwing a bomb. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck him, and he thought of a pose. Although he didn't know why he thought of it, that pose, in his opinion, was simply the standard answer for firing a beam of light. It was a coolness etched into some kind of subconscious. Hu Wen took a deep breath and stabilized his lower body. He first placed his left arm horizontally across his chest, palm open. Then he raised his right arm vertically, his elbow resting steadily on the back of his left hand. That pose was precisely the legendary cross-ray stance. This is it. The feeling is right. The moment this pose was struck, the divine power gathered in his arms seemed to find an outlet for release. They no longer darted around but rapidly surged towards the front of his raised right arm. An extremely dangerous, extremely unstable aura began to condense in his arm. Wait. Hu Wen suddenly felt something was wrong. The feeling of controlling everything had vanished. It was replaced by a terrifying sense of imminent loss of control. The heat in his arm was rapidly rising, turning from scalding to searing. Hey, so hot, so hot. What's going on? Did I turn up the output too much? Like turning a faucet to maximum, and the pipe is about to burst. He exclaimed internally, a layer of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. The divine power continued to gather, unstoppable. Like a truck going downhill with failed brakes. No, I have to pull it back. My hand will be useless if this continues. Hu Wen tried to cut off the supply of divine power, wanting to disperse that energy back into his body. But how could that highly compressed divine power be so easily managed? They were like a group of ignited gunpowder kegs, squeezed together, under immense pressure. At the slightest gap, they would explode. It was impossible for them to flow back as docilely as before. It's over. I can't pull it back. It's getting hotter and hotter. If this explodes in my hand, won't I become a one-armed hero? No, a no-armed hero. At the critical moment, Hu Wen made an incredibly wise decision. Since he couldn't pull it back, then, shoot it out. He was going to test the move anyway, so let it go where it was supposed to go. But he hadn't completely lost his mind. He glanced at the beautiful garden in front of him and the palace buildings faintly visible in the distance. If this hits the ground, Sister Hippolyta would probably kill me to apologize, right? No, can't damage public property. So, at the last moment, he abruptly raised both arms. He aimed the destructive, L-shaped hand gesture at the vast, boundless night sky above his head. For this imperial prince, go! With a roar in his heart. The divine power, already at its critical point, finally found a breakthrough. Boom! There was no, pew, sound of a laser firing as imagined. Instead, there was a deafening roar, like thunder exploding. An extremely thick, incredibly dazzling golden beam of light erupted from the front of his right arm. The brilliance of it instantly illuminated the entire imperial garden as if it were daytime. Even the moon in the sky seemed to dim in that moment. That beam of light was not just light. It was more like liquid gold, carrying unparalleled high temperature and impact force. It tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wherever it passed, space seemed to distort, rippling with transparent waves. It shot straight into the sky at an incredible speed. Like a golden spear aiming to pierce the firmament. The thin layer of clouds that had enveloped Themyscira was instantly vaporized clean by this beam of light. Even the higher atmosphere seemed to have a hole punched through it. That might was simply like divine punishment descending. Hu Wen felt his body slide back several meters, pushed by a huge recoil. Two deep furrows were plowed into the grass beneath his feet. But he gritted his teeth, refusing to release the pose. The divine power within him poured out like a flood through an open sluice gate. That feeling of utter exhilaration made him want to scream. Wow, that was too fierce. It actually fired. And the power is this immense. He squinted, watching the pillar of light shoot straight into the sky, his heart filled with shock and ecstasy. This was way cooler than just conjuring fireballs. Fortunately, he had raised the direction slightly in that instant. Although the pillar of light was fired toward the sky, its residual power still affected a small hill in the distance. It was merely grazed by the energy spilling out from the edge of the light pillar. The rocks on that hilltop instantly glowed red hot, then melted like wax, flowing down as magma. If this shot had truly hit the ground or some palace, even Themyscira, which was said to be protected by the gods, would probably have been blasted with a huge crater. Hu Wen secretly stuck out his tongue internally. That was close, that was close. I almost became the director of the demolition office. It lasted for about 5 or 6 seconds. The earth-shattering pillar of light finally began to weaken. It wasn't Hu Wen who stopped it voluntarily. But because he ran out of mana. Although this move was terrifyingly powerful, the consumption was proportional. Just this one shot completely drained the small amount of divine power accumulated in his body. Even his physical strength was significantly overdrawn. As the last trace of golden light dissipated into the night sky, darkness once again enveloped the surroundings. But that darkness was only temporary, as the afterimage of the intense light still lingered in everyone's eyes. Hu Wen maintained that posture for another 2 seconds. Then his arms dropped down limply. The feeling of, I am a god, instantly vanished. It was replaced by a dizzying sensation of the world spinning. It felt like riding a roller coaster 10 times in a row, then being hit over the head with a club afterward. His legs felt heavy as lead and trembled uncontrollably. Oh dear. My head is so dizzy. Looks like I overdid it a bit. He staggered, trying to turn around and find a place to sit. But his legs gave out, and he uncontrollably started falling backward. Right at that moment, a rush of footsteps came from behind him, accompanied by the crisp clanking of metal armor. Diana, who had just fully armored up and was preparing to give Hu Wen a big surprise, had just stepped out of the secret chamber door. Before the smile on her face could fully blossom, she was frozen by the shock of the golden light that had shot into the sky moments before. Although she was in the secret chamber, she could feel the powerful divine power fluctuation and the light illuminating the night sky, even through the walls. That was divine power outburst. Enemy attack. Her first reaction was that a powerful enemy had invaded. But soon she distinguished the aura of the divine power. That was Hu Wen. What's going on? He caused that just now. Didn't I just teach him the basic control method? How much time has passed? This can be called basic. This could probably shatter a mountain. The shock in Diana's heart was simply beyond words. This wasn't just learning, this was practically inventing an ultimate move. But before she could recover from her shock, she saw the small figure swaying precariously like a falling leaf after the light disappeared. That intense feeling of weakness was clearly visible even from a distance. Hu Wen. All her surprise instantly turned into worry. She no longer cared about the surprise, she pushed off forcefully with her feet. Her entire body transformed into a red and blue blur as she rushed over. Just 1 second before Hu Wen was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a pair of arms wearing silver bracelets caught him steadily. Immediately after, he was embraced by a warm yet firm hold. It was the firmness of metal armor and the softness of a woman's body. Little Wen, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Diana's anxious voice rang in his ear. She looked at Hu Wen, pale-faced and covered in cold sweat in her arms, and her heart clenched. How could this child cause such a huge commotion the moment she looked away? And put himself in this state? Did he suffer cultivation deviation? Or divine power backlash? Hu Wen struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Although his vision was blurry, he still clearly saw the person holding him. In that instant, his pupils slightly dilated, and his previously sluggish brain felt as if an awakening agent had been injected into it. Was that Sister Diana? No. That wasn't just Diana. That was Wonder Woman, wearing full battle armor, a star diadem, and bearing the Godkiller sword. Moonlight fell upon her, plating the red breastplate with a holy silver edge. Her anxious expression did not detract from her beauty, instead, it added a heartbreaking tenderness to her heroic aura. In Hu Wen's eyes, Diana, at this moment, was more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. More dazzling than the golden palace of Asgard. More brilliant than the light of Bifrost Bridge. That kind of beauty struck straight to the soul. It made him forget his physical exhaustion, forget his dizziness. In his eyes and heart, there was only this one figure left. Mom. Mama. Hu Wen subconsciously murmured the words. This time, it wasn't due to a misunderstanding, nor was it to be mischievous. Rather, the dependence and astonishment originating from the depths of his soul made him instinctively utter the most intimate title in the world. In his heart, perhaps only the word, Mama, could match the ultimate tenderness and beauty before him. You are so beautiful. His voice was very soft and weak. But every word clearly reached Diana's ears. Diana was stunned. She was originally anxiously checking if Hu Wen was injured. Hearing this sudden, silly compliment. And looking at Hu Wen's eyes, which were about to close but were still fixed intently on her. The infatuation and attachment within them were pure, without a trace of impurity. Her heart suddenly trembled. A mixture of bitterness and sweetness she had never felt before welled up in her heart. The words she had intended to use to scold him for being reckless were all swallowed back. Only deep affection remained in her eyes. You silly boy. Diana said softly, her eyes feeling warm. At a time like this, are you still worrying about whether I'm beautiful? Don't you know how dangerous what you just did was? But the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. It was the joy of being wholeheartedly praised by the one she cherished. She tightened her arms, letting Hu Wen rest his head on her firm yet warm breastplate. The cool metallic sensation seemed to help him regain a little consciousness. However, Hu Wen could no longer hear her scolding. After uttering those words, his last bit of willpower finally ran out. With a satisfied smile on his lips, as if he had just had a beautiful dream. He was in Diana's arms, under the starry sky that he himself had illuminated. He spectacularly passed out. Although his breathing was faint, it was stable. Clearly, he was just exhausted and not seriously harmed. Diana looked at the sleeping little guy in her arms. She sighed helplessly, yet her eyes were full of amusement. She gently raised her hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What a troublesome little monster. To cause such a commotion at only 7 years old. When you grow up, I fear you might turn the 9 realms upside down. She muttered to herself, her tone carrying a hint of pride she hadn't even noticed. However, no matter how strong you become in the future, no matter where you go. As long as I am here, I will surely catch you. Just like this moment, she slowly stood up, holding Hu Wen securely in her arms. She looked up at the night sky, which had returned to peace. Then she glanced at the hilltop in the distance, which was still smoking and had a chunk missing. She couldn't help but shake her head. It looks like mother will be nagging me again tomorrow. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter sounded exceptionally clear and pleasant in the night. Holding her little trouble, she turned and walked toward the direction of the sleeping quarters. The red and blue figure, stretched by the moonlight, looked remarkably harmonious. It was as if all the world's chaos and danger were, at this moment, blocked outside those bracelets of submission. The early morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, falling right onto the small, bulging quilt on the bed. The air was filled with a faint scent of sea salt and lavender, a fragrance that brought a sense of peace to anyone who smelled it. Hu Wen snuggled into the warm blankets, feeling as if every bone in his body had turned soft. The soreness from overexertion had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. The divine power within his body felt as though it had undergone a thorough cleansing and reorganization. Not only did the total amount seem to have increased slightly, but it also flowed much more smoothly than before. Particularly in the meridians of his arms, the burning sensation had receded, leaving behind a memory of resilience and strength. It seemed that the cross-ray move he had stumbled upon like a blind cat hitting a dead mouse last night was indeed a highly feasible ultimate skill. With just a little improvement in output power and guidance, it could definitely be used as a signature move. A smug smile curled at the corners of Hu Wen's mouth. Although that final moment yesterday was a bit pathetic, fainting directly. He remembered very clearly that a warm embrace had caught him. And there was that pleasant voice, constantly calling his name. That feeling of being cared for and protected was more addictive to him than even winning a battle. Since he was awake, there was no point in pretending to sleep anymore. He needed to get up quickly, act cute with big sister Diana, and maybe ask for some delicious food as a reward. After all, he had performed a great service yesterday. Thinking of this, his mouth started moving even before he opened his eyes. With the characteristic soft, mumbly laziness of someone who had just woken up, he muttered, "Big sister Diana." As he spoke, he reached out his hands with his eyes closed, intending to hug toward the side of the bed where someone was likely sitting. However, When his hands touched the arm of the person sitting there, something felt slightly off. While the skin felt just as delicate and smooth, the temperature seemed a tiny bit lower than Big Sister Diana's. And the lines of this arm seemed fuller and more mature. Most importantly, there was the aura radiating from the person. Even though it was mostly restrained, it still carried a majesty that made one instinctively want to stand at attention. A flicker of doubt crossed Hu Wen's little mind. Did Big Sister Diana's aura evolve because she didn't sleep all night? He snapped his eyes open. What met his eyes was an incredibly beautiful face that instantly jolted him awake. It was indeed a face that was 70% similar to Diana's. Beautiful blonde hair and facial contours similar to Diana's. But in those violet eyes lay a depth Diana didn't have, along with the wisdom bestowed by time. And there was that composure and pressure of a high-ranking ruler emanating from her every gesture. That wasn't Diana. That was the queen of Themyscira, Hippolyta. Hu Wen's hands, still reaching out in midair, instantly froze. The begging for a hug posture looked incredibly awkward at this moment. The cutesy smile on his face also stiffened, gradually turning into shock. How is it Big Sister Hippolyta? His voice stammered slightly, and his brain short-circuited for a moment. Where was Big Sister Diana? It was clearly Big Sister Diana who carried me back yesterday, right? How did she transform into Her Majesty the Queen after I woke up? Who am I? Where am I? Did I transmigrate again yesterday? Hippolyta looked at the little fellow's bewildered expression. A subtle hint of amusement flickered in the depths of her eyes. She didn't immediately push Hu Wen's hands away, she even reached out and gently held one of them. Then, she slowly leaned down, moving a bit closer. Those purple eyes carried a playful light as they stared intently at Hu Wen. What's wrong? Seeing that it's me and not your big sister Diana. Are you that disappointed? Her voice was very soft and gentle. But there were needles hidden within that gentleness. It was like a life or death trick question slapped directly onto Hu Wen's forehead. That kind of teasing unique to a mature woman had an explosive lethality for 7-year-old Hu Wen. Alarm bells ringing. Level 1 alert. This is definitely a life or death question. If he didn't answer well, not only would he offend the queen, but his future private lessons might turn into hellish training. In this moment of life and death, the survival instinct genes belonging to the Asgardian royal family within Hu Wen instantly awakened. His brain worked at high speed, and his emotional intelligence immediately took the high ground. The shock on his face lasted less than a second before quickly switching to a very natural look of pleasant surprise. That kind of acting would make an Oscar winner weep. How could I be? Hu Wen gripped Hippolyta's hand back, even giving it a firm squeeze. Those large eyes were instantly filled with sincerity. Actually, Big Sister is the one I wanted to see most. Really. I was too tired yesterday and didn't have time to properly thank Big Sister. If it weren't for the divine power control techniques Big Sister taught me, how could I have pulled off such a cool move? So I was thinking about how to repay Big Sister even in my dreams. Seeing Big Sister as soon as I opened my eyes, I thought my dream had come true. This series of moves was smooth and flawless. It both diffused the awkwardness and delivered a high-level compliment. Attributing all the credit to Hippolyta's teaching was a textbook perfect response. Hippolyta arched an eyebrow. Although she knew there wasn't much truth in this brat's words, the sweet talk was indeed pleasant to hear. She was about to tease him about having a sweet mouth. Just then, from the other side of the room came an extremely deliberate sigh. Sigh. The sound was melancholic and lingering, as if she had suffered a great grievance. So, this is what you've been thinking in your heart all along. And here I was, worrying all night, staying here without daring to close my eyes. I even specially prepared warm water for you. In the end, someone didn't want to see me at all. My feelings were misplaced after all. Hu Wen shuddered. This voice was too familiar. So familiar it made his scalp tingle. He stiffly turned his neck toward the direction of the voice. He saw that by the table not far away. Diana was standing there holding a glass of water. She had changed into casual clothes today, not wearing that eye-blinding armor. But at this moment, the expression on her face was scarier than when she wore armor. She was looking at Hu Wen with a face that said, "I'm so hurt, and I'm heartbroken." That gaze was like looking at a heartbreaker. Although there was clearly a hidden smile of amusement in her eyes, she was putting on a full performance. Hu Wen was now completely dumbfounded. He had been so focused on dealing with Big Sister Queen that he hadn't noticed there was a third person in the room at all. This was just too unlucky. He looked at the smiling Hippolyta in front of him, then at the resentful Diana over there. The emotional intelligence that had just taken the high ground instantly collapsed as if hit by a mudslide. How was he supposed to coax them? Coaxing one would inevitably offend the other. This was a dead end. Big Sister Diana. No, it's not like that. Hu Wen sat up from the bed, gesturing helplessly. He wanted to explain, but found that the more he said, the worse it got. I did want to see you. Really. But I'm also happy to see Big Sister Queen. These aren't mutually exclusive. Then Hu Wen, babbling away, didn't even know what he was saying anymore. PFF'd. Seeing Hu Wen's adorable appearance as he turned red with worry and even started talking nonsense. Hippolyta finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She uncrossed her arms and let out a laugh, covering her mouth. Diana, who was still acting out the melodrama, also broke character. She set the water glass on the table and walked over, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, you're too funny. Diana reached out and vigorously rubbed Hu Wen's messy black hair. Alright, I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you were. I'm not some man-eating monster. Drink some water and moisten your throat. You must be parched after all that explaining. Hu Wen took the glass Diana handed him. He gulped down a large mouthful. Only then did he feel his little heart, which was about to jump out, settle down a bit. Phew, you sisters are too mean. Actually teaming up to bully a little kid like me. He put down the glass and complained with a face full of grievance. But in his heart, he was immensely relieved. Thank goodness it was just a joke. This mother and daughter were each harder to deal with than the last. He would have to be extremely careful with his words in the future, this Shira field was too terrifying. The atmosphere in the room became light and cheerful. Hippolyta watched the two children play for a while, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She regained her composure as a queen. Alright, the jokes are over. It seems Prince Hu Wen's body is truly fine now. The recovery speed of your divine power is even faster than I imagined. She looked Hu Wen up and down, a flash of admiration in her eyes. Then, she turned to look at Diana. Her tone became slightly more formal. Diana, please step out for a moment. I have very important matters to ask Prince Hu Wen privately. This matter concerns the future of Themyscira, and also. She paused slightly and didn't continue. But the seriousness in her eyes said it all. Diana's hand, which was helping Hu Wen tidy the quilt, stopped. She looked at her mother with some surprise. A private inquiry. And she wanted me to leave. If it were before yesterday, she might have felt some dissatisfaction or curiosity. After all, she and Hu Wen had been almost inseparable these past few days. But after last night's confession session, she had gained more understanding and trust in her mother. Since her mother said it was a major matter concerning the future, it definitely wasn't something trivial. And looking at her mother's serious expression, it didn't seem like she intended to do anything bad to Hu Wen. As the future successor to the throne, she was learning to respect certain necessary secrets. Yes, mother. Diana didn't ask further, nor did she hesitate. She stood up straight and nodded to Hippolyta. I understand. Then, she turned and smiled at Hu Wen, who was still a bit confused about the situation. The smile carried a hint of reassurance. Then I'll head out first. Be good and answer Her Majesty's questions. Don't be afraid. She reached out and gave Hu Wen's little head one last pat. The warmth of her palm made Hu Wen feel very safe. I'll be waiting for you outside. With that, she left without any lingering, turning to walk toward the door. As the heavy wooden door closed with a creak, only Hu Wen and Hippolyta remained in the room. The air suddenly went quiet, and the relaxed atmosphere from moments ago vanished instantly. In its place was a faint but unignorable sense of pressure. The heavy wooden door closed behind him with a muffled thud, isolating the last vestiges of noise from the corridor outside. Only two people remained in the room, and the air seemed to instantly solidify, becoming quiet and subtle. Hippolyta did not speak immediately. She simply stood quietly by the bed, her gaze lowered, falling upon Hu Wen's small face, which was both tender and exuded an extraordinary aura. That look was very complex. It was no longer the light-hearted teasing of a child from moments ago, nor was it entirely the majestic and stern demeanor of a queen she usually displayed. She seemed to be scrutinizing a priceless, rare treasure that had just been unearthed. Or like a shrewd investor conducting a final risk assessment on a project with limitless potential. There was even a hint of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, or perhaps an emotion she herself didn't understand was brewing. Hu Wen felt a little uneasy under such a penetrating gaze. He subconsciously straightened his back, placed his hands neatly on his knees, and adopted the posture of a well-behaved, obedient student. Although his face still held that innocent expression, his small brain, which was more agile than that of an average god, was rapidly working. Sister Hippolyta's gaze, something isn't right. She was a caring big sister just now, how did her aura become so intimidating the moment Sister Diana left? Is this the legendary, private conversation? Could it be that my blast last night really destroyed some important ancient ruin? No way, I clearly aimed at the sky. Anyway, if I have to pay, I don't have any money, Hu Wen wailed silently in his heart, but on the surface, he remained as steady as an old dog, even trying to blink his large, watery eyes, attempting to soften the queen's defenses with cuteness. Your Highness Hu Wen. Hippolyta finally broke the silence. The first words she spoke, the address changing from little fellow to the formal, Your Highness, immediately elevated the tone of the conversation by several levels. Since you stumbled upon Themyscira in less than 2 short days, every one of your performances, whether it's your astonishing talent or your maturity beyond your age, has repeatedly refreshed my perception of you. She slowly walked to the bedside but did not sit down, maintaining a posture that was both intimate and solemn, looking down at him without being overbearing. Awakening divine power at the age of 7 might not be unprecedented in the god realm. But the immense energy that caused the Bifrost Bridge anomaly during your awakening, that pure and high-quality divine power reserve, is extremely rare, even in the golden age of Olympus. Hippolyta's voice was filled with undisguised astonishment, an acknowledgement from a strong person to another strong person. Even more terrifying is that on the second day of your awakening, without any systematic guidance, you were able to instinctively figure out how to use divine power in actual combat, even knowing how to materialize divine power into light wings to turn the tide of battle. This is not just talent, this is a battle instinct. An instinct born for the battlefield, for rule. At this point, a flash of the golden light that pierced the heavens and earth last night flickered in Hippolyta's eyes. And after receiving even just a few hours of simple instruction from me, you were able to immediately grasp and integrate it, transforming those theories into practice, and even developing such a terrifyingly powerful move. In my opinion, that strike last night. If you hadn't raised your arm at the last moment, I'm afraid a corner of my palace would now be in ruins. Even truly adult gods, if they dare to underestimate you because you are a child, in the face of that move, they would at least lose a layer of skin, if not die. Facing this series of exceptionally high praises, Hu Wen did not show the smugness of a child being praised. Nor did he become overly pleased with himself because of the compliments. He remained steadily seated, his small face taut, displaying a calm demeanor that said, "You flatter me, just basic operations." In reality, his heart was already blooming with joy, and he even felt like wagging his tail. Hee, of course. This prince is a genius who combines beauty and talent. But Queen's sister, you have excellent judgment, truly amazing. But he always remembered Odin's teachings, a true strong person must not show emotions on their face. Especially in such an occasion where there was clearly an ulterior motive behind the words. Sister Hippolyta started with a fierce praise, which was clearly a tactic of praising first to criticize later, or a sugar-coated bullet. There must be a, but, coming next. Indeed. Hippolyta's tone shifted, becoming much deeper. But, Your Highness Hu Wen. What truly astonished me, and I might even say delighted me, is far more than your unprecedented and powerful martial talent. Your political acumen, your sensitivity and tact in handling interpersonal relationships, all far exceed what should be expected at your age. She leaned slightly, looking directly into Hu Wen's eyes, as if trying to see through to the soul behind those amber pupils. Before, you knew how to use childish language to diffuse Antiope's hostility, and how to use titles to draw us closer. When faced with the temptation of divine power instruction, that momentary weighing of pros and cons, I saw it all. Odin truly taught you well. He taught you to be a qualified, even perfect, crown prince. Hu Wen's little heart gave a sudden thump. Oh no. She even noticed that momentary hesitation. This queen's sister is too sharp. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier, being a queen for thousands of years isn't for nothing. Since he had been seen through, pretending to be foolish would seem insincere. Hu Wen simply stopped pretending. He raised his head, met Hippolyta's gaze, and showed a slightly embarrassed but frank and open smile. Queen's sister, you flatter me. My royal father often says that as a crown prince, it's always right to think a bit more. After all, I represent not just myself, but also the face of Asgard. However, he blinked, his tone becoming exceptionally sincere. My affection and gratitude for my sisters, those are genuine, absolutely no calculations involved. Watching Hu Wen's clever manner, frankly admitting and then immediately pledging loyalty. Hippolyta's eyes showed even deeper appreciation. This kind of intelligent yet not sinister, tactful yet sincere personality is the most precious. I believe you are sincere. Hippolyta nodded, then took a deep breath, her tone becoming exceptionally solemn, as if the following words would determine the future of 2 kingdoms. Therefore, Your Highness Hu Wen, since you possess such talent and character, I can no longer treat you merely as a lost child. I will treat you as the future legitimate heir of Asgard. As a future king, equal to me, to converse with. Some matters concern the future. As the queen of the Amazons, I must ask you. Hippolyta's gaze sharpened, a scrutiny, and also a soul-piercing question. In your eyes, what kind of place is Themyscira? And how do you view Diana and me? If one day, and I mean if, Themyscira faces immense danger from the outside world, or even a destructive catastrophe. And by then, you have become a powerful god, the king of Asgard. Would you be willing to raise your weapon for this place, for us? The room fell into a brief silence. This was an extremely sharp, even somewhat heavy question. It was no longer a sister's care for her brother, but a probing between nations, a confirmation of the bottom line between allies. For a foreign prince, this was a diplomatic choice that required careful consideration. Hu Wen did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, looking at his small hands resting on his knees, seemingly lost in thought. He was pondering why Sister Hippolyta would suddenly ask such a serious question. He was also earnestly examining his innermost thoughts. What did Themyscira mean to him? Was it an unfamiliar place he had stumbled into by accident? Or a scenic tourist destination? No. Here, there were not only beautiful sceneries, delicious fruits, and roasted whole lamb. There were also those enthusiastic sisters who, though warlike and fierce, were full of kindness towards him and brought him flowers. Their eyes held no rejection because he was an outsider, only pure affection. This warmth, for him who had grown up in Asgard, pampered but bound by numerous rules, was another kind of free happiness. Most importantly, here was Sister Diana, that peerless beauty who made him feel a soul resonance at first sight, making him blurt out, "Mom." That sister who, despite saying he was a small trouble, always protected him, wiped his mouth, and gave him hugs. And the one before him, Sister Hippolyta, who, though thoughtful and always testing him, was willing to teach him everything without reservation and cared for him like an elder. To him, they were no longer just friends or allies. They were truly close people. They were family, as important as Mother Frigga and Sif. Royal Father had taught him that a king must weigh pros and cons, not act on emotion. But Royal Father had also taught him that a man must value loyalty and righteousness, and repay even the smallest kindness with a gushing spring. On this matter, Hu Wen felt that there was no need for the so-called weighing. Because his heart had already made the choice for him. That choice had nothing to do with interests, nothing to do with politics. It was simply because, he liked this place, he liked them. A moment later, Hu Wen looked up, his large amber eyes no longer showing any hesitation. Only a crystal-clear transparency and steel-like firmness remained. Queen's sister. Hu Wen's voice, though still childish, carried an undeniable power, echoing in the quiet room. Themyscira is truly beautiful as a dream. The people here are also very kind, everyone smiles at me and gives me gifts. Although I am young, I can distinguish between those who are genuinely good to me and those who are insincere. You didn't treat me as an outsider, nor did you treat me as a bargaining chip to be used. You gave me trust, you gave me guidance, and you gave me the feeling of a home. I've kept this friendship deep in my heart. He looked at Hippolyta, his eyes so sincere that they were moving. Therefore, he straightened his small frame, trying with some effort to strike a solemn pose. He raised a hand, his expression grave, as if swearing an oath to the gods. I will definitely protect this place well. In the name of Hu Wen Odinson. From now on, the affairs of Themyscira are my Hu Wen's affairs. Anyone who dares touch a blade of grass or a tree on Themyscira must first ask if I agree. These words were not flowery, nor did they contain any stunning rhetoric. They were just simple, childish words. But it was precisely these most honest and direct words that held the most touching power. Hippolyta looked at the earnest little fellow in front of her. She watched his posture, looking ready to rush out and fight the enemy right now. The last trace of worry she held as a ruler completely vanished. She knew that this promise was genuine. This child truly regarded this place as a territory he must protect. Her eyes felt slightly warm, a kind of emotion she hadn't experienced in years. A smile once again filled Hippolyta's face. It was a heartfelt smile of relief that brightened the entire room. But she still couldn't resist teasing him again. Or rather, she wanted to confirm the status of the most important person, the daughter she cared about most. Then what about your sister Diana? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze becoming playful, carrying a hint of meaningful probing. What if she encounters danger? You know her temperament, if she goes out into the outside world later, she's bound to stir up a lot of trouble. What if she meets a powerful enemy she can't defeat, or suffers damage that even her armor can't withstand? What would you do? This time, Hu Wen didn't even think for a second. It was instinctive, blurted out subconsciously. I won't let Sister Diana run into danger. His voice rose several octaves, carrying a hint of anxiety and anger, as if the mere hypothesis was unbearable to him. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll blast them into dust with my cross ray. Even if I can't beat them, I'll stand in front of her. As long as I'm here, no one will touch a single hair on her head. I will become very, very strong, strong enough to protect her for a lifetime. His small fists were clenched tightly, his little face full of murderous protectiveness. His look was exactly the same as when Diana usually protected him. Good. Very good. Hippolyta nodded in satisfaction, the joy in her eyes nearly spilling over. She reached out and gently stroked Hu Wen's cheek, which was slightly flushed from excitement. Her eyes were full of maternal love, even showing a hint of anticipation for the future. This is enough. With those words from you, I am reassured. I originally wanted to ask about other matters. She silently completed the unspoken sentence in her mind. I wanted to ask what you thought about Diana becoming your queen consort. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to let two divine races unite forever in another way. But looking at Hu Wen's still childish face and those clear eyes, she swallowed back those overly utilitarian words. But you are still too young. Hippolyta shook her head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is indeed too early to discuss these things now. And you and Diana have a long life ahead of you. For some matters, letting nature take its course might be best. I'll ask later, on the day you both grow up. As long as this seed is planted. As long as this bond of childhood sweethearts is established. Will it not eventually bear fruit? She had plenty of patience to wait. Hu Wen was a little confused by the cryptic remark. He tilted his head, looking puzzled. Huh, what is it? What do you mean by, other matters? Why do I have to wait until I grow up? He blinked his big eyes, looking at Hippolyta with curiosity. This kind of half-finished sentence was the most maddening. It's nothing. Hippolyta smiled mysteriously and offered no explanation. She lightly tapped his nose with her finger. You'll know later. This is a secret for adults, and a secret of time. However, she looked at Hu Wen, her tone becoming exceptionally gentle, a gentleness that had shed all defenses. The fact that you could say those words, and are willing to protect us like this, makes me, your older sister, very happy too. Truly happy. Happier than receiving any precious gift. Having said that, she made a move that Hu Wen had not expected. She leaned down slightly, her long golden hair falling like a golden waterfall, lightly brushing Hu Wen's cheek and carrying a pleasant fragrance. Then, on the smooth, full forehead she had just stroked, she gently and solemnly placed a kiss. Mwah. This kiss was different from the one Diana had given him earlier. Diana's kiss was like a fresh sea breeze, the affection of an older sister for her younger brother. But Hippolyta's kiss carried the rich fragrance unique to a mature woman, warm and soft. It carried the recognition and blessing of a queen. This is your reward. Hippolyta straightened up, smiling brightly as she looked at the stunned Hu Wen. In my response to your promise. Rest well, my little knight. Oh, right. She suddenly extended the pinky finger of her right hand and wiggled it in front of Hu Wen, making a childlike gesture. Everything we just said, especially that promise you made about protecting her. Don't tell Diana. At least don't tell her now. This is a secret just between the two of us. Pinky promise. Hu Wen was still completely dazed. Not just because the sudden kiss made him shy. But also because, as the kiss landed, the pink divine power inside him, which had been quiet all night, the echo of love, began to pulse violently and without warning once again. This time it was stronger than any time before. Thump, thump. The pink energy seemed to be cheering and leaping, churning like boiling water. It even surged through his meridians, flowing toward all his limbs and bones, giving him a tingling, electric shock sensation throughout his body, making even his fingertips tremble slightly. It's happening again. This feeling. It's so strange. Why does this happen every time I get kissed? My heart is racing, and my face is so hot. Could this be the legendary love power bank? Or is this thing just a passive skill, triggered by being kissed by a pretty older sister? This is too embarrassing. But, I don't seem to hate it. But Hu Wen truly couldn't figure it out. He still didn't understand what concrete use this ability had. Besides making his heart race and his face flush, it didn't seem to increase his attack power, did it? But he quickly managed to calm his breathing and shake off these distracting thoughts. He looked at the slender, fair pinky finger in front of him. He looked at Hippolyta's purple eyes, which were full of anticipation, trust, and a hint of playfulness. Hu Wen extended his own chubby little hand. Although he didn't quite understand why they had to hide it from Sister Diana. He trusted Sister Hippolyta. She was Diana's mother, and everything she did must be for Diana's benefit. Since it was a secret, he would be a little man who kept his mouth shut. This was a little secret between him and the Queen Sister. Okay. Pinky promise, cross my heart and hope to die, never to change. Two fingers, one large and one small, hooked tightly together in the warm and bright morning sunlight. Their thumbs gently met, sealing an invisible stamp that was firmer than any document. At this moment, it was more than just a simple agreement. It was the most solid and gentle bond between Themyscira and Asgard. And even more so, the most solid and gentle bond between a future god king who rules the 9 realms and an invincible Valkyrie and Amazon queen. It quietly formed on this warm morning filled with pink bubbles. It was quietly established. Hippolyta looked at their hooked fingers, feeling the warmth of the small hand. Her smile was brighter than the sunlight outside the window, and a hint of tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Done. With this oath, and with this connection, Diana's future finally gained the strongest possible safeguard. Even if I am gone one day, this child won't be alone. Hu Wen, oh Hu Wen. You must grow up quickly. Diana and I will both wait for the day you truly rule the world. Although Hu Wen was still confused by the restlessness inside him. Seeing Sister Hippolyta so happy. He also started grinning foolishly, revealing two cute little canine teeth. Although he didn't quite understand the minds of adults. As long as his older sisters were happy, that was fine. Anyway, I didn't lose anything, I even gained a kiss. Hee hee, now I have two of the most formidable older sisters protecting me. Who would dare bully me now? This wave wasn't a loss. Total profit. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the two of them, freezing this heartwarming scene. Meanwhile, outside the door, Diana was leaning against the corridor wall, boredly kicking pebbles on the floor. She glanced at the closed door now and then, her ears perked up, but she couldn't hear anything. Why aren't they out yet? What exactly are they talking about? So mysterious. They aren't talking badly about me, are they? Little did she know. The two people inside were arranging her entire life in a loving manner. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.